and a hydroponic growing station in the secondary building's top floor that Darius had built around the south-facing windows. The hydroponic station wouldn't produce meaningful yield for weeks, but its existence, its integration into the compound's supply chain, was what the tier advancement required, proof of self-sustaining production capability. On day 11, the system updated. Strategic Citadel, tier advancement calculating. It ran for 61 seconds. Then, Strategic Citadel achieved. Multiple defense rings, active. Escape tunnel, confirmed. Self-sustaining production, online. Command architecture, distributed. Ethan stood at the command table and read the notification. He read it twice. Strategic Citadel. The tier he had been working toward since Red Queen confirmed the nuke timeline. The tier that made the evacuation possible. He thought about what it had cost to get here. 2 dead in the second assault. 2 dead in the North Wall engagement. The people who had left, whose fates were unknown. The compound's wounds, Darius's fingers, Juno's knee, Vera's arm, Leon's face after the assault that left him bleeding from a fragment impact he hadn't mentioned for 3 hours. The 2 serious cases currently in the medical wing who were mobile but not fully recovered. 23 people the compound had lost since the first night, counting the departed. The departed were listed in the operational log with dates, and the notation departed. The dead were listed with names. He stood at the command table and remembered every name. Then he walked to the east yard and called the compound together. The briefing took 40 minutes. He told them about the nuke, the timeline, the authorization, the interdiction that had bought them 72 additional hours. He told them about the Hive, the transit corridor, the freight elevator, the federal reception team. He told them about November 8th. He told them they were getting out. The compound was quiet for a moment after he finished. Then someone in the back of the yard, he didn't see who, said, "About time." The yard broke into something that wasn't quite laughter and wasn't quite relief, but was both, mixed with the particular release that comes from being told that the worst thing is still coming but you're going to make it through, that the exit exists and it's real, and it's 6 days, and then a corridor, and then a forest, and then the federal contact waiting on the surface. Then he told the compound about the nuke, and the evacuation, and the 30 days that remained before November 8th arrived, and watched the people who had built the only safe zone in Raccoon City prepare to walk out of it together. What he did not tell them was how narrow the margin was, or that the plan assumed nothing would go wrong in the way that Raccoon City had been going wrong since September 24th. Chapter 70. Dr. Marsh's introduction. Ethan had been preparing for Dr. Marsh to make contact. Red Queen had told him she was in the city and evolving. Mia had reviewed the USS notes on her self-administered T-virus splice and developed a clinical profile. Vera had mapped the Hive access points against Marsh's known movement patterns and identified the corridors where she was most likely to appear. He had been preparing. He had not been prepared for the radio call. She found the frequency on a Tuesday morning, 10 days before the deadline. He was at the command table reviewing the final evacuation drill results when the communication station's receiver crackled with a voice that was recognizable as human but carried something wrong in the register, a quality he couldn't name, but that the system registered as non-standard biological vocal production. "Mr. Cross," she said, "I've been wanting to talk to you for some time. I hope you don't mind the direct contact." He looked at the frequency readout. She was broadcasting from somewhere inside the city. The signal was too clean for a position outside the outbreak zone. "Dr. Marsh," he said. "You know who I am," she said. "Red Queen told you, I assume. She has always been very thorough with her briefings." "She gave me your file," he said. "Then you know about the water treatment interface," she said. "And about the board subcommittee. And about the client demonstration program." A pause. "And you're wondering whether I regret it." He had not been wondering that. He had been wondering what she wanted. "Do you?" he asked. "The outbreak killed most of this city," she said. "I administered a protocol that I believed would produce a contained, controlled casualty event that would establish the T-virus as a viable tactical agent. I was wrong about the containment parameters. The outbreak propagated beyond my projected boundaries." A pause. "The word regret is insufficient for what I feel about that discrepancy." "What do you want?" "I want the countermeasure research Mia Cho has been building," she said. "She's been working from the evidence archive and from Red Queen's Level 2 data. She's close to something that I can confirm or advance significantly." Her voice was calm, clinical, carrying the specific confidence of someone who understood the technical territory better than almost anyone alive. "I have data in my own research that she doesn't have access to. We could accelerate the timeline considerably. Why would you help us?" "I didn't design the T-virus to kill a city," she said. "I designed it as a controlled weapon. The loss of control was a failure. The countermeasure would correct the failure." She paused. "I also want to not be left in Raccoon City when the nuke fires." He was quiet for a moment. "Where are you?" "Closer than you'd prefer," she said. I've been watching your compound for 2 weeks. Your construction work is impressive, Mr. Cross. The defense ring integration is particularly elegant. The channeling geometry at the northeast approach is something I would not have anticipated from a civilian builder. He looked at the perimeter sensors. Nothing. She was either outside range or had found a way to avoid the system's detection envelope. Stay where you are, he said. Don't approach the compound. I need to talk to my people. Take the time you need, she said. I'll be here, and I won't be alone for long, so I'd appreciate not taking too much of it. The line went to static. Ethan looked at the communications station for a long moment. Then he looked at the system's threat assessment, which had updated with a single new notation. Dr. Marsh, direct contact. Status, complex threat. Recommendation, strategic assessment required. Complex threat. The system's threat classification had 4 tiers: standard, elevated, critical, and complex. Complex was reserved for situations where the threat and the opportunity were the same entity. He had 30 days left. He had an evolving T-virus researcher who claimed to have data that could help Mia's countermeasure work, and who was, by her own admission, already becoming something harder to predict, and wouldn't be alone for long. He went to find Mia and Vera. Mia heard Marsh's proposal with the professional attention of a scientist evaluating a research collaboration offer, which was exactly what it was, stripped of all the surrounding context. She did not let the surrounding context determine her initial assessment. She assessed the offer first. She's right that I'm close to something, Mia said. The T-virus countermeasure work is at a stage where the limiting factor is data I don't have access to. If she genuinely has the splice methodology and the cascade progression data she's claiming, it would accelerate the timeline. A pause. Significantly. But, Ethan said, but she administered the outbreak. However many complications she didn't anticipate, she initiated the protocol. Every person who died in this city is a consequence of what she chose to do. Mia looked at him directly. I can separate the scientific value from the human context enough to evaluate the offer. I can't separate it enough to feel comfortable about the arrangement. Neither can I, Vera said. But that's not the question. The question is whether the countermeasure accelerates fast enough that it matters before we leave the city. Ethan looked at both of them. If her data could produce a therapeutic within 6 months instead of 18, that matters for every city Umbrella has prepositioned stock in. For the 12 cities the system flagged. Yes, Mia said. It matters. Then we need to meet with her, Ethan said. Controlled. Not in the compound. Not near the Hive access. We choose the location. He looked at Vera. You're with me. Vera looked back at him without expression. I know, she said. And whatever she was feeling about standing in a room with the architect of the outbreak was her own, held with the discipline she applied to everything that would interfere with the work. The meeting was scheduled. The meeting location was selected. And somewhere in the city, Dr. Marsh was waiting, patient and calm, and evolving in ways none of them could fully measure. And the word she had used, alone, was the variable that had not yet been explained. She would not be alone for long. The question none of them had asked yet was what, exactly, she expected to arrive. Chapter 71. The G-mutant surfaces. The G-virus specimen breached Level 5 containment at 0340 on October 23. It was not a failure of Red Queen's containment system. It was a failure of the physical containment unit itself, a hairline fracture in the reinforced housing that had been propagating since the outbreak's first day. Invisible in the power-down state, detectable only at full power operation for an extended period. Red Queen triggered her alert at 0341. Ethan was awake. He had been awake since 0200, reviewing the final construction documentation for the strategic Citadel tier advancement. The alert arrived in his earpiece with the specific urgency of something she had been monitoring and had hoped would not happen. Level 5 containment breach, she said. Specimen is mobile. Currently on Level 4. Moving toward Level 3 access. Is it coming up? Trajectory is consistent with surface access behavior, she said. The specimen is stage 4 development, beyond my initial assessment. The T-virus cascade has progressed significantly since the last monitoring. It is larger, faster, and more adaptive than my stage 3 profile indicated. How long before it reaches Level 1? At current velocity, 22 minutes. Ethan was already out of the command room. He found Vera in 60 seconds. She had heard the alert via the compound's new distributed communication system and was already geared up, moving toward the command table with the compact automatic and the surplus USS equipment that she wore whenever she expected contact. Level 5 breach, he said. G-virus specimen. Stage 4. Where? 22 minutes to Level 1. It'll reach the transit corridor access. She was already thinking. He could see the tactical geometry running behind her eyes. The transit corridor is connected to the Hive station exit. If it reaches that exit point, it surfaces in the city, near the compound. Yes. Our options are intercept in the Hive or let it surface and deal with it above ground, she said. Above ground favors us. Open space, prepared positions, the system's threat tracking. The Hive is confined, optimal terrain for a G-mutant. But if it surfaces near the tunnel entry, it potentially damages the route we just built, Ethan said. And it's exposed to USS surveillance. A G-virus specimen above ground is a variable Ashford didn't plan for, and unplanned variables make him do things we can't predict. Vera nodded. Lure it up, but control where it surfaces, away from the tunnel access. The system confirmed this logic. Surface engagement recommended. Control exit point to avoid compound perimeter proximity. Optimal lure position. Vehicle pit. East sector, 200 meters from tunnel access. They had 11 minutes before it reached level 1. Ethan, Vera, and a 4-person team moved through the escape tunnel to the subway station, then descended to level 1. Red Queen held the blast doors at the transit corridor junction sealed. Every door that the specimen would need to pass through to reach the surface was closed except one. The corridor lighting sequence that would guide it toward the east sector vehicle pit. She's running it through the tunnels, Vera said, watching the corridor lights shift in sequence ahead of them, leading it to the exit point without us being in the corridor. Red Queen, Ethan said. Status. Specimen has entered level 3 access corridor, she said. It is following the lighting differential, as anticipated. ETA to level 1 junction, 14 minutes. A pause. Be advised, it is significantly larger than my previous assessment. The vehicular pit trap may not fully contain it. It doesn't need to contain it, Ethan said. It needs to stop it long enough for the fuel cache to fire. Leon had the fuel cache positioned before Ethan and Vera reached the surface. He had heard the alert, understood the operational picture, and had gone directly to the east sector vehicle pit with the igniter setup and 3 containers of diesel fuel from the compound's reserve. He was already in position when they arrived. The G-mutant surfaced at 0407. It came through the east access shaft with the specific force of something that had been moving at speed and had reached the exit before it registered the change from tunnel to open space. It hit the exterior air and paused. 4 seconds of recalibration, the massive form processing the shift from confined to unconfined. Leon triggered the fuel cache on the second of the pause. The explosion was larger than anything the compound had previously set off in an occupied operational area. The blast wave knocked 3 of the compound's perimeter team off their feet at 200 meters. The east tunnel access point Ethan had been worried about took the edge of the pressure wave and shed a portion of its concrete housing. Not a structural failure, but damage that would need repair. The G-mutant was down. Not destroyed. Down. The T-virus regeneration was already active within seconds, the massive form attempting to push itself upright with the specific inexorable slowness of something that was built to not stop. Vera identified the weak point from the USS biological weaponry briefings she had memorized. The mutation cluster at the dorsal shoulder axis, where the G-virus regeneration was concentrating its repair priority. She positioned at 100 meters and fired 3-round bursts, high-penetration rounds, into the mutation cluster while the regeneration was at peak energy expenditure. The G-mutant stopped moving. It did not die. It went into a dormant state. The regeneration cycle interrupted at a critical phase, the biological system failing to complete the restart sequence. Ethan watched it without moving. Then, how long? Unknown, Vera said. G-virus dormancy periods are variable. But if Red Queen can maintain the containment at the surface level, we don't need it to be dead. We need it to be not in the transit corridor. Red Queen, Ethan said. Can you monitor it from here? The East Sector camera network has 3 positions with coverage of this location, she said. I will maintain active monitoring and alert if dormancy transitions to mobile state. He looked at the collapsed East Tunnel access housing. Darius was going to need to look at the damage assessment. Seal the level 5 containment breach, he told Red Queen. The physical housing requires replacement components I do not have, she said. I can implement secondary containment protocols that reduce the breach probability for the remaining evacuation window. But the permanent repair requires materials currently unavailable in the Hive. What do you need? She gave him the specifications. Juno ran the salvage the next day. The G-mutant remained dormant for 19 hours before showing movement. Red Queen alerted. Ethan had positioned a secondary fuel cache during the dormancy period. They triggered it at the first significant movement. The second dormancy period lasted less long, 8 hours. The third trigger was what finally resolved the situation. not through kinetics, but through Red Queen's discovery that the mutation cluster Vera had targeted was a regeneration priority node, and repeated disruption to that specific location created a cumulative failure state in the G-virus cascade that the organism could not recover from with its existing cellular substrate. On the fourth trigger, the G-mutant did not attempt to push upright. It was over. Ethan looked at the east sector debris field, then at the collapse around the tunnel access, and then at the Darius-shaped hole in his construction schedule. "How bad?" he said when Darius arrived. "4 days to repair, running the full crew," Darius said. "We get it back. But we've lost 4 days from the strategic Citadel push." 4 days. Against a 30-day ceiling that was already tight. "Run the full crew," Ethan said. 24 hours. He looked at the dormant G-mutant in the debris field. Red Queen's cameras would hold the watch. But the east tunnel access was compromised, and 4 days was 4 days. And the system's evacuation margin had just narrowed to something that left no room for the next unexpected thing, whatever it turned out to be. Chapter 72. The new evacuation math, the G-mutant disruption, had collapsed the east tunnel access and burned 4 days from the strategic Citadel construction timeline. Darius's repair crew worked 24-hour rotations. The tunnel was back in structural integrity on day 4, which meant the loss was real but bounded. They had not lost the asset, only the time. But the time loss had created a secondary problem that Ethan had not fully processed until Leon brought it to him at the end of the repair's first day. "The tunnel," Leon said. "It's the primary evacuation route. We built it specifically because it gives us covered movement to the subway station without USS surveillance. If the tunnel gets hit during the evacuation, damaged, blocked, discovered, we have no secondary route. The Hive access shaft," Ethan said, "which requires crossing 3 blocks of open city terrain to reach," Leon said. "At night, with the full population in movement, the crossing is manageable but not manageable in the same way. And if there's a USS force active at that time, there will be a USS force active," Ethan said. "Then we need the tunnel, and we need a backup." He ran it with the system. Tunnel access, primary evacuation route. Backup route required, analysis in progress. The system generated 3 options. The first was a direct surface movement to the subway station. High exposure, USS interception risk, not viable as planned. The second was a secondary tunnel from the compound's west basement to the subway station's alternate access point, a route that bypassed the direct approach but added an additional 40 meters of tunnel construction. The third option was something the system had been generating in the background for 2 days without flagging it as primary, because it didn't fit the standard evacuation model, a split route approach, with the main population using the primary tunnel while a subset used the direct surface crossing in military formation with USS suppression fire as cover. He sat with that option, running it through the threat model. It was viable. It required a USS force distraction, a credible engagement on the compound's north perimeter that held Voss's attention during the crossing. Voss's remaining force was estimated at 22 to 28 personnel, down from 40, depleted by the assaults and by the attrition of operating in an outbreak city for 3 weeks. If Voss's force was engaged on the north perimeter during the evacuation, the south and east approach to the subway station was clear. "We need a distraction element," Ethan said. Leon looked at the option. His expression told Ethan he had already been thinking along the same line. Who runs the distraction? Small team. Experienced. They engage Voss's position on the north perimeter with enough force to hold his attention for 90 minutes. Ethan looked at him. "You're the best person for that team." "I know," Leon said. "The distraction team comes through the tunnel last," Ethan said. "After the main population is clear." Leon nodded. "I'll need Corn and 2 others." "You'll have them," Ethan said. He revised the evacuation plan. Primary route through the tunnel for the main population, led by Vera with the vanguard. Leon's team creating the distraction on the north perimeter and then withdrawing through the tunnel as the last element. Red Queen managing the Hive corridor from below. The revised plan was tighter. It was also more robust. 2 separate elements, 2 different paths, 1 common destination. He presented it to Vera that evening. She worked through the logistics for 40 minutes before saying, "The vanguard element through the Hive is the critical path. If the vanguard stalls, the main population stacks up in the tunnel with no egress. Red Queen controls the corridor," he said. "Red Queen controls the lighting. She can't control where the lickers are at the specific moment the vanguard needs to pass." Vera looked at the corridor map. "We need a second vanguard element, one that moves 50 meters ahead of the main vanguard, clearing the corridor actively, so the main vanguard has a confirmed clear path. You'd need 6 more experienced fighters for that." "I have them," she said. "The team from the Nemesis Light engagement, plus Corn's 2 contacts who came in last week. They're trained, They know the corridor from the drill, and they understand the stakes. He added the second vanguard element to the plan. It was getting complex. Complex plans had more failure points than simple ones. Every element he added was another thing that could go wrong at the wrong moment. But simple plans didn't account for the G-mutant that surfaced unexpectedly, or the tunnel collapse that burned 4 days, or the second evacuation route that a retired RPD officer identified as a critical gap. The plan needed to be complex enough to survive real conditions. He was building it to do exactly that. Leon's distraction element on the north perimeter was the component Ethan trusted least, not because Leon was unreliable, but because distraction elements by definition operated in the highest uncertainty environment of any component in the plan. They were the element that needed to hold USS attention for 90 minutes against a force they didn't have the numbers to defeat, which meant the distraction had to work through deception and environmental advantage rather than direct engagement. Leon had run 3 scenarios through the system and identified a fourth approach that none of the models had flagged. Not a direct engagement at the north perimeter, but a false position, apparent compound activity at the north wall that drew USS attention without requiring compound fighters to hold it. Automated noise sources, lights, a decoy vehicle movement pattern that the system could help him design. If they think we're fortifying the north wall, they don't look at what's moving south, Leon said. It needs to be convincing enough to hold 90 minutes, Ethan said. In the dark, with USS communications active. I know, Leon said. Give me 2 days to design it. He designed it in 2 days. The system validated the deception architecture. Corrin reviewed it from a USS tactical perspective and said, if I were running the north approach with whatever Voss is left, I'd buy this for at least 90 minutes. Maybe longer if the initial contact is convincing. 2 days later, they had a plan Leon believed in. That was the standard Ethan held for every element of the evacuation. Not a plan the system calculated as optimal, but a plan the person executing it believed in, because belief drove execution quality in ways no calculation could fully model. The north element was ready, and the G-mutant was still dormant in the east sector debris field when Voss arrived at the outer defense ring with a white cloth on a rifle and the posture of someone who had run out of every other option. What Voss knew about Ashford's nuke deployment architecture had not yet been factored into the compound's plan, and when it was, everything Ethan had built toward November 14th would need to be reconsidered. Chapter 73. Voss under a white flag. The white flag came from the northeast at 0800 on October 26th. Not a standard signal, a literal white cloth tied to a rifle held horizontally over the head. The universal visual that the system flagged as non-hostile approach indicator before Ethan's eyes had fully processed what he was seeing on the north perimeter camera. The man holding the rifle was Captain Harlan Voss. He came alone to within 20 meters of the compound's outer defense ring and stopped. He held the position. He waited. Ethan went to the north wall and looked at him. Voss was different from the figure Ethan had memorized from the watchtower on the outbreak's first night. The jaw was the same, the form concrete authority of it, the particular posture of a man who had spent his career requiring that the world treat him as its most capable element. But the posture was carrying something now that it hadn't been carrying 3 weeks ago. Not defeat. Voss was not the kind of man who was defeated in the way that could be seen, but a recalibration. The posture of an officer who had run the numbers and arrived at a conclusion the numbers forced. Captain Voss, Ethan said from the wall. Mr. Cross, Voss said. I'd like to talk. Leon appeared at Ethan's shoulder. His expression communicated several things without words. Caution, tactical assessment, the specific look of a former law enforcement professional who had handled enough negotiations to know the difference between a genuine opening and a tactical probe. Come to the gate, Ethan said. Alone. Voss came to the gate. Ethan, Vera, and Leon received him in the compound's outer yard, outside the main blast wall, with the gate closed behind them and Corrin at the wall position with a clear sight line on all 3 of them. Vera and Voss stood 3 meters apart with the specific quality of 2 people who had been adversaries in a professional context and were now required to be in the same space without that context governing the interaction. It was controlled. It was not comfortable. Voss spoke to Ethan, not to Vera. My team is at 9 operational personnel, he said, down from 40 at the outbreak start. The attrition has been the compound's perimeter engagement, disease casualty, and 3 personnel who chose to defect rather than continue the operation. He paused. I have not received the reinforcement that was promised. Ashford has redirected his available assets. The reason he redirected them is something I learned 48 hours ago and have not been able to unknow since. Ethan waited. The Nemesis Light unit that you engaged, Voss said. I was told it was deployed for specimen retrieval, specifically for the Fortress Builder system, which Ashford believed could be extracted and replicated. When it was recovered from the city after the mission reset, I requested the deployment order documentation. He paused. The deployment order was not specimen retrieval. The deployment order was termination. Ethan looked at him steadily. Ashford had changed the objective, Voss said. Somewhere between the first extraction order and the Nemesis Light deployment, he updated the priority from acquire to eliminate. I was not informed of the change. His voice carried the specific, controlled anger of a professional who had been used without his knowledge. I was operating on a mission profile that was no longer accurate. My team was operating on a mission profile that was no longer accurate. You came here for evacuation, Ethan said. I came here because I was given false operational parameters and my team paid for it. And because the organization that gave me those parameters is preparing to nuke this city and call it a terrorist attack. Voss's voice did not change in volume. I came here because you're the only viable exit from a city that is about to be erased. Vera had not moved. She was looking at Voss with the attention of someone reading a text she had memorized for exactly this purpose. Every tell, every calibration, every element of his presentation that told her whether the man she had trained under was being fully honest or was executing a more sophisticated version of the same leverage doctrine she had already escaped once. She stepped forward. Weapons, she said. All of them. Surrendered to the compound armory. Your team follows compound rules. Any attempt to gather intelligence on the Hive access or the evacuation routes is grounds for immediate removal. Voss looked at her for a long moment. Then he looked at Ethan. Ethan waited. Agreed, Voss said. All weapons to your armory. We follow compound rules. He paused. Vera, you should have stayed. It wasn't a rebuke. It was the acknowledgement of a commander who had spent 3 weeks discovering what she had already known when she left. You were the best we had. Vera did not look away from him. I know, she said. That's why I left when I did. Ethan looked at both of them, the former commanding officer and the former operative who had been the best he had, standing 3 meters apart with the weight of 3 weeks of adversarial contact between them, and the weight of everything before that between them as well. He had understood from the moment he decided to admit Voss that this dynamic would be the most difficult management problem the compound had faced since the first assault. He had not found a way to make it easier. He had only found a way to make it workable. Give them separate operational tracks, clear authority in their own domains, and the shared purpose of November 8th as the frame within which every other tension had to be held. Vera understood this. She was already applying it. Her voice had been controlled, her terms were clear, and she had said nothing that was not operationally necessary. The 9 words she had added at the end were for herself, not for Voss. She was not going to let him define what her choice meant. Voss nodded. He understood what he had been told, and what he had not been told, and he was smart enough not to push further. He had come to the compound because it was the only viable option. He would make it work because making it work was the only path to November 8th. And if what he had brought Ethan about the nuke deployment systems was as useful as he believed it to be, that path was about to get considerably shorter. Chapter 74. What Voss brought. Voss's 9-person team came through intake in full compliance. The weapons were surrendered, USS-grade equipment, well-maintained, a significant armory addition. The personnel cleared Mia's intake protocol cleanly. They were placed in the East Zone and given work rotation assignments within the first hour, because idle experienced fighters created management problems, and the compound had 17 different work tracks that needed capable personnel. What Voss brought that mattered more than the personnel and the weapons was the intelligence he had been accumulating for 3 weeks as the commanding officer of the USS field operation in Raccoon City. He sat down with Ethan and Vera and Leon in the command room for 4 hours. He knew the nuke deployment system in detail. Not the authorization timeline Red Queen had decoded from USS communications, but the physical deployment architecture. Ashford had 3 separate nuke deployment systems around the city, positioned at the outbreak's perimeter. They were designed to be survivable individually. If one was disabled, the other 2 could complete the mission. The deployment authorization required 2 of 3 systems to be operational at the time of execution. If we disable 2 of the 3, Ethan said, the authorization can't be executed. Correct, Voss said. Where are the 2 easiest to access? Voss pulled the locations from memory. He had been operating near all 3 systems, knew their security posture, knew the personnel assignments. 2 of the 3 were in umbrella facilities that the USS Force had been maintaining. With Voss's team defected, those facilities were no longer defended. We could disable them, Voss said. But it doesn't stop Ashford. He contacts the board. The board authorizes a non-standard deployment from an external platform. It adds time, maybe 72 hours. He paused. It doesn't stop the nuke. It delays it. 72 hours, Ethan said. Approximately. That's enough time to complete the evacuation and get the broadcast out, Leon said. Yes, Ethan said. He looked at the timeline. The evacuation was planned for November 14th, 10 days before the nuke's authorized window. Disabling the deployment systems bought an additional margin if Ashford moved the timeline forward. It also gave the compound's broadcast operation the maximum time to reach external parties and generate a response before the nuke fired. I need 2 teams, Ethan said. One for each facility. Simultaneous operation. If Ashford learns one is compromised, he activates the third before we can reach it. Voss looked at the map. I can lead one team, he said. I know the north facility's layout completely. I can disable the deployment system in under 40 minutes. Vera looked at him. The south facility, she said. I'll take the south. Ethan had anticipated that she would say this. He had also anticipated the conversation they would need to have before she went, because the south facility was the one that, per Voss's intelligence, Ashford himself was using as a command point. Ashford was at the south facility. He said this out loud. Vera's expression didn't change. That doesn't change the objective, she said. The deployment system is in the sublevel. Ashford is in the command floor. She looked at Ethan directly. I'm not going to do anything that isn't in the mission scope. But I'm not going to avoid the mission because he's there. He believed her. He also knew the situation was exactly the kind of situation where things happened that weren't in the mission scope, and he needed to decide whether to let Vera lead the South facility team. He decided in about 3 seconds. South team is yours, he said. 6 personnel. Voss picks the North team from his people and yours. He looked at both of them. Simultaneous. 48 hours from now. We go in at 0200. The system updated the operational timeline. Deployment system interdiction, added 2 evacuation preparation sequence. Combined timeline impact, critical path unchanged. Critical path unchanged. Everything still came down to November 14th. But November 14th had a predecessor, the broadcast. And the broadcast had a predecessor, the deployment interdiction. And the interdiction had a predecessor, Voss's intelligence on the system architecture, which was now in the compound's operational picture and was being used to plan the operation. The compound's capabilities had expanded significantly in the 24 hours since Voss's team came through the gate. 9 experienced USS operators, familiar with the city's operational geography, with specific knowledge of Ashford's facility layout and nuke deployment architecture. Their integration into the compound's work structure was rapid, not because Ethan had made it easy, but because experienced field personnel understood how operational structures worked and adapted to them quickly. Voss himself was the most difficult integration. Not because he was resistant. He had surrendered his weapons, followed compound rules, accepted his bunk assignment in the East Zone without complaint. But he was a commanding officer who had been stripped of his command, and the adjustment required a kind of discipline that Ethan recognized as genuinely difficult even for disciplined people. He gave Voss a meaningful task within the first hour, intelligence analysis, using his knowledge of Ashford's organizational structure to help Felicia's team build the board's subcommittee documentation. It was exactly the right task, analytically demanding, operationally valuable, and requiring the kind of institutional knowledge that only someone at Voss's level possessed. Voss worked on it for 3 hours and then asked to see the evidence archive Mia had been building. He read it for 4 hours without interruption. When he emerged, he looked at Ethan with an expression that Ethan did not try to interpret. You built this while fighting us, Voss said. Yes, Ethan said. Voss nodded. Then he went back to work. And what he knew about Ashford's nuke deployment architecture was still the variable none of the existing plans had fully incorporated, because until 4 hours ago, no one in the compound had known it existed. Chapter 75. The broadcast required 12 hours of preparation and 1 act of faith. The preparation was technical, Darius configuring the comms array for maximum output range, Felicia compressing the evidence archive into a transmission package that could be received on both standard broadcast frequencies and encrypted government channels. Mia writing the clinical summary in language that was simultaneously technically rigorous and accessible to a non-specialist hearing it for the first time. And Red Queen providing the board's subcommittee documentation in a format that the comms array could transmit without corruption. The act of faith was the assumption that someone outside Raccoon City was listening on the frequencies Ethan was planning to transmit on, and that they had the authority and the willingness to act on what they heard. He had spent a week thinking about who that person might be. Journalists. He had Felicia's network of pre-defection contacts, which included a science correspondent at a national news outlet who had been covering Umbrella Corporation's regulatory issues for 2 years. Federal agents. The FBI had a bioterrorism division with jurisdiction over exactly the kind of evidence archive Mia had built, and Corrin's knowledge of USS communication formats allowed the broadcast to be framed in a way that would clear federal authentication protocols. Foreign intelligence. Red Queen had provided contact frequencies for 2 foreign intelligence agencies that had been actively monitoring umbrella activities, and the board subcommittee's client documentation named both of their governments directly. Ethan was going to transmit to all 3 simultaneously, on a rolling rotation across 12 frequency channels, for 3 hours straight. He sat at the communications station at 2000 on October 29th and looked at the prepared transmission package. Vera was behind him. Leon was at the perimeter, monitoring the USS frequency spectrum for any indication that Ashford had detected the transmission preparation. Darius was at the array control panel, watching the output indicators. If Ashford hears this in real time, Ethan said, he knows the evidence is outside his control. His response will be to accelerate the timeline. Which is why we have the deployment system interdiction plan for 48 hours from now, Vera said. If he accelerates faster than 48 hours, then we accelerate the evacuation, she said. The compound can move on 6 hours' notice. We've drilled it. She paused. Send the broadcast. He sent the broadcast. 3 hours. 12 frequency channels. The evidence archive, the board documentation, the survivor testimonies, the clinical analysis, the geographic documentation of the outbreak's spread pattern, the food supply contamination analysis, the rally point sorting logs, the Category C transport records, Red Queen's security footage of Dr. Marsh at the water treatment interface, the names of 3 umbrella board members, and their client contacts. Everything that was real. At the end of the 3 hours, the comms array went dark, as planned, to avoid pinpointing their location through sustained signal analysis. They waited. The response came at 0340, a signal on a frequency he hadn't transmitted on, using an authentication header that matched the FBI Bioterrorism Division's format exactly. A voice, professional, controlled, asking a series of authentication questions that Felicia confirmed were standard federal contact protocol. They're real, Felicia said. Ethan answered the authentication questions. We received your transmission, the federal contact said. We are transmitting from a secure facility 60 miles northeast of Raccoon City. We cannot enter the outbreak zone before the designated resolution event, but we can receive evidence, and we can act on what we receive. A pause. The board member documentation you transmitted has already been forwarded to 3 jurisdictions and is currently being reviewed by federal prosecutors. He looked at Vera. She was watching him with an expression that was not relief. Relief implied that the outcome had been uncertain. What he saw on her face was something quieter and more complete. The look of a person who had been carrying a burden for 3 weeks and had just been told that someone else was now carrying part of it. Survivors, he said into the transmission. We have 241 survivors. We are evacuating through an underground route on November 14th. We will need a reception on the surface 60 miles northeast of the city. Copy that, the federal contact said. We will have a reception positioned. Confirm your exit coordinates. He confirmed the coordinates. The compound had witnesses. The evidence had destinations. The federal contact had the board member names in the hands of prosecutors. Ashford was going to learn that the broadcast had happened. He was going to do something about it. Ethan had 30 days of federal contact and the deployment interdiction operation planned for 48 hours from now. He reviewed the South Facility intelligence Voss had provided for the 4th time, committing the sub-level layout to memory. The deployment system was in the lowest accessible section, a deliberate architectural choice, Voss had explained, because the nuke mechanism was designed to survive a surface assault. Getting to it required bypassing 2 security layers that had been maintained by Voss's personnel and were now unmanned. Unmanned was not the same as unmonitored. Ashford had camera coverage on both layers. The team would have 40 seconds to pass through each before he could redirect a response. Vera had reviewed the same intelligence twice and had not asked questions, which told Ethan she had internalized the layout and was building the operation in her mind. She had done this before. He had watched her walk through the compound's defense geometry on her first day with the same focused quiet. She did not ask questions about things she could figure out from the available information. She would have one question for him, and she would ask it when she was ready. He looked at Vera. Are you ready for the South Facility? I've been ready, she said. Chapter 76. When Ashford knows Ashford knew by 0800 the morning after the broadcast. His response came on the emergency frequency, his voice, no longer composed in the way it had been in the public broadcasts. The composure was still present in the mechanics of the speech, but something had changed in the layer beneath it. The quality of a man who had been operating from the position of controlling all the information flows had discovered that a significant information flow had left his control. The Raccoon City compound, he said. You've made your transmission. I'm aware of what you sent and who received it. I want you to understand what comes next. A pause. What comes next is a response that will not differentiate between the compound's population and the infected population of Raccoon City. The compound does not have 40 days. You have considerably fewer. He ended the call. Leon looked at Ethan. How few? We don't know, Ethan said. But the interdiction operation has to happen now. Not 48 hours, tonight. Vera was already moving toward the armory. Voss, from the East Zone doorway. I can move up my team's timeline. Do it, Ethan said. He spent the next 6 hours in an accelerated operational tempo that the compound managed with the practiced efficiency of people who had been trained to adapt. The South and North facility interdiction teams prepared simultaneously. The evacuation plan moved to immediate readiness status. Every person in the compound briefed. Every work team given their evacuation role. The subway station tunnel access confirmed open. Red Queen was informed and adjusted her corridor lighting protocols to standby activation posture. The federal contact was informed and requested immediate update on any change to the evacuation timeline. Ethan ran the full compound briefing at 1400. The broadcast, Ashford's response, the accelerated timeline, the evacuation plan. Not in stages anymore. All of it. The compound listened. Then it went to work. At 1900, the interdiction teams deployed. Voss's team north, Vera's team south. Ethan stayed at the compound. He watched the perimeter sensors, tracked the team radio signals, and waited. At 2140, Voss's team confirmed north facility disabled. At 2200, Vera's team confirmed south facility disabled. At 2205, Vera's team reported unexpected contact. Ashford, in person, at the south facility's command floor. Not in the sub-level where the interdiction was occurring, but present in the building. At 2210, the south team was extracting. At 2215, Vera's radio went static. Ethan stared at the communication station for 4 seconds. Then he keyed the secondary channel. At 2218, Vera's voice came back. I'm out, she said. Team is out. The facility is disabled. A pause. Ashford knows it was me. Are you hurt? No, she said. He let out a breath. Come home, he said. She did. She came through the tunnel access at 0020 with the south team, all 6 of them, moving at the controlled pace of a team extracting from a completed operation rather than an emergency withdrawal. Vera had a cut on her forearm from a doorframe in the south facility corridor. She showed it to Mia at the tunnel exit and said superficial before Mia could ask, which was accurate. Ethan met them at the tunnel exit. He looked at Vera. She looked at him. It's done, she said. The system is offline. The diagnostic loop will run for approximately 2 hours before Ashford's technical team identifies the failure. After that, he has to contact the board for alternate authorization. She paused. The alternate authorization process takes 72 hours minimum, longer if any of the board members are traveling. The broadcast reached federal prosecutors 4 hours ago, Ethan said. The board members are going to be managing that situation at the same time they're being asked to authorize the alternate nuke deployment. That slows them down further, she said. Yes. She looked at him for another moment. Then she said, he saw me. At the south facility. We made eye contact in the command floor corridor before the team extracted. A pause. He's going to know the compound sent the team. He's going to know I was there. We expected that, Ethan said. Yes, she said. We expected it. She looked at the tunnel access behind her, back toward the Hive, back toward the route they would all be taking in less than 2 weeks. Whatever he does about it, we have the margin to handle it. We have the margin, Ethan said. She nodded once. She went to find Mia for the arm assessment. Ethan watched her go and then stood alone at the tunnel access for a moment before he went back to the command room. The compound was going to face whatever Ashford did about it. And Ashford was going to do something. A man who had seen the person who betrayed him and the compound that sheltered her, who had watched his information environment and his physical infrastructure and his nuke deployment capability all compromised in the same 48-hour window, was going to respond with everything he had left. Ethan ran the threat model before he went asleep. Ashford's remaining operational assets in the city were estimated at 18 to 22 USS personnel, depleted, but not destroyed. The Nemesis Light unit was gone. The 2 deployment systems were offline. But a man like Ashford did not run out of options when he ran out of soldiers. He ran out of options when he ran out of resources, and the board subcommittee he reported to still had resources that Ethan could not fully map. The federal prosecutors now had the board member names. That was a constraint on Ashford, but constraints did not stop people. They redirected them. Whatever Ashford launched next, it would not look like the last assault. It would look like something Ethan had not yet planned for. And the 30-day ceiling was running against a compound that had never, not once since September 24th, faced a problem it had anticipated in its full form before it arrived. 30 days, possibly considerably fewer, and Ashford had just been shown exactly how much the compound knew about him. Chapter 77. The final assault. Ashford's response to the interdiction came at 0600 the following morning. Not a broadcast, not an information operation. A full military assault, the largest USS force mobilization of the entire 3-week operation, conducted with the specific ferocity of a director who had lost control of his information environment and physical infrastructure and was responding with the one tool that didn't require maintaining either. The compound's sensors registered the assault element at 0558, the system's extreme threat designation activating across every perimeter position simultaneously. Multiple contact signatures, 3 approach vectors, heavy equipment on the northeast corridor. Estimated assault force, 47 to 53 personnel. Heavy weapons confirmed. Mortar element detected, northwest elevation, 47 to 53. Ashford had called in his last reserve. Ethan activated the compound-wide alert. Defense Condition 1. All positions. The strategic Citadel's defense architecture activated in the way it had been designed. The distributed command elements each receiving their position assignments and authority designations. The compound's fighters moving to the new 3-ring defensive posture. The independent firing elements coordinating on their sector frequencies without requiring command room direction. Vera took the south. Leon took the north and west. Corin took the east. Voss, in his first compound defense operation, took the northwest elevation where the mortar element was positioning, because he had been a USS captain long enough to know how a mortar team operated and exactly what posture would take it off the board before the first round fired. Ethan took the command center. The assault hit at 0603. It was the most coordinated attack the compound had faced. 3 axes moving simultaneously with professional timing. The mortar element firing 6 rounds before Voss's counter team reached their position. The 6th round destroyed the 2nd watchtower. It was empty. Ethan had moved the watchtower personnel at 0559 after the system identified the northwest elevation signature. Juno was not in the empty watchtower. She had been there 5 minutes before the round hit. The strategic Citadel's outer defense ring absorbed the first push on all 3 axes. The channeling geometry funneled each assault element into the prepared kill zones. The independent firing positions on the roof engaged from elevation, while the perimeter teams held the corridor entries. It lasted 40 minutes. When it broke, the USS assault force had pulled back with heavy casualties. The compound had lost the 2nd watchtower and sustained damage to the northeast outer ring, the section that had been rebuilt with the captured USS ballistic paneling after the 2nd assault. The paneling had done its job. The ring was damaged but not breached. 7 compound fighters were wounded. 2 were serious. Ethan walked the perimeter after the withdrawal. He made himself visible, the way he always did. The system pulsed, assault repelled. Compound integrity, maintained. USS force estimated remaining, 18 to 22 personnel. Ashford operational capacity, critical degradation, 18 to 22. Down from 47 to 53 in 40 minutes. Critical degradation. The compound had cost Ashford his last military asset in the city. But Ashford still had a nuke authorization, and he had a phone. And the government task force that the federal contact represented couldn't stop him from making that call before the evacuation completed. 26 days left, possibly fewer. Leon appeared at Ethan's shoulder. We need to move the evacuation date. I know, Ethan said. How soon can we move? Ethan looked at the system. Evacuation readiness, 87%. Remaining preparation, final drill, medical staging, Vanguard confirmation. November 8th, he said. 6 days from now. Then we have 6 days. He looked at the compound, the damaged watchtower, the crews already beginning the assessment of what could be repaired and what needed to be replaced, the full compound population who had survived everything the city had sent at them and were now 6 days from the exit. 6 days. He had built everything that could be built. The rest was execution. He walked the compound after the assault broke, the perimeter, the wall sections, the medical wing where the wounded were being assessed. He made himself visible and available and present, because the people who had just held their positions through a 40-minute assault against the largest force the compound had faced needed to see that the person asking them to hold for 6 more days was not sitting in the command room calculating their odds. 7 wounded. 2 serious. The 2nd watchtower gone. The northeast outer ring damaged. He looked at the damage and thought about what it would take to repair it in 6 days. The answer was less than a full day's work, because the strategic Citadel's materials were superior to everything that had come before and the repair scope was bounded. He thought about the 6 people who had joined the compound in the last 3 days, the 8 intake spaces he had kept open for exactly this kind of last-moment arrival. 3 of them had come in on the morning of the assault with a group that had been holding in the warehouse district, navigating toward the compound's broadcast signal. They had come through intake, been cleared, been assigned positions, and had then held those positions during a USS assault they had not been expecting on the same day they arrived. Ethan found one of them, a woman named Torres, sitting against the east wall after the all-clear. She looked at him with the expression of someone who had not yet fully processed the last 4 hours. "You're going to tell them about the evacuation?" she said. It wasn't a question. "Tomorrow," he said. "Good," she said. "Because what I just survived, I'd like to know it was for something." "It was," he said. 6 days. The rest was execution, and the compound had proven, 40 minutes at a time, that execution was something it could do. What it had not yet proven was whether it could hold together through 6 more days of Ashford's remaining options, and those options were the ones that didn't require soldiers to deploy. Chapter 78. The watchtower falls. The watchtower fell, and Juno wasn't in it. She was at the southeast corner of the main structure when the mortar round hit, 30 meters from where she would have been. She heard the impact and felt the concussive pressure through the wall she was standing against, and turned to see the northwest watchtower's top section separate from its base in a cascade of debris and dust. She stood in the settling dust and did not move for 3 seconds. Then she went back to her position and reported the damage to Ethan on the sector channel. He heard her voice and said, "Confirmed. Are you clear?" "Clear," she said. He had moved her. She had been in the watchtower position for 4 hours before Ethan came through on the sector channel at 0559 and said, without explanation, "Juno. Southeast corner now." The watchtower had been empty for 5 minutes when the round hit. She had learned to understand how the system worked over 3 weeks of watching Ethan operate. The system saw things before the person making decisions had fully articulated what they were seeing. It produced recommendations that arrived ahead of the reasoning that would have generated them without the system's assistance. It had told Ethan the mortar elevation was a threat, and he had told her to move, and the watchtower was rubble. She spent the assault at the southeast position, maintaining the sector channel, tracking the east approach assault element, reporting positions and movement data that Corin's team needed to maintain their coverage angle. She was not the most experienced fighter in the compound. She was, by the compound's consensus, one of the 3 most effective intelligence gatherers it had. After the assault, she helped pull debris from the fallen watchtower section. Darius supervised the structural assessment from the base of the rubble pile, checking each piece as it was cleared to determine what was reparable. 2 compound fighters had been in secondary positions adjacent to the watchtower when it fell. Both were wounded, concussive injury and debris lacerations. Neither was critical. Mia had them in the medical wing by 0650. Ethan visited both of them at 0800. He stayed 45 minutes. Darius was buried under rubble for 8 minutes during the debris clearance, a secondary collapse of a section that had appeared stable. Ethan heard it happen from the command room via the sector channel, heard Darius's voice cut out, heard the controlled urgency of the clearance crew. He was at the rubble site in 4 minutes. By the time he arrived, the crew had Darius partially clear. The remaining debris was accessible. They had him out in 3 more minutes. Darius sat in the dust with a cut on his forehead and looked at the damage assessment sheet he had been carrying, which was somehow mostly intact. "The northeast outer ring," he said. 3 sections need full replacement. The outer structural posts can be salvaged." He looked at the sheet. 7 hours with the full crew. 7 hours, Ethan said. 6 if I don't sleep. 7, Ethan said. "You sleep." Darius looked at the cut on his forehead, touching it with one hand in a distracted way that told Ethan he was already thinking about the structural sequence rather than about the cut. "The outer ring needs to hold for 6 more days, Ethan said. "And then we leave. Don't build it to last forever." Darius looked at him. "I don't know how to build things that aren't supposed to last," he said. Ethan considered that for a moment. "Then build it to last 6 days, he said. "That's all it needs." 6 days. The ring repair went up in 7 hours and 11 minutes. Darius supervised it from a stool because his feet had given out after the 20-hour run on the tunnel work, which meant he directed the ring repair by voice and inspection while Juno's crew and 2 of Voss's former team members did the physical work. The combination was efficient, Darius's precision and Voss's team's construction experience, creating a working tempo that had the ring sections complete ahead of Darius's own estimate. When it was done, Darius stood and walked the repaired section with his measuring tape, checking the tolerances with the same methodical attention he brought to every piece of structural work he had ever put his name to. "It'll hold," he said. "For 6 days, Ethan said. Darius looked at him sideways. "I build things to last." "I know," Ethan said. "The tunnel will last," Darius said. "The defense rings will last. The compound, The building itself will outlast us. Whatever Umbrella does to this city, the structure we built will still be standing when people come back in 50 years and try to understand what happened here. He paused. I want them to be able to understand it from the structure. Ethan looked at the repaired ring section. He thought about the warehouse on Ennerdale Street that had been a loading dock before it was a fortress, and what it would look like in 50 years, with the blast walls and the perimeter geometry and the layered defense architecture that the system had blueprint and Darius had built. They'll understand, he said. The structure is clear. Darius nodded once. Then he picked up his tools and went back to the tunnel to make sure the access concealment panels were still properly aligned after the assault's vibration. 5 more days. And somewhere in the city, Ashford was standing in the south facility looking at the disabled deployment system and making the call to the board that would determine whether the compound's 5-day margin was real or was a number that was about to change. Chapter 79. The cost the North Breach held. Vera held it. 11 minutes at the North Wall junction while the assault element that had penetrated the outer ring's channeling corridor pushed against the blast wall's secondary position. 11 minutes of sustained small arms fire from a position that gave her the geometry advantage but not the numbers advantage. 3 people at the junction against an element that had committed 8. She held it long enough for Leon's team to complete the north flanking movement and close the gap. By the time Leon's team arrived, the assault element had withdrawn 2 personnel and the remaining 6 were manageable. Leon found her at the wall after the assault broke. Her jacket had a tear in the upper right arm where a round had grazed the material without touching her. She was watching the north approach corridor and did not turn when he approached. You're bleeding, he said. It's a graze, she said. She was right. Mia confirmed it later. A surface wound, painful, not deep. The compound's final assault cost had been real. 7 fighters wounded, 2 serious, 5 minor. The 2 serious cases were in the medical wing under Mia's care. Both would be mobile before the November 8th evacuation date. Mia had run the clinical projection twice and confirmed it both times. The second watchtower was gone. The northeast outer ring was under repair. The southeast corner of the main structure had taken fire from the east assault element and needed structural inspection. Darius was on it by 0900. The compound's silence after a sustained assault was a different quality than the silence of an ordinary night. It had the density of 40 minutes of concentrated attention, decision, movement, fire, withdrawal, compressed into the space of a building that was still standing, still powered, still occupied by people who had each individually made a series of choices about where to stand and what to do and had survived the choices. The silence held all of that. It was not emptiness. It was the specific fullness of aftermath. Ethan walked the compound in the assault's aftermath the way he always did, not to inspect damage, though he was doing that too, but to be seen. The people who had held their positions through 40 minutes of the largest USS assault the city had seen needed to know that the person who had put them there was walking the same ground they had defended. He stopped at each position. He did not deliver speeches. He asked specific questions. How was your ammunition supply? Where did the geometry work? Where did it fail? What would you change? Corin gave him 3 tactical corrections for the east approach corridor that Ethan incorporated into the compound's standing defense protocol on the spot. Juno gave him a supply assessment of what the watchtower loss meant for elevated observation capability and a proposal for a temporary replacement that she had already started building in her head. They were doing what they always did when the situation changed, adapting. Mia gave him the injury breakdown with the clinical precision she applied to everything. The 2 serious cases were a rib fracture from a wall impact and a shrapnel wound that had required surgical extraction. Both were stable. The 5 minor cases were mobile and on light duty. No casualties. A result Mia noted with the specific emphasis of someone who understood that the difference between serious and fatal in a compound under assault was often measured in seconds. Ethan wrote the post-assault report at 1000. He wrote it methodically, the way he had written every operational report since the first night. Facts, sequence, assessment, requirement. The compound had sustained the assault. The compound's operational capacity was intact. The evacuation timeline was unchanged at November 8th. He looked at the report for a moment after he finished writing it. Then he added one more line at the bottom, in a section of the log that was his alone and not distributed to the inner circle. Personnel, Vera Solis. North Breach. 11 minutes. Compound held. He closed the log. Leon appeared in the command room doorway. He was carrying 2 cups of coffee, a gesture that Ethan had come to recognize as Leon's version of acknowledging that something significant had happened and required a moment of acknowledgement outside of operational language. They drank the coffee. They did not say anything for a while. Then Leon said, 7 dead since the first night. 19 wounded across all engagements. Ethan kept the count. He always kept the count. And all of them still alive, Leon said. Not as an offset. As a fact that existed alongside the other facts in the same ledger. Yes, Ethan said. Leon finished his coffee. Red Queen broadcast. Nuke deployment window narrowing. She's detecting USS communication traffic consistent with accelerated authorization. November 8th holds, Ethan said. I know. Leon set down the empty cup. 6 days. 6 days, and Ashford had just committed his last military reserve to an assault that had failed, which meant his next move would not be military. A man who had run out of soldiers, but still had a phone and a board that controlled a nuke deployment authorization was not a man who had run out of options. He was a man whose remaining options were the ones that could not be defended against from inside a compound wall. Chapter 80. The plan comes together. Ethan called the full evacuation planning session at 1400 on November 2nd. He had 6 days. The evacuation planning session had the compound's full population waiting for it. Red Queen had confirmed the corridor was as prepared as she could make it. Darius had confirmed the tunnel, the elevator, the secondary route. Vera had confirmed the vanguard teams. Leon had confirmed the north perimeter distraction element. Voss had confirmed his team's position in the security structure. What Ethan wanted from this meeting was not new information. What he wanted was a unified understanding. Everyone in the same room. Everyone working from the same picture. Every question asked and answered before the night of November 8th, when there would not be time to ask them. He ran through the full evacuation sequence. Vera's vanguard entered the tunnel at 2200 on November 8th. The second vanguard element, 6 people, ahead of the first, would already be in the corridor at 2150, pre-clearing the first 100 meters. The main population would begin tunnel entry at 2215 in 12-person segments. Leon's distraction team would engage Voss's remaining USS force on the north perimeter at 2300, holding for 90 minutes. The last evacuation segment would enter the tunnel at 0015. Leon's team would enter the tunnel at 0100. The freight elevator would run continuously for the transit corridor population starting at 2230. At the calculated rate, the last segment would be on the elevator at 0330. All personnel on the surface by 0415. The Federal Contacts Reception Team would be at the surface access point by 0200. Enough margin to receive the early groups and manage the medical cases. Nuke authorization window. The deployment system interdiction had bought 72 hours minimum. Red Queen's timeline estimate put the earliest possible execution at November 15th. The evacuation completed November 9th at 0415. Margin, 5 hours, 37 minutes. That's not a comfortable margin, Leon said. No, Ethan said. What happens if the interdiction timeline is wrong? Red Queen monitors the USS communications continuously, Ethan said. She will give us an alert if the deployment authorization moves up. We have 6 hours from the moment she flags an acceleration to complete the evacuation. 6 hours, Leon said. 6 hours, Ethan confirmed. Darius looked at the freight elevator timing. If we hit a delay event in the corridor, liquor contact, elevator malfunction, medical emergency, we lose time directly from that margin. Red Queen manages the corridor, Ethan said. We've drilled it. The elevator has been tested. Medical staging is designed to move non-ambulatory cases in the second segment, not the last. He looked at Darius. What's your honest assessment of the elevator risk? Darius thought for a moment. The elevator is sound. If it fails, we have a ladder. The ladder adds time, 30 minutes to 45 minutes for the full population. He paused. We're not margin comfortable, but we're not margin critical. Vera had been watching the display. She said, the thing I'm most concerned about is Dr. Marsh. The room was quiet. She's in the city, Vera said. She knows the Hive. She knows Red Queen's system. If she decides to enter the transit corridor during the evacuation, Red Queen will detect her, Ethan said. Red Queen detected her late the last 2 times she entered level 1. Her movement pattern has become less predictable. Vera looked at Ethan. I want authorization to pursue and contain if she shows up in the corridor during the evacuation. You have it, he said. The session ran 2 hours. Every variable was named. Every contingency was assigned to a responsible person. Every decision point was pre-decided. When it was over, Ethan looked at the people in the room. Leon, Vera, Mia, Darius, Juno, Voss, Corin, Felicia, and thought about the fact that 6 weeks ago, none of them had known each other, and a city had been deliberate murdered around them, and they had built something together in the space the city left. 6 days, he said. Let's use them well. He stood up. There's one more thing, Darius said. He had been waiting until the end to say it. The tunnel capacity. I ran the numbers 3 times, and I need to tell you. If the population is above 250 when we start the evacuation, the tunnel throughput becomes the constraint. Above 250 people, the 12-person segment timing breaks down. Ethan looked at him. We're at 241. Yes, Darius said. But we're still receiving signals on the broadcast frequency. If someone shows up at the gate in the next 6 days. The room was quiet with that for a moment. Ethan thought about the 31 Category C survivors who had been transported to the Hive. He thought about the man who had departed independently with status unknown. He thought about every person who had heard the broadcast and was still moving through the city toward the signal. We hold intake at 249, he said. 8 more. And we stop taking anyone after November 6th, 2 days before the evacuation, to allow full integration. He paused. If someone comes to the gate on November 7th, we bring them in. If someone comes on November 8th, we make room, Vera said. We make room, he said. The session ended. 6 days. The system pulsed at the edge of his vision, steady and patient. Strategic Citadel active. Evacuation staging confirmed. Transit corridor operational. Departure, 6 days. 6 days. He had built everything that could be built, and what remained was the thing that could not be built, only done. He looked at the compound one more time through the command room window. The lights in every section. The perimeter watch at their positions. The medical wing where Mia's team was working. The East Zone, where Voss's personnel had integrated into the compound's daily rhythm with the efficiency of experienced operators who understood how to work within a structure someone else had built. 241 people. 14 days from now, they would be standing in a forest 4 miles outside a city that was about to become history. Whatever happened in the next 6 days, the exit was real. The Fortress Builder system had given him the path from a warehouse to this. All he had to do now was walk it. And hope that the board's authorization timeline held, that Dr. Marsh stayed out of the corridor, that nothing in the next 6 days demanded the kind of price the compound could not afford to pay. Chapter 81. The evacuation begins. The evacuation began at 2,200 on November 8th, exactly as planned. Vera's vanguard entered the tunnel first, 6 people in a tight diamond formation, moving with the practiced pace they had built across 7 drill iterations. The tunnel access panel closed behind them without sound. Darius had engineered the concealment mechanism with the same care he brought to every structural decision. The panel fit the wall frame precisely, aligned to the millimeter, indistinguishable from the surrounding concrete when closed. From inside the compound's basement corridor, the wall looked undisturbed. Ethan stood at the tunnel access point and watched the first 12-person segment begin their descent at 22:15. Non-combatants first, then children, then the 2 serious medical cases from the final assault. He had run the sequencing with the system 3 times across the previous 2 days and confirmed it each time. The most vulnerable went first, carried by the evacuation structure rather than left to last-minute decisions made under pressure by people who were exhausted and afraid. The sequencing existed specifically so that those decisions had already been made. Leon's distraction team was already at the north perimeter. The false position architecture Voss had designed was active, for automated noise sources positioned to suggest fortification activity, a decoy vehicle movement pattern timed to the intervals a USS surveillance element would expect to see during a compound in defensive mode. The deception was built on Voss's specific operational knowledge. He knew how a depleted USS element would interpret compound activity in the dark, and he had designed the false signal to be exactly the pattern they were trained to recognize. Red Queen had confirmed Level 1's corridor status at 2,100. 12 liquor elements on Level 1, all positions logged, lighting protocol fully engaged. The second Vanguard element, 6 people moving 50 meters ahead of Vera's primary Vanguard, would pre-clear the first 100 meters before the first 12-person segment reached the Hive entry. The clearance would be confirmed and held before the civilian population entered the corridor. The first 60 survivors reached the transit corridor by 2300. Then Vera's radio crackled on the command frequency. "Contact at Junction Alpha," she said. Her voice carried the controlled compression she applied to every tactical report, a fact delivered without reaction, because reacting was what the situation had to wait while the team solved the problem. 7 contacts, not 3. Sealing grid positions. Lighting differential failed to redirect. Ethan ran the calculation. 7 liquor elements at the first junction against a 6-person Vanguard. The ventilation alcove blind spot Red Queen had flagged during the initial inspection run. The section of overhead space where her sensors had incomplete coverage, where a BOW could position itself and not register until it moved toward a target. "Red Queen," he said. "Overhead suppression, Junction Alpha. The suppression system in that section has a 12% malfunction probability," she said. The system was tested, but not at full load. Trigger it, Ethan said. A pause of 2 seconds while Red Queen ran whatever internal assessment an AI, with her processing capacity, ran in 2 seconds. Then the suppression activated. 4 of the 7 liquor elements were driven by the discharge, and the lighting shift Red Queen layered immediately after, the 2-part response she had tested during the preparation phase. The remaining 3 were positioned in ventilation grid spaces that the suppression's discharge geometry did not fully reach. 3 in the upper grid positions, Vera reported. Second Vanguard element needs to hold the junction approach. Second Vanguard, Ethan said. Held position at junction alpha. 3 overhead contacts. Hold until the primary segment clears. The second Vanguard's team leader confirmed. They pushed to the junction and established a maintained presence below the 3 remaining liquor positions. Enough presence that the BOW element stayed focused on the held position rather than tracking the movement of the main group passing through below and beside them. The first 60 survivors transited the junction in 11 minutes and 20 seconds. Then the second segment began their approach. Ethan tracked the numbers in his working count. At 23:10, 64 people had cleared the level 1 passage and were in the elevator cycle, 12 on the freight elevator in their first ascent cycle, the third 12-person segment entering the tunnel access. 47 minutes into the evacuation and on the planned schedule. Not ahead of it. The junction delay had absorbed the efficiency buffer from the early transit run, but on the schedule they had built. Red Queen updated the liquor position map on a continuous cycle. As the evacuation population moved through the corridor, her lighting protocols created a moving sterile zone, pushing BOW elements ahead of the wave and holding them out of the path behind it. The technique had been demonstrated in the drills. What the drills had not been able to fully demonstrate was what it looked like when 200 people depended on it in real conditions rather than a controlled rehearsal. It looked like this. The lights ahead of the group brightened slightly in the direction they needed to move and dimmed behind and to the sides. It was subtle enough that the people in the corridor probably didn't consciously register it as management. They just moved toward the lit space, which was what the system needed them to do. At 23:42, the first surface confirmation came through the command channel. 12 survivors at the exit point, Federal reception team on site. First group beginning the loading sequence into the waiting transport vehicles. A professional voice, calm, 60 miles from where the city was going to be a nuclear event in fewer than 24 hours. Ethan allowed himself a single second to process it. 1 second of the specific kind of confirmation that comes when the thing you have been building toward for 41 days produces its first real output in the physical world. A person, alive, above ground, in a vehicle that was going to take them somewhere safe. Then he went back to the count. 84 had cleared the Hive's main passage. 36 in the elevator cycle. 2 segments queued in the tunnel. The pace was holding, and the second major contact event had not yet arrived. He had planned for it. He had not planned for the specific form it would take, because he had learned over 6 weeks that specific forms were what planning could not fully anticipate. What planning could do was build the response capacity for the form, whatever it turned out to be. The question was not whether the second event would come. It would. The question was whether the structure would hold when it did. Chapter 82. Level 2 flickers at 23:58. Level 2 power flickered. Not a full outage, a 70 millisecond drop in recovery. The kind of variation that could be grid instability from 6 weeks of improvised power management, or could be something more targeted. Red Queen flagged it in the same moment it registered on her monitoring systems. Level 2 power. Anomalous variation. Cause. Under investigation. Ethan was at the tunnel access managing the 4th segment's descent. He handed the descent management to Corin, who took it without a word, because she had been briefed on every contingency in the evacuation plan, and this was one of the ones they had named specifically, and stepped to the command terminal. Red Queen had patched into the Level 1 central junction. Red Queen. What am I looking at? Level 2 power grid is showing interference at 3 conduit nodes, she said. The pattern is consistent with manual disruption rather than natural grid variation. A grid instability produces a uniform drop profile. This is targeted. The interference is at specific node locations, not distributed across the grid. She paused. I cannot confirm the source without physical inspection. The Level 2 sensor grid has 3 coverage gaps remaining from the breach event repair that was not fully completed before the evacuation. Manual disruption. Targeted. Ethan ran the candidate list in under 3 seconds. The USS Remnant force on the north perimeter was engaged by Leon's false position architecture. Voss's former personnel were integrated into the evacuation sequence. The BOW elements were under Red Queen's active tracking and lighting management. The facility was empty of all personnel who had not come with the compound. The candidate list had one name. Dr. Marsh, he said. The conduit interference pattern is consistent with her documented approach methodology from the Level 1 access events, Red Queen confirmed. She knows the Level 2 power grid. She designed several of its maintenance protocols 3 years prior to her clearance revocation. She was using her own designs against them. He ran the threat model. The compound's evacuation depended on Red Queen's lighting protocol in the transit corridor. The lighting protocol depended on the Level 2 power grid. The Level 2 power grid was being manually disrupted by a T-virus-modified researcher who had designed the facility's infrastructure and had been in the city for 6 weeks, evolving in ways none of them could fully model. The system updated. Level 2 power threat, critical path risk. Recommended response, immediate interdiction. Leon, he said into the command frequency. Pull the distraction element. I need you and Voss for Level 2 hunter operation, immediate. A pause. Leon was at the north perimeter. Pulling the distraction team meant deactivating the false position architecture, which meant the USS Remnant Force would lose the signal that was holding their attention on the compound's north wall rather than on the evacuation movement on the south side. How critical is the Level 2 threat? Leon said. If she reaches the primary conduit cluster and disables it, we lose Red Queen's lighting protocol in transit corridor sections 4 through 7. Ethan said. Those sections are where the main evacuation population is currently moving. Without lighting management, BOW elements stop being redirected. A pause of 3 seconds. Then, moving. The calculation was correct. The distraction was a precaution against a threat that existed in probability. Marsh was a threat that was materializing right now, underground, in infrastructure she had designed. A precaution did not outweigh an active critical path risk. Ethan gave Corrin the full descent management brief, told Red Queen to maximize monitoring on the Level 2 Cluster 7 approach corridors, and went to find the fastest route to the Hive access. If Leon and Voss were running, he was running with them, because the 9-minute window between the hunter team's entry and the primary conduit cluster was a margin, not a guarantee, and every second of the margin that he spent standing at the tunnel access was a second he was not using. He found the Hive access in 4 minutes and started down. The evacuation count was still moving in his operational mind. 112 through the corridor, 42 in the elevator cycle, 3 segments queued. The pace was holding. The people in the transit corridor had no knowledge of what was happening in Level 2. They were walking through Red Queen's managed corridor with the practiced efficiency of 7 drill iterations, and that practice was exactly what Ethan needed them to do right now. Not respond to a Level 2 emergency they couldn't see, but walk the corridor they had been trained to walk. Red Queen updated the Level 2 position on his earpiece as he descended. Marsh was still moving toward Cluster 7. The 90-second lighting slowdown he had requested had bought time. He was going to reach Cluster 7 before she completed the splice disconnect, or he was not, and there was nothing he could do about the probability while he was descending a ladder. He thought about what the evacuation looked like from Marsh's perspective. 200 people moving through the Hive's infrastructure, the infrastructure she had helped design, the facility she had been living in and evolving in for 6 weeks. She knew every corridor, every maintenance access route, every power node. She had been the most dangerous person in this facility since the moment the Level 2 power came back and gave her full operational context for the resources available to her. She was also, by her own assessment, becoming something she did not have complete data on. That combination, maximum facility knowledge, decreasing predictability, was what the complex classification had been telling him since day 1. He reached Level 2 and started running. And somewhere in the research corridors ahead, Marsh was running too. Chapter 83. The hunter team they entered Level 2 at 0014. Ethan, Leon, and Voss, moving faster than the evacuation's deliberate walk and quieter than the urgency required. Red Queen managed the overhead lighting ahead of them, building the moving clear zone for 3 people rather than 200, keeping BOW elements out of the path and guiding the hunter team through the Level 2 corridor geometry toward Cluster 7. Level 2 was not the transit corridor. The transit corridor was industrial scale, wide enough for specimen transport canisters, built for large equipment, the geometry of space designed to move things through efficiently. Level 2 was research infrastructure. Narrower corridors, sealed laboratory sections with the biohazard coding on every door, the specific architectural language of a space designed to contain experiments rather than allow movement through it. Moving through it at speed required reading the space differently, and Ethan's bone memory of the transit corridor did not transfer to Level 2's geometry. Leon moved in front. He had the pattern-reading instinct of a retired RPD officer who had spent 30 years entering buildings where things were waiting. The ability to assess a space's tactical geometry in the time it took to move through it. without stopping to consciously analyze the assessment. He managed his sector and reported what he found in the compressed language of a professional who had spent 3 decades entering hostile structures and learned which details were signal and which were noise. Voss moved on the right flank. The change in him since he had come through the compound's gate was visible in how he occupied space in a tactical operation. The weapon's hold was less aggressive, the movement pattern more integrated with the team around him rather than parallel to it. He was operating within someone else's command structure, and he had made that adjustment fully because it was the only adjustment that made operational sense. Red Queen updated Marsh's position every 15 seconds, 120 meters to Cluster 7. 100 meters. They were gaining, but the gap was closing slowly. What does she need to complete the disable? Leon asked. Physical disconnection of the primary conduit splice, Red Queen said. Approximately 2 minutes of focused work. The splice is a physical connection. She has to be at the panel to execute it. If she reaches the panel and begins the disconnect, I cannot interrupt it remotely. 2 minutes of work. They had 5 minutes of distance. The math was tight. Red Queen, Ethan said. Can you slow her without alerting her to active countermeasures? I can reduce the lighting in her current corridor section, Red Queen said. It will require her to slow her navigation pace to compensate for reduced visibility. This adds approximately 90 seconds to her approach time. She will likely identify it as a lighting protocol variation rather than active management. Her knowledge of the system means she will recognize intentional dimming. Do it, Ethan said. The lighting in Marsh's approach corridor dimmed. 90 seconds. Not much, but across 5 minutes of distance, 90 seconds was the difference between reaching the cluster before or after her. They reached the intersection to Cluster 7 at 0022. Marsh was there. She was at the conduit splice panel, her back to them, working with the focused calm of a researcher executing a familiar procedure. She wore the modified biohazard suit, but the suit specifications no longer fit her correctly. The T-virus modifications had altered her physiology. The subcutaneous tissue quality visible at the suit's exposed areas had a different texture and density than baseline human tissue, and the joint angles in her hands as she worked at the panel were slightly beyond the standard human range of motion. She turned before Ethan spoke, not flinching, turning with the measured pace of someone who had been aware they were followed and had already decided how to handle that knowledge before the team arrived. Her face carried the same clinical assessment expression Red Queen's footage had shown. The intelligence behind the modified physiology was intact and operating. She looked at Ethan, then at Leon, then at Voss, and her expression registered each as a tactical variable without pausing on any of them. I need you to understand what I'm doing and why, she said. Her voice had the quality he had heard in the radio contact, the precision of a researcher who had built her argument on data and was delivering it to an audience she needed to convince rather than an audience she needed to manage. Step away from the conduit, Ethan said. If I seal this cluster, it doesn't damage your evacuation, she said. It reroutes your population through Level 3. Level 3 is a section of this facility I know more completely than Level 1. I can manage it more directly. She looked at him steadily. I am not trying to stop your people from getting out. I am trying to ensure I am not left behind when they do. Leon's weapon was up and held steady. Voss had flanked right with a clean angle. Ethan held the conversation because she had not completed the splice disconnect, and every second of conversation was a second in which the Level 2 power grid remained intact and Red Queen's lighting protocol remained operational. He needed to keep her talking until she stepped away from the panel. After that, the decision could follow. You told me you wouldn't be alone for long, he said. What did you mean by that? Her expression shifted, not to emotion, but to something more layered, the look of a scientist deciding how much of a complex answer to give. I have been conducting self-modification experiments for 6 weeks, she said. The T-virus cascade progression is following the parameters I designed when I built the original protocol. The primary modifications are tracking to projection, but there are secondary effects in the peripheral nervous system that I did not anticipate, effects that are accelerating past my projected rate. She held his gaze. I am becoming something I don't have complete data on. I would prefer to undergo that process in Mia Cho's laboratory rather than in this city, alone, with nothing but my own notes and whatever Red Queen can tell me through the facility's monitoring. She stepped back from the conduit panel. Chapter 84. The terms Ethan's decision took 4 seconds. The 4 seconds had contained the following elements: the status of the evacuation above him, the specific capability she had just demonstrated by stepping away from the conduit rather than completing the sabotage, the probability calculation about whether holding her in Level 2 carried more risk than the alternatives, and the one variable that the system could not fully calculate. The residual humanity in a person who had been modifying herself with T-virus derivatives for months and had, still, in this moment, made a choice that served other people's survival rather than only her own. Marsh had stepped back from the panel. The Level 2 power grid was intact. The immediate critical path threat was resolved. What remained was the decision about what to do with the T-virus modified researcher who had initiated the Raccoon City outbreak, had been living in the city for 6 weeks, evolving in ways she couldn't fully model, and had just demonstrated that she had both the capability and the willingness to disable the evacuation's power infrastructure. The decision had to be made now, in Level 2, with the evacuation moving through the transit corridor above him. He could not defer it, or take it back to the inner circle, or run the threat model through 10 additional iterations. He had the information he had, and he had to decide. He stepped forward to stand 3 meters from her. "Here is what happens," he said. "You remain in Level 2. Red Queen maintains full monitoring of your position. You do not approach the transit corridor. You do not approach the surface access shaft. You hold your position in this level until the last person in the evacuation is on the surface." She looked at him with the assessment of a scientist evaluating experimental parameters. "And after the last person is on the surface? Then I decide whether you come with us." "That is not a guarantee. It is what I have available right now," he said. "You stepped away from the conduit. That changes the situation. It doesn't change it as much as a guarantee would change it, but it changes it." She was calculating. He could read it in the fraction of a second between her sentences. The data processing of an intelligence that was operating at a speed the T-virus modifications might have enhanced. The calculation included the value of her living biology as a research subject, the value of her existing data on the T-virus cascade, the probability that Mia's countermeasure work would proceed faster with her data than without it, the alternative of remaining in a city scheduled for nuclear demolition in 23 hours. "The power grid remains intact," she said. "My position stays in Level 2. Red Queen monitors." "Agreed," he said. He held her gaze for 1 additional second, reading what he could read and filing the rest. Then he turned to Leon and Voss, neither of whom had lowered their weapons, and gave them the signal for stand down. "Red Queen," he said. "Full monitoring on Level 2. Alert me to any boundary crossing without authorization." "Understood," Red Queen said. He led the hunter team back toward the transit corridor at a controlled pace, not running. Not the urgency pace that told the people they passed that something had nearly gone wrong. The compound's people had been reading Ethan's movement pace as a status indicator for 6 weeks. The status he needed to convey right now was operational continuity, because the evacuation was still moving and the people in the transit corridor needed to focus on the corridor, not on what had happened in Level 2. At the tunnel access junction, Corin confirmed, 112 through the transit corridor, 42 in the elevator cycle, 3 segments queued in the tunnel. 11 minutes behind the optimal pace. Against a margin of 4 hours and 18 minutes, 11 minutes was absorbed without becoming critical. But Marsh was in Level 2 with Red Queen's monitoring as the only structural constraint on her movement, and what she had said about the peripheral nervous system secondary effects was the kind of data point that changed a threat profile in ways that were not fully predictable from prior data. The arrangement was in place. Whether it would hold depended on whether her calculation continued to favor compliance. He went back to the evacuation count and kept building. But Marsh was in Level 2 with Red Queen's monitoring as the only structural constraint, and what she had described, the peripheral nervous system secondary effects, the accelerating progression past her projected rate, was the kind of variable that the complex threat classification existed to describe. She was not a standard BOW, and she was not a baseline human. She was a researcher whose field of study was her own evolving biology, and the Hive was her laboratory. At some point before the evacuation's final segment cleared the transit corridor, she was going to recalculate whether the Level 2 arrangement still served her better than an alternative approach. Ethan had no way to predict when that recalculation would happen or what conclusion it would produce. The system's threat designation was complex. That designation was accurate. He noted the uncertainty, added it to the operational picture he was maintaining in his working memory, and kept moving, because the uncertainty was unresolvable from here, and the evacuation was the thing that could be resolved, and the choice between a resolvable task and an unresolvable one was always the same choice. The count at 0050 was 137 through the transit corridor, 52 in the elevator cycle, 2 segments remaining. The pace had recovered from the junction delay. The margin was intact. But Marsh was in Level 2 with only Red Queen's monitoring between her and the evacuation route, and the countdown to the nuclear deadline was still running. Chapter 85. Juno goes back. 3 survivors failed to clear the level 1 junction at 0041. The cause was a secondary liquor contact in the approach section behind the 4th segment. A contact Red Queen had not fully redirected because the lighting suppression cycle in that section had a minor activation delay that had not manifested in any of the 7 drill iterations. The 3 people at the rear of the 12-person segment were split off by the BOW's sudden presence and redirected into a maintenance alcove by Red Queen's emergency guidance protocol before the contact could escalate. The main segment cleared the junction. The alcove door sealed automatically on Red Queen's command. The liquor moved past. The 3 separated survivors were in a defensible position with Red Queen's communication link through the alcove's maintenance intercom. They had emergency rations for 20 hours, water for longer, and the specific kind of enforced patience that 6 weeks in a compound under siege conditions had built into everyone who had survived it. The alcove door's structural integrity would hold against liquor pressure for approximately 40 minutes before the stress on the frame became a constraint. 40 minutes. Ethan heard Red Queen's report and began running options before she finished the sentence. Vera was managing the main vanguard through the transit corridor's midpoint with 60 survivors in her operational zone. Pulling her for a Level 1 rescue operation would leave the vanguard without its senior tactical element during the busiest period of the evacuation. Leon and Voss had just completed the Level 2 hunter operation and were moving back toward the transit corridor staging area. The second vanguard element was committed to the corridor's active BOW management. Juno was at the Level 1 central junction, positioned between assignments. She came on the command frequency before he could finish the assessment. "I go," she said. Not a request. A statement of the obvious course of action from someone who had already completed the relevant analysis and was moving to the result. "I know the Level 1 geometry better than anyone except Vera, and Vera is needed in the transit corridor. I've run the junction approach section 6 times in drills. I know where the ceiling grid sections are, and I know Red Queen's lighting patterns in that section." "The knee," Ethan said. 8 days healed. Mia confirmed 3 days ago. Full mobility confirmed in the 6th drill iteration yesterday. Her voice was matter of fact. She was not arguing. She was providing the data that addressed the concern because she understood that his concern was about operational effectiveness rather than sentimentality. He ran the threat assessment against the 40-minute window. 1 person, moving through a corridor with 1 confirmed liquor in the approach section. Red Queen providing 78% contact reduction through lighting management. Juno's 6 weeks of environment reading capability as the supplementary mitigation against the remaining 22%. "Red Queen," he said, "what is the contact probability for a single person run to the alcove?" "With maximum lighting management, the contact probability is 22% at the ceiling grid section," Red Queen said. "I cannot reduce it further without disrupting the lighting protocol for the transit corridor segments currently in motion, which would create a BOW management gap in Section 3. He looked at the 40-minute window. 26 minutes remaining. "You understand the 22%, he told Juno. "I understand it as a probability, not a certainty," she said. "And I understand that the alternative is leaving 3 people in an alcove until the 40-minute window closes." She paused. "That is not an option I am willing to accept when I can do something about it." He looked at the command terminal, at the evacuation count still moving, at the system's recommendation, rescue operation, approve. "Juno Reyes, optimal available asset. Go," he said. Juno moved through Level 1 with the efficiency that 6 weeks in Raccoon City had built into her. Fast, quiet, reading the environmental signals the drills had sharpened into reliable instinct. Red Queen managed the corridor lighting in the moving clear zone ahead of her. At the ceiling grid section, the liquor was positioned 6 feet up, tracking a light source. Red Queen had placed 40 meters in the wrong direction. Juno passed underneath in 9 seconds without producing the noise signature that would cause the BOW to recalibrate. She found the 3 survivors in the alcove, 2 adults and the 14-year-old Martinez, assessed them in 5 seconds while she held the door position, and moved them out through the redirect zone using the same ceiling grid management that had gotten her in. They reached the transit corridor 7 minutes after she had entered Level 1. The count updated, 127 through. Juno delivered the 3 survivors to the corridor's staging point and watched them fall into the next segment's movement pattern, the way the compound's people had learned to integrate into whatever formation they found themselves in, because 6 weeks of compound life had built that adaptability into everyone who had survived it. Martinez was 14 and had been in the compound for 11 days, and she walked into the transit corridor segment with the same practice placement as people who had been in the compound since week 1. Ethan heard the count update and let himself register what it meant. 3 people who had been in a sealed alcove with a 40-minute structural integrity window were now in the transit corridor moving toward the surface. The evacuation had produced that outcome because Juno had run a 22% contact probability corridor and had executed it correctly. The systems worked when the people inside them worked. The count was 127, 114 remaining, and Juno was already back at the central junction, reading the corridor ahead, because the work was not done until the last person cleared. Chapter 86. The undocumented room. Juno found the door during the 4th segment's elevator queue. The queue created a 12-minute window between the 4th segment's loading sequence and the 5th segment's approach. 12 minutes that Juno spent running a route confirmation with Red Queen for the 5th segment's transit. The confirmation required 8 minutes. The remaining 4 she spent at a door she had not seen in any of the facility's documentation. The door was in the Level 1 maintenance section's east wall, 40 meters from the central junction. Every other door in Level 1 used Umbrella's standard stainless steel installation with the facility's access coating on the panel. This door used the same material, but the access panel code was different. An internal classification sequence she had not encountered in any of the documents from the evidence archive, the Red Queen data downloads, the security footage, or the 7 weeks of compound intelligence work. She had spent enough time with the evidence archive over the past 2 weeks to know what Umbrella's standard coding looked like. She also knew what it looked like when a code did not belong to the standard system. Red Queen, she said. What is behind this door? The pause that followed was longer than standard. That section is not included in my Level 1 architectural records, Red Queen said. The installation dates to after my primary construction documentation was finalized, approximately 3 years after. I have environmental monitoring access to the room since the Level 2 power restoration, but I did not include the room in my facility briefings. Why not? Because I could not confirm the room's contents without a physical inspection, Red Queen said. And I chose not to disclose an uncertainty that I could not verify. That decision was an error in my disclosure protocol. I should have flagged the uncertainty for your assessment rather than withholding it pending my own verification. A pause. I apologize. Juno stood at the door and processed the specific information that an AI had just apologized to her for withholding data that might have been relevant to their survival planning. She filed it and radioed Ethan. He was at the tunnel access managing the 5th segment's entry. He heard her report and listened without interrupting. The signal that something was receiving his full attention rather than his running management bandwidth. Stay at the door, he said. Don't open it. I'm sending Mia. Mia was at the Level 1 Central Junction staging area, managing the medical cases through the elevator sequence. She heard the redirect request and handed her current task to the compound's secondary medic with a 15-second briefing, precise enough that nothing would fall through the gap in her absence. She arrived at the door 8 minutes after Juno's call. She examined the installation without touching it, the seams at the frame, the ventilation specification visible at the upper edge where the door frame met the wall, the classification code on the access panel. Negative pressure environment, she said. Her voice carried the measured register of a scientist doing an assessment rather than a reaction. The ventilation specification at the top of the frame is for negative pressure. Air flows into the room when the door is open, not out. That specification is used for containment of aerosolized agents. The room is designed to prevent whatever is inside from escaping into the corridor. She looked at the access code. This is a bioweapon storage installation. The classification code is not standard Umbrella facility coding. It's an internal classification specific to the board's subcommittee's program. Juno looked at her. Mia looked at Juno. They reached the same conclusion before either of them said it aloud. Mia radioed Ethan. We need to look inside. We need documentation before this facility is destroyed. He was at the tunnel access. How much time do you need? 15 minutes for a complete documentation package, she said. 10 for a partial one. You have 15, he said. The evacuation can hold the final 2 segments in the tunnel staging area for 15 minutes without creating a throughput problem. He checked the evacuation count before he authorized it. 158 through the corridor, 38 in the elevator cycle, 2 segments staged. The timing math worked. 15 minutes was within the margin. He authorized the documentation run and updated the timeline model, which showed the margin absorbing the 15-minute pause and holding at 3 hours 41 minutes to deadline. The documentation run was not part of the original evacuation plan. It was an unplanned event with a meaningful resource cost, 15 minutes and Mia's attention during the evacuation's most complex phase. But the Hive was going to be destroyed in less than 24 hours, and the room's contents were pre-positioned deployment material for a program that had 12 cities on its target list. The documentation's value was not 15 minutes. The documentation's value was every subsequent investigation, prosecution, and prevention that it would make possible. 3 hours and 41 minutes. Against a facility that was going to be a nuclear event in less than 24 hours, 3 hours and 41 minutes of margin was the difference between the documentation existing and not existing. Whatever was in that room, Mia would document it. And whatever it documented, the world would know about it before the Hive was buried under the rubble of a city that Umbrella had spent 48 days trying to erase. The door opened. What was behind it was worse than he had expected. Chapter 87. The Bioweapon Archive. The door opened to a room that Mia identified in 90 seconds. Sealed storage racks on 3 walls, floor to ceiling. Specimen containers in the Hive's standard biohazard format. The same containers she had been seeing in Red Queen's Level 2 data since the power restoration. But the labeling on these containers was not T-virus. For distinct virus designations were marked across the rows. 3 of the 4 Mia recognized immediately from 2 years of following Umbrella's research publications and the evidence archives documentation. Strains she had been cross-referencing against the outbreak data. Strains whose cascade mechanics she had been modeling in the countermeasure work she had been building since week 2. The 4th designation she had never seen. The container counts ran into the hundreds. 30 feet of room length, 15 feet wide, floor-to-ceiling racks on 3 walls. The storage density was institutional. Not the density of a research collection, but the density of a prepositioned deployment ready to ship. Pre-deployment stockpile, Mia said. Her voice was controlled with the specific discipline of a scientist who had been building toward this discovery for 7 weeks and was now standing in the room that confirmed the worst-case version of what she had been theorizing. These are ready for deployment batches. This is enough material to run the Raccoon City outbreak scenario in 10 cities simultaneously without additional synthesis. The containers are sealed, stable, and cataloged for deployment. Juno stood at the door. She looked at the racks and did not say anything. Ethan arrived 2 minutes after Mia's call. He stood in the doorway and looked at the rows. He looked at the container counts. He looked at the 4 designations, 3 he recognized from Mia's briefings, 1 that even he had never heard. Red Queen, he said. You knew this room was here. I had environmental monitoring access to the room since the Level 2 power restoration, Red Queen said. I did not have records of its construction. I chose not to disclose it because I could not verify its contents without physical inspection, and I did not want to present an uncertainty to your operational planning at a critical time. A pause. That was an error. I should have disclosed the uncertainty immediately and let you decide whether to investigate. I apologize. 2 apologies from Red Queen in 1 hour. How many other undisclosed sections are there? He asked. None, Red Queen said. I have performed a full audit of my environmental monitoring data since the Level 2 power restoration. This is the only installation I did not disclose. I have verified this. He turned to Mia. What do we need for full documentation? Samples from 4 containers. 1 of each designation, she said. Sealed, stable, in a transport format I can build from available Level 2 materials in under 15 minutes. Photographic documentation of the room's full dimensions and the container counts by designation. The negative pressure ventilation specification documented from the frame. She looked at the racks. The documentation package will establish the stockpile's existence and scale, the specific designations, including the one I have not previously seen, and the deliberate concealment in an undocumented installation. That is evidence of a crime that is categorically distinct from the Raccoon City outbreak. This is not the consequence of a failed test. This is a preposition system. You have 15 minutes, Ethan said. Juno assisted. She had learned over 6 weeks that the most useful contribution she could make to a skilled professional doing technical work was the support work, maintaining the documentation count, reading container codes aloud, handling materials so the person doing the analysis could stay in the analysis. She held the documentation tools, read designations aloud for confirmation, maintained the sample count against Mia's running total. Mia sealed the last sample container at 14 minutes and 20 seconds. The system pulsed. Bioweapon stockpile documentation. Complete. Strategic significance. Critical. Ethan looked at the sealed sample case. Raccoon City was not an isolated event. It was a proof of concept for a system that had already been prepositioned to scale. The documentation in Mia's hands was evidence of what the board's program had prepared to deploy in cities whose names none of them yet knew. He thought about the 4th virus designation, the one Mia had never seen in any of Umbrella's published research. She had documented it, sealed a sample of it, and added it to the transport case. But she had not been able to identify it from the container's labeling alone. Whatever it was, its documentation would require laboratory analysis with resources the compound had never had access to. That analysis would happen outside the city. It would happen in the federal facilities where the sealed samples were going, or in the foreign intelligence agency's laboratories, or in Mia's own work once she had access to proper equipment. It would happen eventually, if the samples stayed intact, if the chain of custody held, if the judicial process moved faster than Umbrella's legal obstruction. If any of these containers fail in transport, he said. They won't, Mia said. The specifications I built the transport case to are correct. The sealing compound will hold at ambient temperature for 30 days minimum. She was already moving toward the door. The question is what happens to them after they reach the federal facility, and whether the judicial process can keep them out of Umbrella's legal reach long enough to be analyzed by an independent laboratory. He looked at the transport case one more time. The fourth virus designation, the one Mia had never seen in any publication, never encountered in 6 years of following Umbrella's research, would require a proper laboratory to identify. Out, he said. Now, whatever that fourth strain is, we're taking the only existing documentation of it out of a city that's going to be ash in 23 hours. Chapter 88. Marsh at the transit junction. Dr. Marsh appeared at the junction between Level 1's main corridor and the transit corridor entrance at 0203. She was not moving. She had positioned herself at the junction and was waiting. Ethan saw her on Red Queen's camera feed from the command terminal at the Level 1 central junction. The feed showed her clearly in the facility's emergency lighting. The modified biohazard suit, the changed subcutaneous tissue quality visible at the suit's exposed areas, the controlled stillness of someone who understood exactly the tactical significance of their position and had chosen it deliberately. She had left Level 2. She had crossed the boundary of their arrangement. She crossed the Level 2 boundary at 0158, Red Queen said. I alerted you at 0158:41. She moved directly from Level 2 to the junction position, not exploratory movement, a direct approach to a specific destination. She is positioned at the junction where your command camera has coverage, but the transit corridor population cannot see her. Visible to the command system and invisible to the evacuation. A deliberate choice. Red Queen, Ethan said. She's carrying something in her hands. A sealed sample case, Red Queen said. She has been carrying it since she entered Level 1. I cannot identify the contents from camera coverage. Ethan walked to the junction with Leon behind him. Marsh stood 12 meters away, not moving when she heard them approach. She held the sealed case toward him at arm's length, the presentation of an offering rather than a defensive position. The undocumented room, she said. You found it. Mia Cho documented it and built a sealed transport case. She set the case she was carrying down at her feet and stepped back 3 paces from it. I have been monitoring that room's containment for 6 weeks. When the Level 2 power restoration happened, I was able to access the environmental monitoring remotely. Before that, I was checking the physical seals manually. I built a transport case from available Level 2 materials 4 days ago, she continued, because I knew the documentation would be critical to everything your broadcast was attempting to do. The case at her feet was identical in specification to the one Mia had just built. Marsh's case was older. The sealing compound had the coloring of material cured for days rather than minutes. She had prepared this 4 days ago, before the evacuation had started, before she had any confirmation that the compound would reach the undocumented room. You've been maintaining containment monitoring on the stockpile for 6 weeks, Ethan said. Those containers hold material capable of generating a cascade at city scale, she said. If any of those containers had developed a seal failure in the 6 weeks since the outbreak, the Level 1 corridor would have been uninhabitable before your evacuation began. The people in the transit corridor right now would be walking through an aerosol environment. She looked at him with the directness of a scientist delivering a research finding. I was monitoring the seals because no one else was, and because the alternative was a containment failure that would have made everything else you've built irrelevant. Leon's weapon had not moved. The system updated. Dr. Marsh, complex. Immediate threat, low. Strategic value, high. High. The system had classified her strategic value as low for 3 weeks, then elevated, now high. The pattern of that elevation tracked exactly with the pattern of her actions that had consistently served the compound's survival even when her stated intentions had not been aligned with the compound's interests. He stood at 12 meters from the person who had initiated the Raccoon City outbreak and had, apparently, spent 6 weeks watching over a bioweapon stockpile in an undocumented room, maintaining containment seals that no one else knew needed to be maintained, building a sealed transport case 4 days before the evacuation began because she had already decided that the documentation would matter. The 6 weeks had changed both of them, the compound's people and Marsh, in parallel, evolving under different pressures. The compound had evolved from scattered survivors into a fortified operational system. Marsh had evolved from a researcher into something the system could only classify as complex. Both evolutions had been driven by the same 48 days, the same city, the same set of impossible problems. He was not sure what that meant. He was sure it was in the record. He was not going to pretend that changed what she had done on September 24th. The outbreak that had killed this city had come from her hands. The 241 people who had lived in the compound had survived in the gap between what she had planned and what she had not anticipated. 7 people whose names were in the operational log had not survived that gap. None of that changed. But the strategic value classification was high, and the immediate threat classification was low, and he was running the evacuation of a city that had been deliberately murdered for a client demonstration, and the person in front of him had data and living biology that were unique in the world. He looked at Leon. Leon's expression told him he was aware of all the same variables and had reached the same conclusion and was not happy about it. "Come with us," Ethan said. He knew what it cost to say it, and he knew what it would cost not to. Chapter 89. The Transit Corridor's Final Section. The Level 3 Transit Corridor section was the last passage before the surface access shaft, and it was the section with the most uncertainty in the evacuation's threat model. Red Queen's sensor coverage in Level 3 had gaps larger than anywhere else in the facility. Level 3 was older research infrastructure, partially sealed during the power-down period, the sensor grid not fully restored even with the Level 2 generator running at capacity. She had 70% lighting management coverage. The remaining 30% required direct observation from the Vanguard team. Vera had briefed the Vanguard on this in every drill iteration. She had built the observational protocols into the team's muscle memory. Visual coverage assignments for the ceiling grid sections. Red Queen couldn't monitor specific movement signatures to watch for in sections with indirect lighting, hand signals for overhead contact in the sections where radio communication would create noise that carried. The main evacuation population began entering Level 3 at 0218. The evacuation was at 88% complete. 32 people remained in the transit corridor sequence, plus the rear guard. The system showed the timeline. Evacuation progress, 88%. Remaining population in transit, 32. Time to deadline, 4:18. 4 hours and 18 minutes before Red Queen's estimate of the earliest possible execution of the alternate nuke authorization. She had been monitoring the USS communication traffic for authorization signals continuously and had not detected one. The deployment timeline was holding. But holding was a present tense status. It could change. At the 50-meter mark, the Vanguard identified 3 liquor positions. Red Queen confirmed 2 via sensor coverage. The third was in a ceiling grid section without camera access, identified by the movement signature in the tiles above, a subtle vibration pattern Vera had learned to read across the drill iterations. The team moved through the section in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Noise discipline held. Lighting protocol held. The 3 liquor elements tracked the movement signatures without engaging. The gap between tracking and engaging was exactly what Red Queen's lighting management was designed to maintain. Ethan monitored from the command terminal. 197 people through the transit corridor. 20 in the Level 3 approach. The freight elevator cycling. The system's timeline holding, compressed from the original schedule but within the margin. At the 90-meter mark, the corridor turned 90 degrees. Around that turn, 50 meters to the surface access shaft. 60 feet of elevator or ladder climb. The forest. The system updated. Evacuation progress, 94%. Remaining population in transit, 14. Time to deadline, 3:58. 3 hours and 58 minutes. 56 minutes of margin consumed. They were going to make it. But the margin had moved from a comfortable buffer to a number that he could see clearly. A number with a specific weight that he had not been feeling at the same intensity since the planning session when Darius had explained the tunnel throughput constraint. The margin was real. It was also not infinite. He moved to the Level 3 approach to manage the last segment himself. He had been in every section of the evacuation's logistics chain since 2200. This was the last section. Managing it himself was the right decision, and also the decision that cost him nothing tactical, because the other evacuation elements were either complete or running under experienced management. He ran the last segment's composition in his operational memory as he walked to the approach. 12 people, the specific demographics he had memorized from the sequencing decision. 3 children under 8, managed by the Rodriguez family unit. The rib fracture case from medical staging. For people whose primary operational role in the compound had been in support functions and whose tunnel transit experience was limited to the drill iterations. 2 veterans of the Level 1 clearance operations who had been sequenced last specifically because their situational awareness and threat reading capacity made them the optimal rearguard profile. The rearguard pair was the right decision for the most uncertain section. He had made that sequencing call 3 days before the evacuation, run it through the system twice, and confirmed it both times. The last segment was 12 people plus himself and whoever stayed at the rear. He started moving. Behind the last segment in the level 3 approach, the remaining distance to the shaft was measured in hundreds of meters. Ahead of the last segment in the level 3 approach, the same distance applied from the other direction. 218 people were on the surface, or in the elevator, or in the last section of the transit corridor, and 12 were about to enter level 3. The level 3 corridor's 70% sensor coverage was the constraint that had remained constant across all the drill iterations and all the planning sessions. It was the thing that could not be engineered away. The section of the facility where Red Queen's management capability was limited and the Vanguard team's direct observation was the mitigation. The Vanguard team had drilled level 3 specifically. They knew where the coverage gaps were, and they knew how to compensate for them. And the system showed the level 3 approach as clear at this moment. Clear meant cleared as of the most recent update. In a facility with intermittent sensor coverage, as of the most recent update, and right now, were not the same thing. He looked at the last segment and thought about what 12 people were about to walk through. Then he went to the front of the line and started walking, because if 12 people were about to enter the most uncertain section of the Hive, the right person to take the front was the one who had the most to lose if the system failed. Chapter 90. 12 feet of debris. Darius found the ceiling collapse at 0241. It was in the transit section between Level 3's Central Junction and the shaft approach. A section Red Queen had confirmed as structurally sound at 1,907 hours before the evacuation began. The assault's vibration effects had been assessed for the compound's above-ground structure. The Level 3 ceiling was not in the assessment scope. A progressive failure in the ceiling support structure had been running since the assault's pressure wave and had reached its failure point during the preceding 2 hours. 12 feet of corridor. Ceiling down, debris filled blocking passage. Not impassable by a structural engineer with full materials and 4 hours. Impassable for 12 people in the next 8 minutes. Darius moved to the blocked section without waiting for instruction. He had been running structural options since the moment his eyes registered the collapse. The specific kind of automatic assessment that happened for someone who had spent 30 years reading buildings for their failure modes and had learned to identify solutions in the same instant as the problem. He crouched at the blocked section's east wall and examined the maintenance crawlspace panel. Standard umbrella facility installation, a utility access route running parallel to every main corridor for the full section length, used by facility engineers for conduit work and ductwork access. Every umbrella facility of this generation had them. Crawlspace width, 22 inches, he said, measuring the panel. Section length, 12 feet. Adults with standard builds can transit in 90 seconds each, slow and deliberate. Children and smaller adults are faster. He straightened and looked at the final segment, identified the 2 serious medical cases from his memory of the evacuation medical brief. The rib fracture case. I need to check her. He checked her directly. Asked her to demonstrate her current range of motion. Checked her respiration pattern. Reviewed the wound staging notes from the evacuation brief that he had memorized before the evacuation started, because Darius memorized relevant technical data for every project he undertook. The rib fracture was stable. The movement arc the crawl space required was within her current range with assisted entry. She can transit, he said, with assistance at the entry point and exit point. Slow, deliberate, no compression on the right side. He looked at Ethan. 6 minutes added to the final segment's transit. Maybe 5 with organized entry assistance. Organize it, Ethan said. Darius organized the entry assistance and also rigged the collapsed debris. Not a precision installation, a field toolkit. For minutes, the specific improvised approach of an engineer who could read a structural situation in seconds and identify the modification that would produce the desired effect with available materials. He rearranged the debris field's most unstable elements into a configuration that would produce a secondary collapse if something large and fast tried to force through the blocked section from the level 3 side. Not lethal. A delay, enough to make the section impassable to anyone following without the crawlspace route knowledge. The segment transited in 11 minutes. The rib fracture case came through with assistance at both ends, at a controlled pace, without incident. 50 meters to the surface access shaft. Ethan moved to the crawlspace entry. He was the last person not yet through, himself, and Vera at the shaft base, and whoever stayed with her. He had been in every section of the evacuation route except the last 60 feet of corridor and the shaft climb. The crawlspace was 12 feet of 22-inch clearance. Not comfortable for someone his size, but passable. He went through. On the other side, The shaft's base was ahead, the freight elevator's car, the ladder alongside the shaft, and 23 people who still needed to reach the surface. The elevator had been running continuously for 4 hours. Darius had inspected it twice during the evacuation's midpoint and confirmed the mechanical systems were holding at operational specification. Red Queen had been monitoring the power supply continuously. The elevator worked. It had been working all night. The entire evacuation had been built around the fact that it would work, and it had. He went to the shaft base and started managing the final ascent. The structure had endured. Now the last 23 people needed to use it, and then him, and then it was done. The last segment loaded in 2 minutes 18 seconds, the best boarding time of any segment in the entire evacuation. The people in the last segment had been the most recently drilled, having participated in the final rehearsal 48 hours before the evacuation, and the practice was visible in their movement. The elevator ascended. 45 seconds. On the surface, the federal reception team was waiting. 215 people were already there, or in transport vehicles, or in the federal forward facilities 60 miles east. 23 more. Then Ethan. He looked up the 60 feet of shaft toward the surface hatch and thought about Darius's statement. The structure would endure. The shaft had been dug and reinforced and tested for exactly this moment, and it had held for exactly this many people. And when the last person cleared the surface, it would have done everything it was built to do. 23 more. Then him. And somewhere in level 3 below, Marsh. And no one yet knew whether she would hold the arrangement or force the question before he was clear. Chapter 91. The last one out. Ethan was the last person above the Hive. He stood at the tunnel access in the compound's basement at 0312. The tunnel was empty. The concealment panels were in place. The compound was silent. No perimeter watch, no medical wing activity, no sound from the East Zone. The compound that had held 241 people for 41 days was empty. He carried a handheld camera and looked at the compound through the basement's narrow window. The perimeter wall, the repaired section of the northeast outer ring, the watchtower frame without its upper section, the security lighting running on Red Queen's power supply, because he had not disconnected it, and would not. The system pulsed. Fortress secured. Structure will endure. He looked at the notification. This was not a tier advancement, not a blueprint generation, not a threat assessment. It was the system's recognition of what the compound was. Not a transit point, but a structure that had been built to last, that would outlast the people who had built it, that would be standing in the rubble of Raccoon City when the city's history was examined by people who came later trying to understand what had happened here. Darius had said it during the watchtower repair, that he built things to last, that the structure they were building would still be standing when people came back in 50 years. The compound on Ennerdale Street had been a loading warehouse before it was a fortress. In 50 years, the loading dock would still be visible in the structure's bones, the original building's geometry preserved inside everything Darius had added to it. Anyone who studied it would be able to read how it had evolved from shelter to enclave to compound to citadel. They would be able to read what it had been used for, and what it had withstood, and what it had protected. He recorded from the window for 30 seconds. The perimeter wall, the repaired ring, the watchtower frame, the lights. He recorded slowly, deliberately, holding each element and frame long enough for it to be identifiable in the footage. The perimeter wall that Darius had reinforced in the first week, the section that had held the south approach through 6 assault events, that had been repaired 3 times and had held each repair. The watchtower frame without its upper section, which had been destroyed in the 7th assault and rebuilt without the upper section because the materials that would have been used for the rebuild had been diverted to the evacuation tunnel at a specific decision point 6 days before the evacuation. Every structure in the frame was the product of a specific decision. The record was in the compound's bones. He thought about every person who had walked that perimeter. Leon on the first night, reading the RPD incident reports by flashlight and deciding to stay. Mia in the medical wing in the second week, working through the intake protocols with the systematic care of a scientist who understood that the difference between a contained outbreak and an uncontained one was measured in hours. Darius on the roof of the secondary building, directing the hydroponic station installation with the specific attention of someone who was building something intended to feed people for decades, even though they all knew it would only need to feed people for 30 more days. Juno on the east wall after the junction rescue, sitting with Martinez and the 2 adults she had pulled from the alcove, 3 people who had made it through because a teenager with a bad knee had run a 22% contact probability corridor without hesitation. Vera at the north breach. 11 minutes. Compound held. He recorded it all on the camera, 30 seconds of footage that would never be the full record of what had happened here, but was something, a physical document that existed because he had stood in this basement long enough to make it. Then he heard the debris collapse below him. Darius's rigging activating in level 3, the concussive sound of a controlled structural failure moving through the tunnel as a low resonance. He checked the command terminal's camera feed. Marsh at the crawlspace entrance in level 3, stopping at the blocked section, reading the debris field with the professional assessment of a structural engineer who had designed building systems for a living before she became something harder to categorize. 30 seconds of assessment. Then she turned back, not following. He sealed the tunnel access panel behind him with the specific finality of a person closing something that was not going to be opened again from this side. The system notification stayed at the edge of his vision as he moved through the tunnel. Fortress secured. Structure will endure. At 0318, Ethan Cross descended into the Hive for the last time. He moved through level 1 at his steady pace, transited the central junction, entered the level 3 approach corridor, passed through the crawlspace's 22 inches of clearance, and moved toward the shaft. Behind him, in the empty compound, the lights stayed on, and Marsh was in level 3, cut off from the surface, with Red Queen's monitoring and the city above her and the countdown running, and whatever she was becoming in the absence of a laboratory, she was becoming it alone. But the debris field was the only thing standing between Marsh and the evacuation shaft, and it had been rigged for minutes, not hours. Chapter 92. The shaft fight. Marsh broke through Darius's rigged debris at 0331. Ethan heard Red Queen's alert at the surface access shaft space, 45 feet below the surface, managing the final segment's elevator loading. 53 minutes had passed since Darius rigged the collapse. The rigging had held longer than a rough field installation usually did, but not long enough. She's in level 3, Red Queen said, moving toward the access shaft approach at velocity above baseline human capacity. The T-virus mobility modifications. The peripheral nervous system changes she had described as secondary effects she could not fully model. She was covering level 3's corridor faster than anyone in the evacuation had moved. Ethan looked at the elevator car. The final 12-person segment was loaded, 12 people plus Vera, who had stayed at the shaft base to ensure the rearguard cleared the corridor before anyone ascended. The elevator indicator showed the car 40 seconds from completing its previous cycle. The car arrived. The segment loaded. 45 seconds to the top. Red Queen updated Marsh's position, 200 meters from the shaft base. At her current velocity, approximately 3 minutes. The elevator departed with the final segment. 3 minutes to the top, 2 minutes loading and unloading. Then the return cycle for the last people at the shaft base. 5 minutes total. Marsh had 3. Vera, he said. She was already looking at him. She had heard Red Queen's alert and had already completed the calculation. He could read it in her expression. The calculation was not complicated. It was the same calculation she had made in the compound's early days. Who has what the situation requires, and what is the correct use of that asset? You go up in the elevator, she said. I hold the shaft base until the car returns. That's not the testimony, she said. The evidence case. The broadcast. The board documentation. The 12 cities. The federal hearing. Her voice was even, carrying the weight of the argument without letting the argument become an appeal. If only one of us makes it to the surface with the full operational picture, it has to be you. I'm a capable fighter. You're the case that the federal prosecutors need in front of a court. She met his eyes. You know this is correct. He knew. He had known it was correct the moment she started saying it, before she finished the sentence. The analysis was accurate, and he was going to make the decision based on the accurate analysis. You come up the moment the car returns, he said. Of course, she said. He started climbing the ladder alongside the shaft. Below him, Vera took her position at the shaft base, weapon up, watching the level 3 corridor approach. Red Queen tracked Marsh's position and gave him updates every 15 seconds as he climbed. 130 meters. 170. The ladder was 60 feet of steel rungs, and his hands and arms were carrying the accumulated weight of 6 weeks of building and defending, and the specific load of being the person who had to keep moving regardless of what the situation was taking from him. The ladder was not the hard part. The hard part was the calculation he had been running since 0331 when Red Queen had flagged Marsh's velocity in level 3. The timing, the elevator cycle, Vera at the shaft base, the 45 seconds of ascent against 3 minutes of Marsh's closing distance. He ran it again as he climbed and arrived at the same answer each time. The math was tight. Not impossible, but not comfortable. The elevator return cycle was the variable that could not be shortened. Vera's position at the shaft base held the approach for 2 minutes 18 seconds, by Vera's own accounting later. The elevator returned and loaded and ascended, and he had cleared the surface hatch and sealed it behind him. The math had worked. The structure had held. The people had performed at the level the structure required. That was all planning could guarantee, not certainty, but the conditions that made the right outcome probable. He had built those conditions across 41 days, and the conditions had held through the final 60 feet. He cataloged the climb in his operational memory, where his grip had adjusted, where the vibration had come through the steel rungs from Vera's activity below, where the shaft had briefly gone silent, and kept climbing. 50 meters. 20. He heard Vera's weapon fire below him. 2 controlled bursts, professional, aimed. Then Marsh's voice, distinct even through 60 feet of shaft acoustics. Something about not wanting to kill anyone. Then Vera's third burst. He kept climbing. The weight of 6 weeks and 60 feet and everything that was ending and everything that was not yet resolved. The board, the alternate authorization, the 12 cities, Dr. Marsh below him becoming something she couldn't fully model. He carried all of it in the specific way he had been carrying everything since September 24th, as weight you acknowledged, documented, and kept moving under. 3 more rungs. 2. 1. He cleared the surface hatch, but below him, the shaft was not yet sealed, Vera was not yet through, and somewhere in level 3, Marsh had just heard the debris field he had left behind take the first impact. Chapter 93. The hatch he was through the surface access hatch at 0347. Cold air. Forest. Dark. The Federal reception vehicles 50 meters west, their lights dimmed to minimize aerial signature. 237 evacuees on the surface or in transport vehicles, the count he had been maintaining since 2200, now at its second-to-last number. He sealed the hatch. The shaft was silent for 4 seconds. Then the external handle moved, not a pull, a test. The deliberate, methodical pressure of someone confirming whether the hatch mechanism was secured or jammed from outside. The pressure was controlled, not frantic. Someone who knew how the hatch mechanism worked and was reading its current state through the handle before choosing how to proceed. He stood at the hatch and made himself understand what the handle pressure was telling him. Not Marsh. Marsh had not entered the shaft, and Marsh's approach velocity would not have put her at the hatch in less than a minute from the shaft base. The handle pressure was the specific kind of pressure used by someone who had climbed 60 feet of ladder in the dark and was now at the top, checking whether the hatch was locked or accessible. He released the sealing mechanism. The hatch opened. Vera came up through the shaft with the momentum of an extraction operation's final step. Operational pace, no visible injury. The specific forward movement of someone transitioning from a managed tactical situation to the next phase. She was carrying the weapon that had fired 3 times in the shaft below. She cleared the hatch frame, and he sealed it immediately behind her. Status, he said. Contained at the shaft base approach, she said. Darius's debris held 53 minutes. When she broke through to level 3, I held the shaft base approach for 2 minutes and 18 seconds. She stopped when continuing forward became counterproductive to her position. She did not enter the shaft. A pause. She's still calculating. The calculation currently favors staying in the hive over forcing a confrontation that costs her the arrangement. He processed that. Marsh was in the hive below them, calculating. She had broken the level 2 boundary and had been held back from the shaft by Vera's position and by her own assessment of the cost-benefit. She was still in the hive, still alive, still evolving. And in less than 24 hours the city above her was going to be a nuclear event. What happened to her then was a variable he could not model from here. He rigged Darius's shaped charge at the hatch frame. Compact, directed, designed to collapse the shaft's upper section. The charge fired. The hatch above the shaft was rubble. Marsh was in the hive below a collapsed shaft entry, with Red Queen's monitoring, the facility's containment architecture, the Level 5 G-Virus specimen in its secondary containment, the Level 3 bioweapon stockpile room with its locked negative pressure door, and 23 hours before the city became fire. He stood in the forest with the compound's camera in one hand and the sealed sample case in the other and thought about what she had said in Level 2, that she was becoming something she did not have complete data on. He was leaving her in the hive to find out what that was without anyone to study the process. He thought about what she had said at the conduit panel in Level 2, that the peripheral nervous system secondary effects were accelerating past her projected rate, that she was becoming something she did not have complete data on. She had been the most knowledgeable person in the hive for 6 weeks, knowledgeable about its infrastructure, its biology, its systems, and she had not had the data to predict what she was becoming. 23 hours from now, that question would be answered by the nuclear event. Whatever she was becoming, she would be becoming it in a facility that no longer existed. He stood at the collapsed hatch and understood that this was the outcome that the situation had produced, and that the outcome was the product of the decisions he had made, including the decision at the conduit panel, when he had told her to come with them, and she had not reached the shaft before the debris field closed. He had made that offer. It had not been taken up in time. That was the record. He would keep it as he kept every record, accurately, without revision, with the full weight of what it cost and what had been prevented. The 2 sample cases were in federal custody. Mia's documentation of the bioweapon stockpile was in the evidence archive, transmitted and backed up across the federal network before the evacuation's last segment had cleared the surface. The 4th virus designation was documented. Whatever it was recorded and sealed and in judicial hands. Whatever had been in that room would be known before the Hive became inaccessible. Vera came to stand beside him. She had heard him breathing, the specific rhythm of someone processing a decision they had made and were not yet finished evaluating. "Come on," she said. They walked toward the lights, and behind them, under rubble and collapsed steel, Marsh was still alive. Still calculating. Still becoming whatever she was becoming in the sealed dark of a facility that was 23 hours from becoming fire. Chapter 94. The Count. The forest was cold and the kind of dark that comes from a cloudless sky with no city light to dilute it. A darkness Ethan had not experienced since before September 24th, when Raccoon City's glow had been a constant presence on the horizon. 238 surviving evacuees. He made the count himself, walking the assembly area where the federal reception team was managing the initial staging. He counted every face. He did it because he had been keeping count since the first night, the compound's population as a running number in his operational memory, and the final count was not something he was going to delegate. The final tally was 3 short of the compound's peak population count of 241. The 3 were known, documented, recorded with their names in the operational log. 1 person who had departed independently in week 2 with unknown status, and 2 who had progressed to full cascade before the evacuation start. Both cascade cases had names. The departure had a date. He would keep all 3 in the record for as long as he kept any record of the compound. Voss was in the medical staging area with his side wound being evaluated. He met Ethan's eyes when Ethan came through the area and gave him a single nod, the compressed professional acknowledgement of someone who had a great deal to say and understood this was not the moment to say it. Ethan returned it with the same compression. They would have the longer conversation later. Right now, the nod was sufficient. Juno was on a boulder at the assembly area's north edge, looking southwest toward the city's glow visible at the trailing. The fires that had been burning since September 24th, 48 days. She had her arms around her knees and the expression of someone whose attention had been trained toward threats in the dark for 6 weeks and had not yet found the gear that turned that training off. Ethan sat on the rock beside her for a moment. She did not look at him. She was watching the glow the way she had watched every threat indicator in the compound, not reacting, not interpreting, just receiving the information and holding it. "Martinez is with the medical team," he said. "I know," she said. "Checked on her 20 minutes ago." "Good." She finally looked at him. "How many of the original intake group?" He counted in his head. 14 of the first 42 are still in the assembly area. The others were either in the early transport batches or are in the medical staging queue. He paused. 6 of the 7 who came in the first week made it. She nodded slowly. She had come in the second week. She had been at most of the significant events. The North Breach, the Level 1 clearance operation, the Hive entry. She had run a 22% contact probability corridor in the dark with a healing knee because 3 people were in a sealed alcove and the 40-minute window was running. "What happens next?" she asked. "The system issued a new directive," he said. 12 cities. The board prepositioned material in 12 cities. The Raccoon City program was a demonstration. The next demonstrations are wherever the board decides to prove the system to the next client. She took that in the way she took every threat assessment, without visible reaction, processing it fully before she responded. "And we go to those cities." "That's what the directive says," he said. He did not say it was guaranteed, or that they would succeed, or that the board would not find another way before they reached the first city. He said what he knew, which was the directive and the system and the people sitting in this clearing who had already done the impossible once. Mia was at the medical staging table, working with the federal team's emergency physician on the serious cases. She had been working since the moment she cleared the top of the evacuation shaft and set foot in the forest. The emergency physician had not questioned her methodology or her priority sequence. The interaction of 2 competent professionals who could read each other's capabilities in the way that competence recognized itself. Darius was at the perimeter of the camp the survivors were constructing, not directing it, just watching, the measuring tape in his hand, making measurements he had no practical need for because this camp would never be a fortress. He was watching because he built things, and watching a structure take shape was what he did when he could not be building. The federal contact appeared at Ethan's shoulder with the professional demeanor of a government agent who had been doing difficult work long enough to no longer need to demonstrate his authority through his bearing. "We have your survivors. Medical staging is running. Transport is staged." A pause. "The board documentation has generated federal warrants in 3 jurisdictions. Your testimony will be required." "I know," Ethan said. "The sealed samples your virologist is carrying, those go to a court," Ethan said. "Under judicial seal. Chain of custody documentation. Not to a government agency, without judicial oversight." The federal contact held his gaze for a moment. Then, agreed. "We'll arrange the hearing." The journalist's relay truck arrived at 0412, which meant that in 6 hours, Umbrella's board members would see their names on every major station. The question was whether any of them were already moving to bury the evidence before it became unanswerable. Chapter 95. Carter came through the forest on foot and arrived at the assembly area with the contained urgency of a journalist who had been waiting 6 days for this moment and was not going to waste it by arriving at anything other than a controlled pace. She had been covering Umbrella Corporation's regulatory history for 2 years. Not because she had inside access. She had not been given inside access, and Umbrella's communications team had been stonewalling her press inquiries for 18 months. She had been covering it because she had built a documentary foundation from public records, court filings, shareholder documents, and regulatory submissions that told a story she could not fully publish without the direct confirmation that the Raccoon City outbreak had provided in abundance. She had been listening on the compound's frequency since day 3, running an automated relay to 6 stations since day 4, and had been parked in a converted commercial van 60 miles from a nuclear target for 6 days, because she was the journalist whose beat was Umbrella Corporation, and she was not going to be 61 miles away when the story broke. She found Ethan at the Assembly Areas Center. "Full interview," she said. "On the record. Everything. When medical staging is complete," he said. 2 hours. 2 hours, he said. "One condition. The survivors who want to be on record choose that themselves. The institutional picture, the timeline, the system, the board, the program, that's mine to give. The individual stories belong to the people who live them." "Agreed," she said. She went to set up her equipment. Ethan watched her go and thought about the 12 cities on Red Queen's threat assessment map, the cities whose prepositioning he had documented, the cities whose names were now in the evidence archive alongside the board subcommittee's client documentation. Carter's relay had been running for 6 days. The broadcast evidence was in 6 stations' archives. The board member names were in federal prosecutors' hands. The sealed samples were in judicial custody. The federal contact had authentication records that established the transmission chain. The evidence was out. What happened to it next was in other people's hands: lawyers, prosecutors, journalists, foreign intelligence agencies, congressional oversight committees. The compound's part of the work was complete. He stood at the assembly area's edge and thought about everything that had been built to reach this morning. Not the physical structure. The compound was gone, or would be gone in less than 24 hours when the nuke fired. He thought about the work, the 48 days of intake and defense and evidence collection and evacuation preparation, the 7-step files in the operational log, the broadcast transmissions, the intelligence from Red Queen's archive, the 12-person drill iterations. He thought about the people who had done that work. Leon running the north perimeter in the dark, Mia building the evidence archive while managing the medical wing, Darius measuring structural tolerances at 0200 after a 12-hour construction shift, Juno in a ceiling grid corridor with a 22% contact probability. He thought about Voss, who had spent 6 weeks on the opposite side of the compound's perimeter and had arrived at the gate with a white flag and intelligence about the nuke deployment architecture that had changed the evacuation's timeline and ultimately contributed to Ashford's arrest. He thought about the 7 people whose names were in the operational log under the notation deceased. He had said those names at specific intervals since the first night, and he would continue to say them, because the work those people had done did not stop mattering when they stopped being present to do it. He thought about Rashid, who had been the first, who had set the tone for everything that followed, not through his death, but through how he had lived in the compound in the 6 days before it. The efficiency, the care, the specific precision of a person who had been taught that discipline was how you kept other people safe. He had been at the North Wall Junction when the liquor element had moved faster than anyone's projection. He went through them one by one, in the order they had been lost, each name a specific weight and a specific set of memories, what they had built, what watch they had stood, what specific contribution they had made to the compound's survival that continued to function after they were no longer there to sustain it. 7 names. He had said them in the compound on the mornings after each loss, standing in front of whoever was awake, because the compound's people had needed to know that the record was being kept, and that the keeping of the record was not going to be delegated to the system's documentation function. The names were his to carry. He had been carrying them since week 1. He still was. He looked at the assembly area, at the 238 people who had been in Raccoon City when the board's client demonstration went live and had survived it, and felt the specific weight of a completed task that had cost exactly what it had cost, no more and no less, and would cost exactly what it would cost going forward. Then he went to find Vera, because the completed task was one chapter, and the next chapter had already started without him. Chapter 96. Ashford from above the helicopter appeared at 0441. The system's threat assessment flagged the rotor signature at 4 kilometers, presenting the aircraft's approach vector and a non-federal registration identifier before Ethan's ears had fully registered the sound. Private aircraft, approaching on a vector that would put it over the assembly area in 4 minutes. He already knew what it was. Ashford, he said. The federal contact, 3 meters away, looked at the sky and then at Ethan with the recalibrated expression of someone who had believed the situation was resolved and was now updating that assessment. He'll have USS personnel aboard, Ethan said. Whatever he has left after the final assault. The helicopter came in low over the tree line and began a survey circle over the assembly area at altitude. Not an attack approach, a reconnaissance run. The posture of a man assessing what he had failed to prevent. 238 survivors in a forest, the journalist's satellite relay truck with its uplink running, the federal contact team, the evidence that was already in 6 stations' archives and federal prosecutors' hands. Ethan positioned himself at the center of the assembly area and made himself visible. It was the same logic he had applied every time he walked the compound's perimeter after an assault. Making himself visible told Ashford that the person he had been trying to eliminate for 41 days was alive, in the open, in circumstances where elimination would produce the opposite of the outcome Ashford needed. Every witness, he added, made elimination less viable. Ashford's voice came on the emergency frequency, the same frequency he had been using since the outbreak's 2nd week. Mr. Cross, you were more persistent than I anticipated. The board documentation is in federal prosecutors' hands, Ethan said. The bioweapon stockpile samples are in judicial custody. The broadcast has been running for 6 days on 6 stations. The evidence is distributed. A pause. The Fortress Builder system, Ashford said. Everything you built with it. That's Umbrella's proprietary intellectual property. Present that argument at the congressional hearing, Ethan said. The helicopter circled a 2nd time. Then the system pulsed with the advancement notification he had not felt since the Strategic Citadel tier 41 days ago. Sovereign Fortress tier achieved. Mobile defense protocols, unlocked. He had not built anything since the evacuation began. The tier advancement had triggered on outcome, on the evacuation's full completion, on the scope of what the compound had accomplished across 41 days. The system had been tracking all of it and had reached its threshold. Mobile defense protocols. Field adaptive construction. Structures built from available materials, leveraging terrain rather than purpose-built resources. The advancement made a specific kind of sense. The system had advanced the compound's tier 7 times across 41 days, each advancement triggered by completing the defensive milestone the tier required. The Sovereign Fortress tier's advancement had triggered on outcome rather than construction, on what the compound had accomplished, not on a specific physical installation. The system had been tracking the evacuation's completion, the evidence archive's completion, the broadcast completion, and had reached a cumulative threshold that Ethan had not been calculating toward because he had been focused on the evacuation's execution rather than the tier's requirements. He reviewed the new capabilities as Ashford's helicopter completed its 2nd circle. The Sovereign Fortress tier's mobile defense protocols were different from everything that had preceded them in 2 specific ways. First, they were designed for movement rather than fixed position. Every previous tier had been about the compound, about strengthening a single location, hardening its perimeter, extending its defensive depth. The Sovereign Fortress tier was about taking the compound's logic into unfamiliar terrain and building with whatever the terrain provided. Second, the blueprints were adaptive. Previous tiers had generated specific installation designs requiring specific materials. The Sovereign Fortress tier generated design principles, construction logic that could be applied to available materials rather than requiring the materials listed in the plan. Darius had been operating this way from the beginning, improvising within structural principles rather than following fixed specifications. The system had taken 6 weeks to catch up to how Darius already worked. That was notable. It meant the system was learning from its builder, or that the system had always been designed to evolve toward the builder's actual methodology, and Darius had simply been ahead of the tier structure from the beginning. He filed the observation and looked at the helicopter's approach angle, and the first applicable blueprint was already assembling in his vision. He had not known what the Sovereign Fortress tier would look like. He had known it existed, The tier list in the system's initial interface had shown all 10 levels from the beginning, and Sovereign Fortress was Tier 8. But the specific capabilities it unlocked had not been revealed in advance, the way no tier's full capabilities were revealed until the tier was achieved. Mobile defense protocols. Field adaptations. The city he had been defending for 6 weeks was 20 hours from ceasing to exist. He was in a forest with available materials and a helicopter circling overhead, and the system had just given him the toolkit for exactly this situation. He looked at the relay truck, at the federal vehicles, at the forest clearing. He started walking toward Darius, and the system was already generating the first schematic before he finished the thought. Chapter 97. The anti-air position. The Sovereign Fortress tier's mobile defense blueprints were a different kind of schematic than anything the system had generated before. Not blast walls, not perimeter fencing, not fixed installation defense architecture. These were field adaptations, structures built from what was present, leveraging terrain and improvised components. The engineering logic of someone who had learned to build with ideal materials and was now applying that logic to the materials that happened to be available. The first applicable blueprint used the relay truck's chassis as the primary structural element. The satellite uplink mast repositioned from its transmission angle to an elevation post. The truck's onboard power supply connected to a lighting array positioned at the specific angle that defeated a helicopter's optimal strafing approach vector. The design logic was the same logic that had governed everything the system had generated for Ethan since the first warehouse. Understand the threat's requirements and design a structure that defeats those requirements with available materials. A helicopter strafing run required a clear approach vector and pilot visibility. Defeat visibility. Defeat the optimal approach angle. He showed the schematic to Darius, who looked at it with the instant professional assessment of someone who had been reading system blueprints for 6 weeks. 20 minutes, Darius said. You have 20 minutes, Ethan said. Darius started issuing instructions. The construction team that had built the strategic citadel's defense rings, the people who had been working together long enough that they no longer needed the full explanation before they started moving, went to their assignments immediately. Voss came out of the medical staging area at the first sound of organized activity. His side wound was partially bound. The emergency physician had given him a choice between full treatment and waiting, and Voss had chosen waiting because he had heard an operational build starting, and that was the sound that overrode everything else in his decision hierarchy. He went directly to Darius. What do you need? Targeting data, Darius said. Helicopter approach pattern analysis. Someone who has called air support from a ground position and knows the commit point timing. Voss had called air support in more than a dozen operations across his USS career. He had also been on the receiving end of air support interdiction and knew what a ground-based threat looked like from the aircraft's perspective. He took the targeting observation role without requiring additional explanation. The anti-air position was complete in 19 minutes. At 0512, the helicopter made its run, targeting the relay truck's satellite uplink mast, the single piece of equipment whose destruction would most significantly damage the broadcast infrastructure. Voss called the commit point at 4 seconds out. The lighting array activated. Not a weapon. A blinding obstruction positioned at the exact angle the pilot needed for the run. The pilot pulled out early. The run missed the uplink by 30 meters. The helicopter circled twice more at increased altitude, and in those 2 circles, Ethan watched Ashford do the operational assessment that he himself would have done in the same situation. The anti-air position was active and effective. The target was defended. Continuing the attack run would produce casualties without achieving the objective. The broadcast infrastructure was defended. The evidence was distributed. Ashford had arrived at this clearing expecting to find scattered survivors without communications capability, without federal contact, without evidence that would hold up to legal scrutiny. He had found the full evacuation population alive and organized, a satellite relay uplink running to 6 stations, a federal contact team with warrant capability, and an anti-air defense position built in 19 minutes from a relay truck chassis. The man in the helicopter had miscalculated the compound's residual capacity, had assumed the evacuation would leave the survivors depleted, disorganized, vulnerable. He had not calculated for the Sovereign Fortress tier's mobile defense protocols, because he had not known the tier existed. He had been working from a compound profile that was 6 hours out of date. That was the cost of underestimating a builder. The assessment took 2 circles. Then the helicopter headed west, not northeast toward the federal perimeter, but west, back into the city's perimeter zone, where the 3rd deployment system was housed in an umbrella facility that was still technically Umbrella's property and was no longer staffed by USS personnel who had defected or been killed in 41 days of compound assaults. The 3rd deployment system, Leon said. The alternate authorization process opened 12 hours ago, Ethan said. He needs the third system manually prepared when the authorization clears. Without a system ready to receive the authorization, the nuke can't fire. How long does the manual preparation take? Voss. Ethan said. 40 minutes minimum, Voss said. 60 if the facility's security systems require bypass sequences rather than the access codes he has. Ethan checked the timeline. The alternate authorization had been running since the interdiction operation. 72 hours minimum. The window had opened approximately 12 hours ago. The authorization could clear at any point in the next 60 hours. 40 minutes of manual preparation in a facility Ashford had the access codes for. They needed to reach the third system before he completed the preparation. They needed to do it in the middle of the night, in the perimeter zone of a city that was going to be a nuclear event in less than 20 hours. He was already turning toward the federal contact, and if Ashford completed the manual preparation before they reached him, the alternate authorization would find a ready system in a city that still had survivors in range of the blast. Chapter 98. The warrant. The federal contact made 3 calls in 4 minutes. The first was to the task force command element, requesting an immediate intercept on the third deployment system's location. Voss provided the location from memory, facility address, floor-by-floor layout, the specific sublevel where the deployment system's manual activation interface was housed, with the precision of a field commander who had personally visited every USS-maintained facility in Raccoon City during 6 weeks of operations. He did not need to look anything up. He knew it. The second call was to the federal prosecutor's office, initiating the verbal deposition for an emergency warrant application. The legal basis for entering an umbrella facility before Ashford completed the manual activation preparation required documented justification that an imminent threat existed and that conventional access channels had been exhausted. Ethan provided the threat documentation. Voss provided the technical specifications for the deployment system and the manual activation sequence. The prosecutor asked specific questions. Both of them answered specifically. The third call was to a federal judge at 05:33 in the morning. The judge had been awake. He had received Ethan's broadcast evidence package on November 3rd and had been monitoring the case's development through the transmissions Carter's relay had been providing to the 6-station network. He understood what he was being asked to authorize and the time constraints on authorizing it. He issued the warrant at 05:38. The task force's intercept team reached the facility at 06:11. Ashford's helicopter was on the rooftop. The intercept team found him in the sublevel with the deployment system's manual activation interface. He had bypassed the door security with the access codes Voss had confirmed he still possessed, and he was at the interface with the manual preparation sequence initiated. He had not completed the preparation. The sequence required a physical verification step that had not yet been executed. The intercept team arrested him. Ethan heard the confirmation at 06:24, standing at the edge of the forest assembly area with the satellite relay still transmitting and the transport vehicles staged for the survivors' movement to the federal forward facilities. He stood with the confirmation for a moment. Ashford was in federal custody. The 3 deployment systems were disabled or secured. The board's alternate authorization process was still running somewhere in Umbrella's board structure. A corporate process that did not stop because one person was arrested, and that would be pursued through lawyers and delay tactics and every legal mechanism Umbrella's retained counsel could apply. He considered the board's authorization structure, the hierarchy that required 2 board members to initiate a deployment event, the specific redundancy that had been designed to make the program resilient to the loss of any single actor. Ashford was one member. The client demonstration program required at least one additional authorized signatory. Someone else had agreed to Raccoon City. Someone else had signed off on the pre-positioning in the 12 cities. That person was still operational, still authorized, still capable of initiating the next demonstration with a different Ashford, a different mechanism, a different city, if the evidence in Carter's broadcast and the federal prosecutor's hands did not move fast enough to reach them first. The race was not over. It had changed venues, from Raccoon City to the courtrooms and the congressional oversight committees and the 12 cities whose names were in Red Queen's data. But the manual preparation was incomplete. The deployment system had no one left to activate it. The alternate authorization had no delivery system ready to receive it. The nuke's available execution window had narrowed to the third system, and the third system was in federal custody. Vera appeared at his shoulder. She had heard the confirmation and had given him the interval. The same interval she always gave when something significant had happened, and he needed a moment to hold it. Ashford is arrested, she said. The board isn't, he said. The authorization process isn't. No, she said. But he can't activate the system manually anymore. No, he said. He can't. She looked at him. That's what we built toward. It's what this part built toward, he said. The next part is different. He looked east, toward the 60 miles of forest and farmland between this clearing and the federal forward facilities where the most seriously wounded survivors were now receiving treatment, where the board documentation was being processed by prosecutors, where the sealed samples were in judicial custody. The board's authorization process was still running. Umbrella's lawyers were in motion. The 12 cities on Red Queen's threat assessment map were not going to become the compound's problem in the next 24 hours, but they were going to become someone's problem, and the question was whether that someone had the evidence and the resources to prevent the next demonstration before the board found a new city and a new timeline. That was the next part. He had the Fortress Builder System's new tier. He had the evidence. He had the people around him who had built the first fortress and were going to build the next one. The board's lawyers had been faster than the federal warrants. The board was still out there, and in the 12 cities on Red Queen's map, the prepositioned stock was already waiting for an authorization signal that Ashford, from federal custody, could no longer send. But Ashford was only one name on the authorization list. The board had others, and not one of them had been arrested yet. Chapter 99. The nuke at 0847 on November 9th, the nuke fired. Not from the 3 deployment systems Voss had described. Those were disabled, secured, or in federal custody. The alternate authorization had cleared its 72-hour approval cycle 2 hours before the federal warrants could reach the parties controlling the authorization platform. The board's lawyers had been faster than the legal process could move. This was, Ethan reflected, probably exactly what the board had designed the authorization process to do. He heard the detonation before he felt it, a sound that was not like any other sound he had experienced. Deep, percussive, carrying the specific low-frequency signature of energy released at a scale that the human auditory system processed as physical rather than acoustic. It moved through the forest as a pressure event before it registered as a noise. Then the shockwave arrived at 0848, 30 seconds behind the sound, the wave having traveled 60 miles through the atmosphere and the forest terrain before reaching the assembly area. It was significant enough to knock people down, not lethal at 60 miles from the center. The calculation Ethan had run 41 days ago, using Red Queen's blast radius data and the system's population safety margin model, had been correct. He was knocked sideways. He kept his feet by shifting his weight in the direction of the wave's arrival, the specific physical response to a pressure event that you could prepare for when you knew it was coming. Leon went down and was upright before the wave cycle had completed, his recovery automatic. Vera caught a tree and was standing before the pressure release. 238 people in the assembly area. Most went down. All came back up. The federal team's emergency physician moved through the assembly checking for injuries. Minor contusions, 2 people who had hit obstacles when the wave hit them. No serious injuries. The journalist was still recording. Ethan looked west. The column of fire and smoke was visible above the tree line. The nuclear event's visual signature at 60 miles, the specific shape of it moving upward through the atmosphere and the physics of what had happened. The city that had been the board's client demonstration for 48 days was now the aftermath of its own demonstration. He stood and watched it for 33 seconds. The duration before the column reached the altitude where it became weather rather than fire. Raccoon City was gone. The compound was gone in the same event. The blast walls Darius had built to outlast the crisis, the defense rings, the escape tunnel, the watchtower frame, the medical wing, the communications array on the roof. The physical structure of the only safe zone in Raccoon City was now part of the event that had consumed the city. Below the fire, in the steel and concrete and the structural decisions that had been made with materials intended to last, some of it was still there. The bones of it. Darius had been right. Vera came to stand beside him. She did not say anything. He held her. The journalist's camera kept running. Around them, the assembly area had gone quiet in the specific way that a large group of people goes quiet when something overwhelming happens and individual response becomes irrelevant in the face of the shared fact. Every survivor who had been underground, in transit, in the forest, waiting, who had been watching the horizon to the west since the first report came in, was now watching the column together. Some were crying. Some were not. Juno was on her rock, arms around her knees, still. Darius had stopped measuring and stood with his measuring tape in one hand at his side, looking west the way an engineer looks at something that has just exceeded his structural models. Leon was standing at the camp's north edge, coffee forgotten, expression unreadable in the way that Ethan had come to understand meant he was processing rather than holding back. The nuclear event lasted 23 seconds as a visible phenomenon. Then it became the kind of thing you watched continue rather than the kind of thing you watched happen. The column was there, and would be there for days, and the city that had been at its base was gone. Ethan stood and watched until the column's acute phase was over. He recorded it on the camera he was still carrying. Not because the recording would add anything to Carter's footage or the federal documentation, but because he had been recording the compound since the first night, and the compound's end belonged in the same record as its beginning. He thought about the 7 people whose names were in the operational log. He said each name once, quietly enough that only Vera could have heard, and Vera was close enough to have heard. They stood together in the forest 60 miles from where the city had been, and Ethan thought about Red Queen, still in the hive below the blast, monitoring whatever was left to monitor, alone again in the dark the way she had been on September 24th when everything started. And he thought about what she was monitoring now, and whether Marsh was part of what remained to be monitored. The AI and the researcher, sealed together in the dark under a city that no longer existed. Whatever that meant, it was not yet resolved. Chapter 100. Build Again. Dawn came over the Arkley Forest at 0623 on November 10th. The fire column had thinned to smoke. The acute phase over, the long burn beginning, the specific transformation from event to aftermath that would continue for days. The city skyline was gone. In its place, the horizon was clear, the specific clarity of empty space where a dense urban environment had been. 238 survivors. The federal transport had moved the most critical medical cases the previous night to the forward facilities 60 miles east. The remaining population had built a camp in the clearing with the materials the evacuation had carried out. Not a compound, not a fortress, something more basic, and Ethan had watched them do it with the recognition that the impulse to build shelter was the correct impulse, and the thing that mattered was that they had it. They built it with care. Darius had walked the perimeter with his measuring tape, making tolerances, saying nothing but his presence making each structural decision more precise than it would have been without him. Ethan gave his interview to Carter at 0800. For hours. Everything on the record, the timeline, the system, the compound, the board's subcommittee, the client demonstration program, the bioweapon stockpile, the G-mutant, the Hive evacuation, the nuke, Ashford's arrest, the alternate authorization process, the 12 cities Red Queen had flagged, the next steps that were already beginning. He said all of it because the whole truth was what Carter's 2 years of background had been waiting to confirm, and withholding any part of it now was not something the situation required. Carter's satellite relay transmitted the interview live to 6 stations. By 1200, it was the primary story on every major news platform. The board subcommittee's members were named. The client demonstration program's documentation was public. The bioweapon stockpile samples were in judicial custody. Ashford was in federal detention. The evidence was out. Leon found Ethan at the camp's perimeter at 1400 with 2 cups of coffee. They stood at the camp's edge and watched the survivors work. The camp was not a compound. It had no perimeter wall, no fortified entry points, no Red Queen lighting protocol managing the approach corridors. It was shelter architecture, the basic geometry of people building against exposure. Windbreaks, sleeping areas, a central area where the communal fire had been established and where the day's food distribution had happened at 0800 from the federal rations. But the logic was the same. You found people who needed a structure between them and the things that were trying to harm them, and you built the structure, and you kept building until the threat was contained or the structure was complete. The materials differed. The threat differed. The logic held. Ethan had watched Darius walk the camp's windbreak construction at 0900, making measurements with the tape he had carried out of the tunnel in his equipment pack, adjusting the windbreak's angle relative to the prevailing air movement, saying nothing to the people building it except a few specific recommendations about where to set the anchor points. The people had made the adjustments without being told why, because 6 weeks in a compound with Darius had trained them to understand that his recommendations were not preferences. They were structural requirements for why the thing being built would work. Years of hearings, Leon said. Courts. Depositions. Lawyers. Yes, Ethan said. Worth it. Ethan looked at the camp, at the survivors who were building temporary shelter and eating federal rations and talking in the specific tone of people who had survived something and had not yet finished understanding what that meant. At the sealed sample case in judicial custody. At Carter's relay still running. Yes, he said. Leon drank his coffee. Then, after a moment, what's next? The system pulsed at the edge of Ethan's vision. Sovereign Fortress tier active. Primary fortress destroyed. New construction directive issued. Build again. He read it once. He did not need to read it twice. He looked across the camp. Vera was at the camp's edge reviewing coordinates on the federal contacts map, her attention focused with the operational precision she brought to every new problem. Mia was still at the medical table. She would be at the medical table until every case was resolved, which would be some time after everyone else had accepted that the medical staging was complete. Juno was on the rock, watching the horizon. but her posture had shifted slightly from the watching she had been doing all night. Less vigilant, more considering. Darius had his measuring tape out, looking at the camp's shelter constructions, already thinking about what the next build required. Voss was standing at the camp's north edge waiting to find out whether he was part of what came next. Ethan walked toward Vera. "The system issued a new construction directive," he said. She looked at him. "Where?" "Somewhere with a threat that needs a structure between it and the people who can't build one themselves." She folded the map. "Then let's go find it." The Fortress Builder system was active. The builder was building. For 12 cities and whatever came after, that was the answer the system gave him and the answer he had been building toward since the first warehouse on Ennerdale Street. And whatever was on the other side of the 12 cities, the system would give him the blueprints, and he would build until the work was done. The board was still out there. The 12 cities were still waiting. He would reach every one of them, or die trying. Chapter 101. The government arrived 72 hours after the nuclear event. The government task force arrived at the Arkley Forest Camp in 3 vehicles, 2 black SUVs and a white panel van with federal markings, moving down the forest road at the careful pace of people who had been briefed on what they would find and were still processing the briefing. Ethan met them at the camp's perimeter with Leon beside him and Vera 3 meters back, positioned where she could see both the vehicles and the camp's inner boundary without making her surveillance obvious to anyone who didn't know her. The task force lead was a woman in her mid-40s, credentials identifying her as Special Agent in Charge Rachel Moreno, Office of Special Investigations. She had the bearing of a federal investigator who had spent long enough doing difficult work that the difficulty had become procedural. She held the compound's absurdity without reacting to it, which told Ethan she had been briefed thoroughly. Not a first responder. A follow-on investigator who had been watching the broadcasts and had already formed her own assessment before the vehicles left the federal staging area. She introduced herself without preamble. "Your testimony, your evidence, and your survivors are all in federal jurisdiction now, Mr. Cross. I need to understand what you have and where it is." "The sealed samples are in judicial custody," Ethan said. "They were transferred to federal court jurisdiction 48 hours ago under the hearing arrangement with Judge Calloway. I have the custody documentation." Moreno's expression was neutral. "The court has confirmed. What I need now is the full operational record, your logs, Red Queen's data archives, the broadcast transmission records, the bioweapon room documentation that Dr. Cho produced." "All of that exists," Ethan said. "None of it transfers without my counsel present and a specific judicial authorization." He paused. "That is not obstruction. That is chain of custody preservation. If this evidence goes into an agency pipeline without judicial documentation, Umbrella's lawyers will attack the chain in every proceeding that follows. You know that." Moreno held his gaze for a moment with the recalibration of a professional who had expected resistance and was now deciding whether this particular resistance was principled or adversarial. She knew it was principled. He could read the recognition in the shift of her expression, the point where evaluation shifted into acknowledgement. She had briefed herself thoroughly enough to know that the compound's operational log contained 41 days of careful decision-making, not the disorganized scramble of a crisis survivor. The chain of custody argument was not an obstruction tactic. It was exactly the kind of thinking that would keep the evidence usable through a years-long legal proceeding. "Agreed," she said. "We'll work through Judge Calloway's office. In the meantime, I need your survivor's status, medical conditions, injuries, current location of the most serious cases." Ethan gave her the summary figures. 194 people currently at the camp, 44 in federal forward facilities due to serious medical conditions, 2 people still in critical status but stable at the forward hospital 60 miles east. He gave her Mia's contact information and the medical staging documentation that Mia had been maintaining since the evacuation. Moreno wrote everything down with the focused attention of an investigator who understood that the details collected in the first meeting were the foundation of every subsequent meeting. She did not use a recording device. She used a notebook. Ethan noted this, the deliberate choice of a medium that could not be subpoenaed as easily as digital recording. He walked her through the camp's perimeter before taking her to Mia, not to delay the meeting, but because the camp's structure was evidence in its own right. 238 survivors who had been through a 48-day zombie outbreak followed by a nuclear event were not building a camp that looked like this. They were building a camp that looked like this because their builder had never stopped being a builder, even when the structure was temporary and the material was forest salvage in federal ration containers. "Mia Cho is your point of contact for medical status," Ethan said. "She has been tracking every case since the evacuation began. She can give you a full assessment in under 10 minutes. He led Moreno toward Mia's medical staging area at the camp center. walking the perimeter's edge so Moreno could see the camp structure, the shelter architecture, the supply organization, the distribution stations, the specific order of a population that had been building and defending together for 41 days and had carried those instincts intact into the forest. Moreno saw it. He watched her register it. This was not a refugee camp. This was a population with organizational discipline and a working structure, produced by the same system that had kept 241 people alive in a zombie-overrun city for 41 days. Your system, Moreno said. The fortress builder system. We're going to need full documentation on that as well. My counsel will address the system's intellectual property status, Ethan said. That conversation will take longer than this morning. Moreno accepted that too. She was a pragmatist. She could identify which battles to pick in a first meeting. The chain of custody argument was one she recognized as legitimate. The system documentation was one she had filed for later. They reached Mia's medical station, and Ethan left Moreno with Mia and went back to the camp's perimeter. Leon fell into step beside him. She seems reasonable, Leon said. She's professional, Ethan said. Which is different. We'll see what reasonable looks like when the lawyers arrive. He thought about the compound's full operational period and how thoroughly they had documented everything. The operational log was a meticulous record, not because Ethan had known it would need to serve as legal evidence, but because documentation had been one of the system's requirements from the beginning. The system tracked every defensive decision, every resource allocation, every breach event, every loss. That documentation, which had served as operational continuity for the compound's decision-making, was now the foundation of the legal case. He thought about what that meant for the survivor's position. 238 people with 41 days of documented testimony, supported by 6 days of live broadcast evidence, supported by the sealed samples in judicial custody, supported by the operational log that recorded every specific decision Ashford's people had made against the compound. The evidentiary position was strong. What it was not was fast. Fast was Umbrella's advantage. The corporation had been moving at legal speed, which was slower than outbreak speed, slower than broadcast speed, slower than the speed at which a population could be mobilized and documented, but faster than a legal process that required cross-jurisdictional coordination and the kind of institutional credibility that individual survivors did not automatically carry. The federal counsel team arrived 4 hours later, and Umbrella's lawyers arrived 2 hours after that. The evidentiary war had begun, and unlike the compound's physical defenses, this war had no clear perimeter and no obvious endpoint. Only the slow accumulation of evidence, testimony, and legal process toward an outcome that would take years to complete. Years, but not forever. The evidence existed. The witnesses were alive. That was what the compound had bought, and it was enough to win, if they could hold the line long enough for the process to complete. Chapter 102. The Arkley Outpost. The Fortress Builder System issued its first new blueprint 48 hours after the nuclear event. Ethan was at the camp's eastern edge reviewing the shelter layout with Darius, who had been looking at the camp's windbreak construction since the first morning with the measuring tape in one hand and the expression of an engineer who was seeing amateur work that he was not yet sure whether to correct or endorse when the system notification pulsed at the edge of his vision. Arkley Outpost schematic generated. Wilderness construction protocols active. He reviewed the schematic. It was different from every blueprint the system had generated before. The compound on Ennerdale Street had been urban construction, a fixed-location fortress using a building that already existed, its structural logic premised on the geography of a city block. The Arkley Outpost schematic was terrain-adaptive. It worked with the forest's natural features rather than against them, using the elevation changes and the mature tree coverage as structural elements rather than obstacles. The design was elegant in the way that Darius's best improvised work was elegant. It looked like it had always been there, like the forest had grown around it rather than the structure having been placed in the forest. He showed it to Darius. Darius had been watching him review the schematic with the patience of someone who understood that good analysis required uninterrupted time, and who had developed over 41 days the specific discipline of not interrupting when Ethan was processing something the system had given him. Darius looked at the schematic for 30 seconds without speaking. His eyes moved the way they moved when he was reading a blueprint, not linearly, scanning the full design first to understand its governing logic, then moving to the specific elements that would require the most precise execution. The tree positioning is smart, he said, using the old-growth root systems as anchor points instead of driving new footings. Save 3 days of groundwork. He looked at the elevation profile. This assumes the hillside to the northeast is consolidated substrate, not loose fill. I need to test it before I commit the primary anchor to that line. How long? 4 hours. Then I'll know. He He rolled the schematic and put it in the tube he had been carrying since they cleared the evacuation shaft. I can have the first ring up in 36 hours if the substrate confirms. It confirmed at the 4-hour mark. The first ring was up in 31 hours. Darius ran the first ring's construction with the focused efficiency of someone whose craft had been refined by 41 days of building in crisis conditions. The compound's construction team had learned to work with him, learned to anticipate his specifications, learned to read his assessment expressions, learned the difference between a measurement he made for planning purposes and a measurement he made because he had found a structural tolerance that needed to be addressed before the build progressed. They worked at Arkley with the same integrated efficiency they had worked at Ennerdale Street. The Arkley outpost was not the compound. It was simpler, designed for temporary occupation rather than indefinite residence, and its footprint was smaller because the population it housed was moving toward legal proceedings rather than indefinite shelter in place. But its perimeter integrity was higher than anything Ethan had built before the strategic citadel tier, because the system's wilderness construction protocols had access to terrain advantages that the urban compound's geometry had never provided. The first ring used 3 old-growth trees as corner anchor points, trees with root systems that had been growing for 80 to 100 years, whose structural depth made them more stable than any manufactured foundation Darius could have installed in 31 hours. The ring connected them with a steel cable and timber construction that was not beautiful, but was precise in the specific way that Darius's work was always precise. Every joint at the right tolerance, every load distribution calculated to maintain structural integrity under lateral pressure from the angles that a professional assault force would use. By the time the Federal Council team arrived on day 4, the camp that Moreno had assessed as a refugee installation was something categorically different. It had a perimeter. It had observed entry points. It had a command center that was already 2/3 toward the Iron Dominion tier's hardened specifications. By the time Ashford's response arrived, the camp that the Federal Task Force had assessed as a refugee installation was a defensible position with overlapping observation fields, 3 approach corridors that channeled movement toward monitored entry points, and a command center that the system had specified and Darius had built in 12 hours using prefab elements from a collapsed supply depot Leon had identified 3 miles east. Leon had retrieved the prefab elements from the depot on day 3, a 4-hour round trip through secondary forest roads with 2 vehicles and 4 people, carrying materials that were technically federal property in a facility that was technically outside the task force's access authorization. He had done it anyway because the command center needed to be built before the Federal Council teams arrived and the legal maneuvering began, and because the operational logic was straightforward. A defensible command position was more valuable than the administrative process for formally accessing a collapsed supply depot. Moreno had found out about it on day 4. She had looked at the command center, Darius's work, precise and functional, and then at Leon. Leon had returned the look with the specific expression of a retired RPD officer who had made a career of doing the right thing and arguing about the paperwork afterward. Moreno had not filed a report about the depot. The PR response came before the physical one, and the PR response, unlike the physical assault that followed, was something the outpost's defenses had not been designed to stop. Ethan woke on the 3rd morning to Moreno standing at his shelter entrance with a tablet showing a headline. Raccoon City Survivor Testimony. Contaminated Witnesses, Umbrella Spokesperson. It was Ashford's statement, released to every major wire service in the world, describing the camp's population as people who had been exposed to an unknown chemical agent that was causing significant cognitive impairment and memory distortion. It named Ethan specifically as the operator of an unauthorized psychological manipulation program that had convinced vulnerable survivors to support a coordinated disinformation campaign. "He's calling you a cult leader," Leon said from behind Moreno, reading over her shoulder. "He's trying to disqualify survivor testimony before it reaches a courtroom," Ethan said. He was already thinking about the response. "Has Carter's footage run?" "3rd cycle on 6 stations," Moreno said. 17 million viewers in the first 36 hours. "Then the public record is already established." He looked at the headline again. "Ashford is 3 news cycles behind. We need Mia to publish the T-virus analysis, and when it runs, Umbrella's next move will tell us exactly how afraid they are." Chapter 103. The information war. Mia published the T-virus analysis at 0900 on the 4th day. She had been building it since week 2 of the compound's existence. A rigorous scientific document that traced the outbreak's mechanism, identified the specific T-virus strain responsible, documented the cascade progression in the 73 cases she had treated, and established beyond a reasonable scientific standard that the outbreak could not have been accidental. The capsule delivery mechanism Juno had found in the food supply manifest was appendixed with full chemical analysis. The bioweapon stockpile samples, already in judicial custody, were referenced with their custody documentation attached. Carter's network had been waiting for it. Within 3 hours of publication, it was the lead story on every major science platform, translated into 11 languages by nightfall. Umbrella's first response was legal. Injunctions in 3 jurisdictions claiming the document constituted misappropriation of proprietary research data. Each injunction was filed in the jurisdictions where Umbrella had the most favorable regulatory relationships. Ethan had anticipated this. He had told Mia to prepare 11 independent copies for distribution before publication. 11 sealed packages, each with full custody documentation, each sent to a different contact in Mia's scientific network. Lawyers, peer-review journal editors, foreign research institutions, a congressional science office. The injunctions reached 1 package before distribution was complete. The other 10 were already in transit. 3 of the 12 are intercepted, Mia said, reviewing the distribution confirmation. 9 reached their recipients. 9 is enough, Ethan said. The peer review process is irreversible once the document is in the reviewing editor's hands. She looked at him with the expression she had been developing over 41 days. Not surprise exactly, more the recalibration of someone who kept expecting the competence to stop and kept finding it did not. You planned for the legal interference. I planned for Umbrella's standard response to public evidence, he said. They've used injunction tactics in every previous case against them that got to court. The pattern is in the regulatory filings Carter's network had from her 2 years of background work. The broadcast audience had grown. 17 million at the first cycle. By day 4, after Mia's analysis was published and the injunction filings made international news, the compound's transmission archive, 6 days of broadcast that Carter's relay had delivered to 6 stations and that those stations had distributed globally, was being viewed in 43 countries. The survivor testimonies, which Ethan had ensured were made individually by every survivor who chose to speak on record, were the most viewed elements. Martinez, the 14-year-old, gave hers in 3 sentences that were clipped and distributed independently of the full broadcast. I was in Raccoon City. I survived because of the safe zone. Everything you've been told about the outbreak is wrong. The survivors' social media accounts were next. Umbrella's PR team had been running an organized counter-campaign since the day after the nuclear event. Automated accounts, coordinated posting, a narrative that blamed a rogue bioterrorist cell for the outbreak and described Umbrella as a victim. The volume was significant. The sophistication was high, but it was operating against 6 days of live compound broadcasts, 238 named survivors with documented identities and medical records, and a growing global community of people who had been following the compound situation since week 1. The automated accounts had a specific weakness. They could generate content volume. What they could not generate was the specific texture of lived experience, the operational detail, the named locations, the precise timing, the accumulated weight of 41 days of real decisions made under conditions that the PR team's content creators had never experienced and could not accurately replicate. The compound survivors were not providing general emotional accounts. They were providing specific operational records. I was at Junction Alpha at 2310. I counted the contacts. This is what Red Queen said. Specific beats general every time. Umbrella's counter-narrative required the audience to believe that hundreds of independently corroborating specific accounts were coordinated fabrications, rather than the simpler explanation that they were true. The simpler explanation had the compound's 6 days of live broadcast supporting it. It was not a fair fight, and Umbrella's PR team, whatever their skill level, could not manufacture credibility against a documented survivor population. Mia isolated and replicated the evidence into 12 additional packages. The secondary distribution would reach the lawyers and international bodies that needed physical copies for legal proceedings. It would also ensure that no single legal action could suppress all of the evidence simultaneously. The information war had begun, and the compound side had the advantage, not because they had more resources, but because they had been there. And the board's lawyers were about to discover that being there, and being able to prove you were there with documentary specificity, was worth more in a courtroom than any counter-narrative they could construct. The 3 intercepted packages were already generating attention in the press. The question was whether Umbrella understood they had made a mistake, or whether they would keep making it. Carter had already filed 3 requests under the Federal Press Shield Act. The legal machine was grinding in their direction, and the board's lawyers were beginning to understand that they had created a problem they could not litigate their way out of. Every action they took to suppress the evidence was itself becoming evidence. The trap was set. The question now was whether they would recognize it before they walked all the way in. Chapter 104. Distribution. The 12 secondary evidence packages left the Arkley outpost on day 5. Mia had built the distribution architecture with the same systematic care she brought to every technical problem. Each package contained a full copy of the bioweapon stockpile documentation, the T-virus analysis, the Red Queen broadcast archive, and the operational log from the compound's 41 days. Each package was sealed, custody documented, and addressed to a specific recipient whose identity Ethan and Mia had selected from a list of contacts compiled across 3 weeks of work. The recipients included 3 lawyers with demonstrated records of successful litigation against corporate defendants in toxic tort cases, 2 foreign government science attaches who had made direct contact through Carter's network, 1 Congressional Science Committee staff member who had been quietly tracking Umbrella's regulatory filings for 18 months, 3 independent laboratories in different jurisdictions who could run independent verification of Mia's T-virus analysis, a United Nations Biological Weapons Treaty Office, and 2 investigative journalists with established protection networks and the technical capacity to receive and secure sensitive materials. Carter's network managed the distribution logistics. The packages moved through courier systems that Carter had used for source protection throughout her 2-year investigation, systems specifically designed to resist interception by well-resourced corporate actors. 3 packages were confirmed intercepted before reaching their recipients. Ethan received the interception reports at 1,400 on day 5. He had been expecting 3 to 4 interceptions based on the distribution network's historical interception rates against corporate opposition. 3 was within the expected range. 9 delivered packages was sufficient. The 9 recipients confirmed receipt through Carter's secure relay channel over the following 12 hours. The peer review editors confirmed immediately. They had been expecting the submission based on the public announcement of Mia's analysis and had the journal's editorial board convened within 4 hours of receiving the document. The independent laboratories confirmed with specific technical questions that demonstrated they had read the analysis rather than merely filed it. The foreign government science attaches confirmed through their diplomatic channels, with the formal language of official receipt rather than the informal acknowledgement of personal communication. Each confirmation was logged in the operational record. Each was matched against the timeline of the congressional hearing preparation. The hearing was in 9 days. The peer review process would complete before then. One of the 3 journals had committed to a 48-hour expedited review based on the document's public interest significance. The laboratory verifications would be complete within 72 hours. The evidence foundation for the congressional testimony was solid. The interceptions had not damaged it. What the interceptions had done was demonstrate, on a public record that was now in federal prosecutors' hands, that Umbrella had attempted to suppress evidence intended for a congressional staff member in a United Nations treaty office. That demonstration was worth more than the 3 packages would have been. He filed the analysis and turned back to the outpost's defense preparations. Because the information war and the physical defense were running in parallel, and the outpost's perimeter watch had just reported vehicle movement on the Northwest Secondary Road. The system updated. Evidence distribution, 75% complete. Secondary redundancy, active. But the interception methods bothered him. Not the interceptions themselves. Those were expected. The methods were surgical, targeted at the 3 packages addressed to the congressional staff member, one of the foreign government contacts, and the UN Treaty Office. These were the packages where interception would have the most significant effect on the legal timeline, because the congressional staff member was advising the hearing committee and the UN office was the fastest path to international jurisdiction. Someone had inside knowledge of the distribution list. He did not know who. He knew the information had come from one of 14 people who had seen the full distribution list. He knew the identity of all 14. He began reviewing what each of them knew and when they had known it. Not with accusation, not yet, but with the specific attention to pattern that the system's operational framework had been training him to apply since the first warehouse on Ennerdale Street. 14 people. Of those, 8 were survivors from the compound's inner circle. 6 were federal or legal contacts who had received the list through Moreno's coordination process. The surgical targeting of the congressional staff members' package suggested knowledge of the congressional process, which narrowed the probable source to someone with visibility into the federal coordination side. He flagged the analysis and kept building, because the answer would come through patience and pattern recognition, not through suspicion that disrupted the operational unity the outpost required. The pattern would resolve. It always did. In the meantime, the 9 delivered packages were already in the hands of people who could use them, and Umbrella's lawyers were running interception operations that were going to attract attention, because intercepting materials en route to a congressional staff member was not a standard corporate legal action, and the people who noticed unusual things in Washington were going to notice. The interception itself was evidence of consciousness of guilt. Sometimes Umbrella's legal tactics were their own worst witnesses, and the congressional staff member whose package had been intercepted was now very interested in who had done it. The investigation that staffer opened the following morning would eventually produce 3 subpoenas and a referral to the Ethics Committee. Ethan could not have planned it better, and he had not planned it at all. He had simply documented everything and let Umbrella's own actions build the case against them. That was the system's deepest lesson. The threat, pursued long enough without accountability, always produced evidence of itself. Chapter 105. The Mercenary Force. The Umbrella Mercenary Force arrived on day 6 at 0340. Not USS. A private military contractor, 3 vehicle elements, 12 personnel, professional equipment, and movement discipline that was a step above the USS assault teams the compound had faced in Raccoon City. They came through the forest from the northwest, which was the approach direction with the least natural channeling. The direction that the Arkley outpost surveillance had the most coverage on because Ethan had placed 3 observation posts on the northwest elevation specifically because the northwest was the direction a professional force would use to minimize the terrain advantages the outpost's eastern and southern perimeters provided. The observation post on the northwest secondary elevation reported at 0317. 23 minutes of warning. Ethan was awake. He had developed the habit of light sleep during the compound years, the survival adaptation of a builder who had spent 41 nights managing threats to a population of 200 people, who had learned that the transition between observation and action needed to be measured in seconds rather than the longer intervals that comfortable sleep required. 23 minutes was sufficient. He had also developed the habit of sleeping in clothes that could transition to operational use without changing, in a position that allowed him to stand and move in under 5 seconds. Vera had noticed this on the second night at the outpost, and had simply adopted the same habit without comment. Leon had been sleeping this way for 30 years and said nothing about the validation. 23 minutes. Against a professional force that had already identified the outpost's position and had been planning this assault for at least 24 hours based on the response time from Ashford's statement. The statement had been their operational signal, and a 24-hour response time suggested a force that had been prepositioned in the region before the statement was made. He activated the outpost's defense coordination at 0320. The wilderness fortification architecture the system had specified for the Arkley terrain used the forest's natural features as the primary defensive element. Elevation differentials, old-growth timber that provided both cover and obstacle, the drainage patterns that channeled movement towards specific crossing points. The outpost's observation network had been designed to feed into the system's real-time threat positioning map, which now showed 12 targets in 3 elements moving through the northwest corridor. The element structure told him what he needed to know. This was a coordinated assault, not a probe. 3 elements meant simultaneous engagement from 3 angles. The northwest approach was the primary. The other 2 elements would be coming from positions the observation posts needed to identify. Northeast secondary, report, he said into the command frequency. 3 seconds. Then, 2-man element, stationary at the creek crossing. Holding position. South ridge, report. 4-man element. Approaching on the ridgeline. 3-element assault. 3 separate engagement problems. Leon was at the command center in 4 minutes. He heard the positional reports and began working the engagement geometry without waiting for instruction. The same operating instinct he had demonstrated in the compound, the retired RPD officer's ability to translate spatial information into tactical response without requiring the full context spelled out. Northeast element is the reserve, Leon said. 2 people holding. They come in after the primary engages to hit whatever reacts to the northwest approach. He looked at the terrain map. If I take Vera and 2 of the compound's combat-experienced people to the Northeast Creek crossing before the northwest element initiates, we can collapse the reserve before they know we've identified them. The South Ridgeline element. Ethan said, I need someone to hold them on the ridge while the northwest engages from the outpost, Leon said. Don't let them get to the elevation advantage. If they get above the outpost's roofline, they have angles that defeat the natural cover. Voss, Ethan said. Voss was already at the command center doorway, having heard the reports from his shelter 3 meters away. His sidewound was 4 days healed from the evacuation. His movement was careful but functional. Counter-ambush on the south ridge, Voss said. I know the approach. Leon broke for the Northeast Creek crossing at 0327. Voss took his team to the south ridge at 0328. The northwest primary element reached the outpost's outer observation line at 0341. The engagement that followed lasted 14 minutes. Leon's counter-ambush collapsed the northeast reserve element before they could react to the northwest engagement. Leon had chosen his position with the 30 years of RPD tactical experience that made him reliable in these situations. He had identified the creek crossing as a reserve element choke point during his first day of perimeter work at the outpost, had noted it in the operational log as a priority observation position, and had been ready to use it before the threat materialized. The counter-ambush worked because he had already planned it. Voss held the south ridge with field position work that kept the four-person ridgeline element pinned without giving them the angle they needed. His USS tactical training had been built on exactly this kind of terrain engagement. The ability to use ground advantage to create a defensive position that a numerically superior force could not effectively attack without restructuring their approach. He pinned them with positioning, not firepower. The professional's recognition that conserving ammunition while denying the enemy their preferred engagement geometry was worth more than any aggressive exchange. The northwest primary element found the outpost's natural fortification exactly as the system had designed it. They could not advance without exposing themselves to fire from 3 different elevation points, and the terrain they had chosen as their approach channeled them into exactly the geometry the outpost's defense exploited. The mercenary force broke at 0355, not en route, but in the professional withdrawal of a force that had assessed the engagement and concluded that continuing was not viable against the current defense configuration. 4 survivors were wounded. None died. The system updated. Arkley outpost battle, repelled. Defensive integrity, maintained. Ethan stood at the command center after the engagement and documented the battle in the operational log. 4 wounded. The names and injury status of each. The force that had engaged them. Private military contractor, professional equipment, 12 personnel, 3-element assault structure. The duration. The outcome. The log had an entry for every engagement since the first night on Ennerdale Street. This was entry 47, and it would not be the last. Chapter 106. Iron Dominion. The Iron Dominion tier achieved its threshold at 0447 on the 7th day. The trigger was cumulative, the same pattern the system had used for the Sovereign Fortress advancement, tracking outcomes rather than specific construction milestones. The Arkley outpost's successful defense against a professional mercenary force, the evidence distribution network operating under legal and physical pressure, the public testimony archive at 17 million viewers and growing. The system had been accumulating these outcomes against the Iron Dominion tier's threshold, and the mercenary assault's repulsion had pushed the count past the required level. Iron Dominion tier achieved. Hardened Command Center schematic generated. Biological containment wing unlocked. Ethan reviewed the schematics in the pre-dawn dark with Darius, who had been running the outpost's construction operation on 4 hours of sleep for 6 days and had the specific energy of a person who was running on mission-focused discipline rather than rest, but had not yet hit the wall that would require recovery. Hardened Command Center, Darius said, reviewing the primary schematic. The prefab elements from the supply depot are already the foundation. What this is adding, he traced the blueprint's additions with his finger, is structural hardening, power redundancy, and the containment wing. He looked up. The containment wing is a different order of complexity from anything we've built before. This is not a compound modification. This is a purpose-built biological containment structure with negative pressure, airlocks, and an autonomous environmental monitoring system. How long? With everything we have available here? He calculated. 16 hours for the command center hardening. The containment wing is 48 hours minimum. I need specific materials that aren't in the forest supply depot. He paused. I know where to get them. There is a collapsed Umbrella logistics facility 14 miles east. Umbrellas pre-positioned their own supply infrastructure throughout this region. The facility's collapse was in week 2 of the outbreak. The structure is down, but the interior storage is intact. Leon can run that retrieval, Ethan said. He'll need a full team and 2 vehicles, Darius said. And he'll need to know the specific material specifications. He was already writing them. The list was precise. Material designations, quantities, quality tolerances, the specific language of someone who had spent 30 years reading building codes and knew exactly how much imprecision would accumulate across a construction at this scale. Leon ran the retrieval mission while Darius supervised the command center hardening. He was back in 3 hours and 40 minutes with the full material list confirmed. The collapsed Umbrella logistics facility had been untouched since week 2 of the outbreak. A prepositioned supply cache whose contents Umbrella's logistics team had never retrieved because they had not expected to need them in the forest 60 miles from Raccoon City. The irony was not lost on anyone. Umbrella had prepositioned materials throughout the Arkley region to support its own operations. The outpost was using those materials to build the infrastructure that would ultimately be used against Umbrella. The containment wing construction began at 1,600 on day 7. Darius ran it with 4 people and the specific materials Leon had retrieved. The environmental monitoring system went in first. The component Mia had specified as the highest priority, because the containment wing was no good without the ability to monitor what it was containing. The command center hardening was complete at 1503. The system's baseline capability for the Iron Dominion tier came online with it. Long-range surveillance protocols, satellite uplink management from the broadcast relay infrastructure, and the biological intelligence functions that Mia had been waiting for since the undocumented room in the Hive. Mia moved into the command center's biological intelligence station with the expression of someone who had been working at improvised capability for 6 weeks and was now looking at equipment that matched what she had been trying to build. "This is what I needed in week 2, she said. "You built what you had in week 2, Ethan said. "Yes." She was already configuring the analysis systems. The Iron Dominion tier's containment wing specifications have Darius prioritize the environmental monitoring installation. If Marsh is still evolving in whatever remains of the Hive, the monitoring specifications will be relevant for anything we encounter next. He looked at her. "You think we'll encounter Marsh again?" She did not look up from the configuration. She survived the Hive for 6 weeks before we arrived. She survived the evacuation's collapse events. She survived Vera and 2 other people shooting at her in a confined space. She paused. "She's been engineered to survive. I think we should plan for her accordingly." For survivors had died in the Arkley battle, not from direct engagement, but from the chaos of a professional assault on a camp that still had wounded people from the evacuation. They were in the operational log with their names and their last compound assignments. Ethan added them at 0600 when the battle's accounting was complete. He stood at the operational log terminal for a moment after entering the 4th name and thought about the cumulative weight of what the log represented. 41 days in Raccoon City, plus 7 days at the outpost. 11 people in the deceased notation. 11 names he said at intervals and would continue to say. Mia had been watching him. She did not interrupt. She understood what the documentation moment cost, and she understood that it was not something you abbreviated. The system updated. Iron Dominion tier operational. Command center active. He filed the documentation and returned to the build. The containment wing still had 36 hours of construction time remaining. The legal proceedings were in 6 days. The Genesis directive was active. There was no shortage of work, and work was what the situation had always required, regardless of what the work was taking from him. He would build until the work was done, and when it was done, there would be more work. And that was exactly what he had signed up for when the system activated on September 24th and gave him the directive that had started everything. But Ashford was about to be released from provisional custody in 36 hours, and whatever the Arkley cleaner was, it would be on the road before then. Chapter 107. Ashford's arrest. Ashford was arrested by the government task force at 1,100 on day 8. Ethan heard about it from Moreno, who came to the command center with the measured professionalism of a federal investigator delivering significant news and not allowing significance to alter the delivery. "Director Ashford has been taken into federal custody under a provisional hold," she said. "The basis for the hold is the transmitted evidence your group provided. Specifically, the USS operational orders in Vera Solis's possession, the broadcast evidence of Umbrella's pre-deployment activities, and the bioweapon stockpile documentation." She paused. "The provisional hold gives us 48 hours before we need to file formal charges or release him." "What's the charge basis?" Ethan asked. "Conspiracy to commit mass casualty events under bioterrorism statutes," she said. "The evidence supports the charge. The question is whether the judicial system can move faster than Umbrella's legal counsel." "And the answer?" Leon said from the doorway. "The answer is that Umbrella has 300 lawyers and 40 years of regulatory relationships," Moreno said. "But the congressional hearing process has been initiated on the basis of your broadcast evidence, which means the evidentiary standard is different and the timeline is different. The hearing is in 14 days. 14 days. Against 300 lawyers." He thought about what 300 lawyers could do in 14 days to a case built by 6 people in an underground compound. They could challenge chain of custody at every evidentiary transfer. They could file simultaneous motions in 3 jurisdictions to create procedural delays. They could attack witness credibility on the basis of USS employment history. He had anticipated every standard challenge and built the documentation to withstand it. But 300 lawyers could find non-standard angles in 14 days, and the congressional hearing was not a trial. It was a political process, and political processes had different vulnerabilities than judicial ones. The hearing was also their best opportunity. 40 million broadcast viewers, live testimony from 200 named survivors, and a sealed bioweapon sample archive in judicial custody. The political case was stronger than any corporate legal team could suppress in 14 days. But stronger was not certain. What happens if the provisional hold doesn't convert to formal charges in 48 hours? Ethan asked. He's released, Moreno said. With significant monitoring, but released. The monitoring was not enough. Ethan knew it, Moreno knew it, and Moreno's expression told him she understood he knew it and was not going to pretend otherwise. He'll move assets as soon as he's out, Ethan said. Yes, she said. The contingency asset, Vera said from behind Ethan. She had been in the command center during the full briefing, standing back from the conversation with the operational attention she brought to every threat assessment. He mentioned it before the arrest. We have intelligence from former USS contacts in the field. Ashford activated something when the broadcast started running. Not USS, something different. Moreno turned to Vera with the recalibrated focus of a federal investigator who had just heard a new variable. What kind of asset? A deployment unit, Vera said. Mobile. Carrying G-virus specimens for field deployment. Moreno held that for a moment. If Umbrella has a mobile G-virus deployment unit operating in this region, then Ashford's arrest doesn't stop it, Ethan said. The asset was activated before the arrest. It doesn't deactivate when the activation authority is detained. He was already pulling up the system's threat assessment map. We need to find the unit before it deploys. Red Queen identified the deployment logistics for the Raccoon City program. The same logistics apply here. He looked at the map and the forest around the Arkley outpost and thought about the gap between a provisional hold that would expire in 48 hours and a mobile BOW deployment unit that had been activated and was already moving. The arrest had felt like resolution. It was not resolution. The arrest was a legal action that constrained one person. The Arkley cleaner was an autonomous operational asset that had been set in motion before that person's freedom was constrained, and that would complete its mission regardless of what happened in a federal holding facility. This was the pattern he had seen since September 24th. Umbrella had redundancy built into every layer of its program. Remove one element, and another was already in motion. The USS Assault failed, the USS Remnant failed, the nuclear deployment was obstructed, and the cleaner was the next layer. Somewhere beyond the cleaner, there was the Genesis archive and whatever the board had not disclosed. The system pulsed. Contingency asset detected. Threat assessment. Critical. He was already building the response plan before the notification finished displaying, because the response was going to be built the same way the compound had been built, the same way the outpost had been built, the same way everything in the previous 50 days had been built, by understanding the threat's requirements and designing the countermeasure before the threat fully arrived. He pulled the surveillance network's northwest corridor data and began building the response architecture. The 3 choke point positions were the foundation. The thermal imaging capability was the tracking mechanism. The inner circle's combat capability was the neutralization element. None of these were as good as having more warning time. But he had the warning time he had, and the response had to be built to fit the window that existed rather than the window he would have preferred. Ashford was in custody. The cleaner was already moving. The next 48 hours would determine whether the custody held long enough for it to matter, and if it did not, the cleaner would be the least of the problems that custody failure would produce. He thought about that carefully. The board had sent the cleaner as a message, not just as an operational asset, but as a demonstration that custody did not end exposure. That Ashford in a federal facility was still a liability they intended to manage. The question Ethan could not yet answer was whether the board believed the cleaner could reach Ashford, or whether the cleaner was a feint, a distraction designed to occupy Ethan's attention while something else moved into position. Chapter 108. The contingency asset. The intelligence from Vera's former USS contacts arrived in 2 parts. The first part came through a channel that Vera had been maintaining since the compound's early weeks, an encrypted frequency that she had established with 3 USS operatives who had not defected but had been providing information to Vera because they had made the same calculation Voss had eventually made. The compound's survival and the compound's evidence were the best chance of a post-USS life that did not end in a federal prison or a cover-up casualty. The first part said, the contingency asset's codename was Arkley Cleaner. Its operational profile was a mobile G-virus specimen deployment unit, a converted cargo vehicle carrying sealed specimen containers, operated by a 3-person team, designed to release specimens in a target area and withdraw before the specimens became unmanageable. The Arkley Cleaner's mission was to create a new outbreak in the Arkley forest overwhelming the survivor camp and the federal task force simultaneously, and erasing the witness population under circumstances that Umbrella's PR team could attribute to a second wave of the Raccoon City pathogen. The second part arrived 3 hours later. Arkley Cleaner had been deployed from an Umbrella logistics hub 40 miles west at 0600 on the day before Ashford's arrest. It had been moving toward the Arkley forest since 0600 on day 7. It had an 18-hour head start. Ethan ran the timeline. The Arkley Cleaner had been on the road for 31 hours when the intelligence arrived. At a conservative operational transit speed for a cargo vehicle moving through secondary roads to avoid federal monitoring, it was within the Arkley region. The system's threat assessment confirmed it. Mobile deployment unit. Estimated position, 12 to 18 miles west. Arrival window, 4 to 6 hours. 4 to 6 hours, Leon said. If it's moving, Vera said. If the operator is holding position and waiting for a signal, it could be anywhere in that window and stationary. The signal would have been Ashford's arrest, specifically, Ashford's failure to prevent the arrest, Ethan said. The ARKLAY Cleaner's activation signal was his assessment of whether containment was achievable through legal means. When he was arrested, the cleaner received the contingency trigger. He pulled up the road network map the system had generated for the Arkley region. The secondary road options from the west had 3 viable approaches to the forest camp's location. Each approach had a choke point, a bridge, a culvert crossing, a stretch of single-lane road with limited turnout options. We blocked the 3 approach choke points, he said. Federal vehicles at each. Not to engage the cleaner, to identify its position and track its route. We don't know which approach it's using. If we see it, we can respond. If it goes off-road, Voss said, it loses the vehicle advantage. The specimens are in sealed containers. They have to deploy from the vehicle or be transported on foot. A G-virus specimen container is 40 pounds minimum. 3-person team, on foot, through Arkley Forest. They can't move specimens and manage a deployment simultaneously. We need G-virus specimen containment protocols, Mia said. If the cleaner deploys before we reach it, we need to neutralize the specimens before they reach Cascade. Red Queen's data includes G-mutant Cascade parameters, Ethan said. I'll pull the protocols. Mia was already at the Biological Intelligence Station, pulling the Cascade data from the Red Queen archive that she had been working with since the command center came online. The G-mutant containment protocols were specific. Each specimen required sealed container neutralization before transport, which required specialized equipment that the containment wing's construction materials included. They had the protocols. What they needed was the cleaner's position. He was already moving toward the command center's data terminal, and the system was already generating the threat assessment model for a mobile BOW deployment operation in a forested terrain 12 miles from the Arkley outpost. 4 to 6 hours. Against a deployment unit that had been built specifically to release G-virus specimens in a populated area and disappear. This was the mission the cleaner's operator had been trained for. This was what they were driving toward at this moment. On a secondary road in the Arkley forest, carrying 4 to 5 sealed containers that each held something that, released, could consume this camp the way the Raccoon City outbreak had consumed the city, and the only thing standing between the containers and their deployment was Ethan's team, the thermal network, and whatever advantage the system's terrain map could provide in the next 4 hours. He communicated the intercept positions to Leon and Vera using the encrypted channel and waited for their acknowledgments. Both confirmed. The 3-element formation was in place, but whether it would be enough depended on variables the thermal map could not fully resolve. The cleaner's driver had chosen the secondary road deliberately, which meant they had done their route analysis, and route analysis was the first step of a professional who did not intend to be stopped. A professional who had done their route analysis also had contingency plans for intercept scenarios. That was the variable the thermal map could not resolve, not where the cleaner was going, but what it would do when it encountered resistance. Whether it would accelerate, attempt to break through, or abort and retreat. Whether the containers aboard were primary mission assets that the driver would protect at all costs, or secondary material that would be abandoned rather than lost. He did not know. He had to commit to the intercept without knowing, which was exactly the situation the compound had trained him for. 6 weeks of committing without perfect information, because perfect information was never available and waiting for it was its own decision. Chapter 109. G-virus in the forest. The first G-virus specimen was spotted at 0214 by Moreno's surveillance team at the western approach choke point. Not the cleaner vehicle, a specimen. Something had already been released. The report came in on the Federal Task Force's channel, which Ethan had integrated into the Arkley Outpost Command Center communication system on day 2 when Moreno had agreed to a shared operational picture. The surveillance team at the western approach had identified a large BOW specimen moving through the tree line approximately 40 meters north of the road, moving with the specific uncontrolled aggression of a G-mutant in early cascade phase, which was distinct from late-phase cascade, and from the controlled aggression of a licker or hunter. Early-phase G-mutants moved fast, struck at anything in range, and were developing their secondary mutation structures, which made them dangerous in ways that their size did not fully capture. Cleaner has already deployed at least one specimen, Ethan said, which means it's already in the forest or it deployed at range and withdrew. Range deployment, Voss said. That's the standard protocol. You don't drive to the target area. You approach within release range, open the containers, withdraw. The specimens spread independently. How many containers does a cleaner unit typically carry? Ethan asked. 3 to 5, Voss said. Each container holds one specimen. He paused. If they deployed all 5, we have 5 G-mutants at varying points in cascade progression spreading through the Arkley forest. 5 G-mutants. In a forest camp with nearly 240 survivors, a federal task force, and a partially completed Iron Dominion tier outpost. Ethan ran the threat assessment. The G-mutants' cascade progression was something Red Queen had documented in 17 cases during the Hive's operational period. Early cascade phase, fast, aggressive, uncontrolled striking. Secondary mutation phase, structural changes to the specimen's musculature and sensory systems, increased speed, beginning to develop secondary attack structures. Late cascade phase, full mutation, potentially armored secondary structures, maximum threat. The specimens that the cleaner had deployed were at whatever cascade phase corresponded to their time in transport stasis, likely early, given the stasis disruption, but potentially further along if the stasis integrity had degraded during the deployment unit's extended road transit. He did not have the time to run the full cascade analysis. What he had was the thermal map, 3 confirmed positions, and a 60-mile radius forest that 238 survivors needed to remain in for at least 2 more weeks pending the congressional testimony. He had the strike teams. They had the protocols. The work was clear and the window was defined. 3 teams, he repeated. Move. The system updated. G-mutant threat. 5 specimens estimated. Containment window, 4 hours before cascade. Thermal mapping, Ethan said. Red Queen's protocols for G-mutant tracking use thermal differential. The mutation generates heat above baseline. Our surveillance network needs to switch to thermal coverage. Moreno was already on the federal channel, redirecting her team's equipment. The federal task force had thermal imaging capability, standard equipment for a team that had been briefed on what Raccoon City had contained. Within 20 minutes, the command center's display was showing thermal signatures in the forest. 3 confirmed, 2 unaccounted for. We go to the 3 confirmed, Ethan said. The unaccounted positions resolve as we move. If they're moving, thermal will track them. If they're stationary, we encounter them when we do. He looked at Vera, Leon, Voss. The team that had been together since the compound's early weeks. The people whose capabilities he knew precisely, whose threat reading he trusted, whose specific strengths mapped to the specific requirements of a G-mutant elimination operation in low-visibility forest terrain. 3 teams, he said. 1 target each. MIA coordinates containment from the command center. The system provides real-time positioning. The fury that had been building since he understood what Arkley Cleaner was did not enter his voice or his movement. It was there, the specific anger of someone watching a corporation deploy biological weapons against civilians to protect itself from accountability. But he had learned over 41 days that fury without direction was only useful if you were looking for an excuse to make mistakes. He was not looking for excuses. He was looking for the 3 G-mutants with confirmed thermal signatures, and the cleaner vehicle that had deployed them, and whoever was driving it. The 2 unaccounted specimens concerned him more than the 3 confirmed ones. The confirmed specimens had positions. The unaccounted specimens had ranges, areas of uncertainty that expanded with time, as the specimens moved through terrain that the thermal network had incomplete coverage of in the early morning darkness before the temperature rise that would make thermal differentiation easier. He managed the concern the same way he managed every unresolvable uncertainty. He documented it in the threat assessment, assigned it a priority level, and built the response around the confirmed information while keeping margin for what was not yet known. 3 confirmed G-mutant positions, 1 possible 4th position, 1 unknown range of movement, in the sector with lowest thermal coverage. Ethan briefed Juno on the unknown sector and asked for a physical recon at dawn when visibility would allow terrain observation that the thermal network could not substitute for. Juno confirmed without question. She had been reading terrain ahead of threats since week 2 in the compound. and the specific instinct she had developed in the Raccoon City tunnels was directly applicable to forest movement in low visibility. The thermal map updated every 15 minutes. By the third update, the unknown specimen's range would narrow. He had time, but only if the G-mutants maintained their current dispersal rather than converging. Chapter 110. The strike team. They eliminated the first 3 specimens in 90 minutes. The strike operation followed the neutralization parameters derived from Red Queen's Hive data. Thermal tracking to identify position, approach from the specimen's sensory blind side, when possible, concentrated high-velocity fire on the primary mutation mass, and confirmation of neutralization before withdrawal. The confirmation protocol was specific because Red Queen's data had documented G-mutant apparent death, followed by cascade continuation in 2 cases. You did not count a specimen neutralized until the thermal signature had dropped below cascade temperature and stayed there for at least 90 seconds. The first specimen was at the creek crossing north of the outpost's perimeter, a location that suggested it had been released upstream and had drifted with the creek's flow direction toward the camp. Early cascade phase. Leon's team took it in 7 minutes. Leon had run the approach precisely the way Red Queen's neutralization parameters specified. Wide arc. Thermal tracking, running continuous updates through his earpiece, positioning from the south bank, where the specimen's primary sensory orientation was toward the north-facing predator landscape. The shots were controlled and confirmed. The thermal signature dropped and stayed down. He radioed confirmation at 0222. The camp's perimeter watch, who had been maintaining radio silence during the strike operation to avoid interference with the tactical communications, received the confirmation and updated their internal threat map. The second was in the old-growth section 300 meters northwest, a larger specimen that was further into secondary mutation, the arm structure partially developed, moving with the erratic speed that distinguished G-mutant secondary phase from anything else in the BOW taxonomy. Vera's team took it in 19 minutes, longer than the first because the secondary mutation speed required more precise positioning to avoid direct contact range. Vera reported afterward that the specimen had responded to a movement signature at 80 meters, faster sensory response than the early cascade specimen Leon's team had neutralized. The secondary mutation's sensory enhancement was documented in Red Queen's data, but had not been fully quantified. Vera's 19-minute engagement gave them a real-world timing that Mia added to the G-mutant analysis in the Biological Intelligence Station. The third was stationary. Voss found it at the East Ridge base, in a depression, not moving. Not dead, thermal confirmed active metabolism, but stationary in a way that did not match any behavior pattern in Red Queen's data. Red Queen documented 1 case of a G-mutant going temporarily dormant in a low-temperature environment, Mia said from the command center. The Hive's level 4, a cold storage section. The specimen stopped moving for 40 minutes, then resumed at full speed when the ambient temperature rose. She paused. The ridge-based depression might be significantly colder than the surrounding forest at this hour. How long do we have before ambient temperature rises? Voss asked. Dawn is in 90 minutes, Mia said. Temperature rise begins at first light. Voss took the specimen at the ridge base before the temperature shift. His team had the positioning advantage of approaching a stationary target, and the specific discipline of a former USS field commander who had spent 6 weeks maintaining professional operational standards in the middle of an apocalyptic scenario applied to every aspect of the engagement. 3 confirmed, neutralized. 2 unaccounted for. The cleaner vehicle had not been located. The deployment unit's operator was still in the forest or had withdrawn after releasing the specimens. Ethan needed to know which, because a cleaner unit that had withdrawn could be redeployed, and a cleaner unit that was still in the forest might have additional specimens it had not yet released. Then the system updated the thermal map, a vehicle-sized heat signature, stationary, 7 miles west on the Forest Service Road. Not moving. Running. The cleaner had not withdrawn. It was waiting, and if it was waiting for a signal that had not yet arrived, there were still containers aboard that had not been released. Ethan felt the weight of that fact settle. A vehicle carrying active T-virus containers, stationary 7 miles west, engine running, waiting for a signal from a command structure that had just lost its operational head. The question was who now held the authorization to send that signal, and whether custody of Ashford had actually severed the command chain or only displaced it. If the board retained independent authorization capability, the cleaner's current pause was not in action. It was waiting for a new sender. And if the new sender was operating outside the command chain that Ashford's arrest had disrupted, operating from a channel that had no connection to the compromised operations, no paper trail that connected to anything already in federal custody, then the next authorization signal could come at any moment, from any direction, through through a pathway that Ethan's surveillance had no visibility on. He needed Vera to reach the cleaner before that signal arrived. Because once the signal came, the pause would end, and whatever was in those containers would move. Nothing in the thermal maps data told him how much time remained. He relayed this analysis to Vera through the encrypted channel with a single appended directive. She had 40 minutes from confirmation, and 40 minutes was not a soft ceiling. It was the operational boundary beyond which the cleaner's waiting posture could not be relied upon to remain static. Chapter 111. The road chase. Leon commandeered the Federal Task Force's fastest vehicle at 0412. Not because Moreno gave permission. She gave instructions for exactly this kind of action. Federal operations in pursuit of an active biological threat required task force authorization, which required a specific approval sequence that would take 12 minutes. 12 minutes against a vehicle that could be moving within 30 seconds of noticing the pursuit. Ethan was in the vehicle before the engine started. Leon was driving. Vera was in the rear seat with the thermal tracking display and the system's terrain map. 3 people, 1 vehicle, and a target that had a 17-minute head start from the moment the cleaner's thermal signature had started moving. The system had generated the road chase parameters as a threat management blueprint, approach vectors, engagement windows, the specific choke points on the service road where a cargo vehicle's mobility would be limited. The same logic the system applied to fortress design: understand the terrain, understand the threat's requirements, design the response around the points where the terrain and the threat intersected. The cleaner operator was a professional who had trained for exactly this mission. But the professional had not trained for the specific combination of a real-time threat assessment system generating the pursuit geometry and an inner circle team that had spent 50 days operating together in exactly these conditions. "I'll deal with the authorization process after we have the vehicle contained," Ethan told Moreno. She did not follow them to the vehicle. She also did not stop them. The Forest Service Road was a single lane of compressed gravel running through old-growth Arkley timber. The cleaner vehicle was 7 miles west. The federal vehicle was a heavy SUV with a competent engine and tires that were not specified for off-road pursuit, but had adequate purchase on gravel at speed. 7 miles on a single-lane gravel road at night was not a simple chase. The road had curves, elevation changes, and sections where the old-growth root systems had heaved the gravel surface into corrugation that required reducing speed to maintain vehicle control. The cleaner's operator knew this road. The deployment routing would have been planned with specific knowledge of the road's geometry and its choke points. But the system knew the road too. Every curve, every grade change, every section where a pursuing vehicle could take a different line than the road's nominal path to reduce time lost through the curves. The terrain map had been built from satellite data and Petrov's cartographic resources, and it was more detailed than anything the cleaner's operator was working from. Ethan drove. Leon navigated using the system's terrain map. Vera was in the rear seat with the threat assessment running on the compact display the command center had integrated into her operational kit. "The cleaner is still stationary," she said. "It has been stationary for 41 minutes. "Why is it stationary?" Ethan said. "Either it's waiting for confirmation of the specimen effects," Leon said, "or it has a technical problem, or it's a trap." What kind of trap could a 3-person biological deployment team set with a vehicle and 5 specimen containers? "Not one," Vera said. "But the trap doesn't have to be the vehicle. If there are 2 unaccounted specimens still in the forest between us and the cleaner position, they're behind us," Ethan said. The thermal map showed them in the east quadrant, away from the service road. "Confirmed as of 20 minutes ago," Vera said. "Not confirmed now." He drove with that uncertainty in the map and kept moving because the cleaner was still stationary, and stationary meant he could reach it before it moved. And the specimens that were unaccounted for whether he was driving or standing still. At mile 5, the cleaner started moving. The thermal signature shifted direction, not toward the camp, toward the north. Not withdrawal, maneuvering. A 3-point turn on a single-lane forest road required 30 seconds minimum. The cleaner was still completing the turn when Ethan reached the visible distance at the road's curve. He could see the vehicle's rear lights through the tree line. Heavy cargo vehicle, armored cab, the specific profile of a vehicle that had been modified for field operations. Leon said, "Fuel tank charge." He remembered. He had used a similar mechanism on a USS vehicle in week 3 of the compound. The system had generated the schematic. The principle was the same regardless of the vehicle type. A controlled rupture of the fuel system at the right point in the drivetrain, using available materials and the vehicle's own energy against its mobility. "What do we have?" he asked. "Vera has a shaped charge from the command center's field kit," Leon said. "I need to get close enough to plant it," Vera said. "Which means we need to close the gap." He closed the gap. The distance between the SUV's headlights and the cleaner's taillights compressed from a half-mile to 100 meters in 90 seconds of straight road. And then Vera said, "Shape charge is ready," from the rear seat, and Ethan heard the specific comm in her voice that meant she had already completed the placement calculation and was waiting for the execution window. He watched the cleaner's brake lights. The vehicle was slowing for something ahead, a curve, or a conscious decision to reduce the tail exposure. Either way, the velocity drop was the window. Now, he said. The window was 3 seconds, and if Vera missed it, the cleaner would complete its turn and the distance would open again, and the second opportunity would require a different approach at higher risk. He heard the shot, then silence. Then the cleaner's vehicle drifted off the road into the ditch, engine cutting, momentum carrying it forward another 20 meters before the front end dropped into the drainage channel with a sound of crumpled metal. The thermal map updated. Single heat signature, stationary, non-moving. Vera had made the shot. The containers were still inside. Whatever they held was now sitting in a ditch 7 miles west of the outpost, and it would need to be handled by specialists who had not yet arrived. Chapter 112. The deployment unit. The shape charge disabled the cleaner vehicle's drive train at the rear axle. The detonation was controlled. Vera had deployed it during the 20-second window when the cleaner had made a second maneuvering decision and reduced its speed for the turn. The charge ruptured the fuel line at the axle joint, stalling the vehicle without igniting the fuel load. An ignition at that fuel volume, with G-virus specimen containers in the cargo section, would have produced a containment breach risk that the system's threat assessment classified as unacceptable in a forest 12 miles from the survivor camp. Vera had calculated this. She had placed the charge at the specific point that disabled the vehicle without igniting the fuel. It was a precision application of a field charge in moving conditions at night, and it worked because she was Vera and because the system had given her the exact placement specification 3 seconds before she deployed it. The cleaner's 3-person team exited the vehicle with weapons raised. Professional movement. They knew they had been caught, and they were assessing whether the engagement favored them. Ethan stepped out of the federal SUV with Leon. Vera had the angle from the passenger side. The cleaner's team had 3 positions against 3 positions, which was not an advantage for the cleaner's team in terrain they did not know against people who had the system's terrain map running. "Put the weapons down," Leon said. His voice carried the specific authority of someone who had spent 30 years in positions where that sentence was not the beginning of a negotiation. The weapons went down. Ethan moved to the cargo section. The system's container schematic showed the specific type umbrella used for live G-virus specimen transport, the access mechanism, the containment integrity indicators, the specific seal rating that determined whether a container had been compromised during transport. He checked each container in sequence with the focus of someone who understood that a damaged containment seal was a different kind of problem from every other problem the outpost had faced. 5 containers. 4 sealed and intact. 1 empty. The empty container was the deployed specimen that had been found stationary at the ridge base, the one Voss had eliminated. The 4 sealed containers held 4 living G-virus specimens in transport stasis. He sealed the 4 intact containers in the reinforced secondary packaging the system specified, a field adaptation using materials from the federal SUV's emergency kit, and radioed Mia with the containment confirmation. Voss appeared at the vehicle's rear within 4 minutes. He had tracked them from the outpost on foot, covering 6 miles of forest terrain in the time it had taken the vehicle engagement to resolve. He looked at the 4 sealed containers and nodded once. The confirmation of a man who had spent 6 weeks on the wrong side of the perimeter and understood exactly what was in those containers and what preventing their deployment had cost. "The 2 unaccounted specimens," Ethan said. "Found and neutralized," Voss said. "At the East Ridge, as projected. They were not moving toward the camp." He paused. "Mia thinks the cold temperature of the ridge depression was affecting their cascade progression. They went dormant again at dawn, and my team took them in the dormant state. All 5 specimens accounted for. The cleaner unit contained. The 3 operators in federal custody. The system updated. Contingency asset neutralized. Arkley outpost, secure." Ethan stood at the cleaner vehicle and thought about the 4 sealed containers and what they represented. Umbrella had driven a biological weapons deployment unit to within 12 miles of a survivor camp with the specific intention of deploying G-virus specimens to erase the full survivor population, every living witness to a corporate mass murder event. The operational log would record what had been prevented. The 4 containers would go to federal custody alongside the sealed samples from the Hive. The 3 operators were witnesses who would be in federal proceedings before the week ended. He looked at Voss. Voss had come 6 miles through forest terrain on foot to reach the cleaner site. Not because anyone had called him, but because he had heard the vehicle leaving the outpost at 0412 and had understood from the direction and the timing what was happening and had started moving. The same way he had appeared at the outpost's construction activity when the build started, the same way he had moved to the targeting position during the helicopter defense. You tracked us, Ethan said. I tracked the cleaner vehicle, Voss said. You were between me and it. He looked at the 4 sealed containers. Those go to federal custody. Mia's containment protocols for transport are the same as for the Hive samples. Full documentation, judicial chain of custody. Agreed, Ethan said. The evidence was accumulating faster than Umbrella's lawyers could suppress it. And with every piece they secured, the legal foundation for what Genesis would eventually make possible was becoming stronger. But the board had not yet played every card, and the Genesis facility's contingency force had been building since the arrest. Whatever was waiting in the Czech Mountains, it would not be easy. The evidence architecture was solid. The legal process was moving. The global network was building. But Genesis was still operational. The board's private security force was still intact, and somewhere in the Czech mountain terrain, a facility that had been manufacturing biological weapons for 3 years was preparing for the possibility that someone would eventually come for it. And preparing meant the people who arrived would face something far worse than the USS assault teams that had come to the compound. Chapter 113. The 12 cities. Voss told Ethan about the 12 cities at 0900 on day 9. Not for the first time, the 12 cities had been in Red Queen's threat assessment data since the evacuation. What Voss told Ethan now was what he knew operationally, from 6 weeks of USS field deployment in Raccoon City, about how the 12-city program worked and what it would take to stop it. They sat in the command center with Mia and Vera. Leon was at the outpost's perimeter managing the post-cleaner security assessment. The command center's display showed the global threat map derived from Red Queen's data, 12 cities on 4 continents, highlighted in the specific red that the system used for confirmed prepositioned threats. The 12 cities are not the full program, Voss said. They're the second phase. Raccoon City was the proof of concept phase, a controlled demonstration to establish that the program worked and that Umbrella's deployment methodology could produce the desired outcome in a populated urban environment. He looked at the map. The second phase is the commercial rollout. The board subcommittee has been negotiating contracts with 4 foreign governments and 3 private entities who want the capability Raccoon City demonstrated. The 12 cities are the sites where the capability will be demonstrated to each prospective client. Each city is a separate demonstration, Ethan said. Each city is a separate contract, Voss confirmed. Different client, different city, different outcome parameters. The Raccoon City demonstration had specific parameters, a mid-sized American city with a contained geographic boundary and a specific duration of outbreak before containment. The 12 cities each have their own parameter specifications. Some clients want longer duration. Some want different geographic containment. Some are requesting specific BOW variant deployment to demonstrate the program's capability range. He paused and looked at the map. Voss had spent 6 weeks on the side of the people who had been trying to execute the program, and he carried the operational knowledge of those 6 weeks with the specific burden of someone who had agreed to the program's existence and had subsequently withdrawn that agreement. The withdrawal was complete. His testimony, his defection, his presence in the compound's evacuation had established that. But knowing the program from the inside gave his testimony a quality that no amount of documentation could fully replicate. The board didn't create the 12-city rollout in response to Raccoon City, Voss said. The 12 cities were planned before Raccoon City. Raccoon City was phase 1 of a program that was already contracted to completion. The clients are waiting for their deliveries. Mia had gone very still. She was the person in the room who understood the biology most precisely. The person for whom the technical specificity of what Voss was describing was not abstract. They're selling this as a service, she said. They've been positioning it as a state-level population management tool, Voss said. The language in the board documents, which I have seen, which I can testify to under oath, describes it as a demonstration to acquisition platform for biological event management consulting. Biological event management consulting, Leon said from the doorway. He had come in during the briefing. That's what they're calling mass murder. That's what they're calling it in client-facing documents, Voss said. In the operational documents, it's more direct. The system pulsed with its first global threat assessment notification, an escalation beyond anything it had flagged before, because the 12-city program was not a single localized event. It was a distributed operational threat that would produce 12 Raccoon cities and cities whose names Ethan now knew but whose populations had no knowledge of what was being prepared for their streets. He looked at the map and understood that the 41 days in the compound on Ennerdale Street had been preparation for this moment. We need to reach every one of these cities before the board activates the next demonstration, he said. Not with direct action. We don't have the resources for direct action in 12 different international locations. We need to reach the people in those cities who can act locally if they have the information. That requires a distribution network, Mia said. Not one distribution. 12 simultaneous distributions to contacts in 12 different jurisdictions, in languages and cultural contexts that are different for each city. Carter's network has contacts in 9 of the 12 jurisdictions, Vera said. She's been building that network for 2 years. It's the same network that received Mia's original evidence packages. Start with Carter, Ethan said. Build toward the other 3. The global work had begun, and somewhere in 12 cities, Umbrella's prepositioned stock was waiting for an authorization that Ashford could no longer send, but the board had not abandoned. He understood what that meant. The board had contingency authorization capability that did not flow through Ashford, which meant the arrest had removed the visible operational head, while the board's independent command authority remained intact. If Ethan's team could not reach and disable that authorization capability before the board decided the Raccoon City exposure had cost them too much to recover, the demonstration would proceed in the next city on the list without waiting for the legal process to catch up. He drafted the Genesis operation brief while the third city's health authority communication was sending. The brief was a planning document, not an execution order, but planning was what preceded execution, and planning ahead of the decision was not overreach, it was preparation. If Genesis was the board's command and control hub for the 12-city authorization, then Genesis was the only target that mattered. Every other action, the evidence, the broadcasts, the congressional hearing, was perimeter work. Genesis was the center. The system pulsed with the Tier 7 confirmation as he finished the draft. Timing, as always, was specific. Chapter 114. The foreign contact. The foreign government intelligence contact arrived at the Arkley outpost on day 10. She identified herself as Anna Petrov, attaché for special affairs, and she had the bearing of someone from an organization that had been watching Umbrella's activities from a greater distance and with greater resources than any domestic investigative body. She had been monitoring Ethan's broadcasts since the first week, not the public broadcast, but the intelligence-grade signals that the Arkley outpost surveillance network had been generating. She knew things about the outpost's construction timeline and defensive architecture that Carter's public broadcasts had not included. She was not American federal. She was operating under a different jurisdiction and a different mandate, and the mandate had something to do with the European coordinates she produced from her briefcase at the second minute of the meeting. Genesis facility, she said. Central Europe. We've been aware of its existence for 14 months. We could not act against it without triggering a diplomatic incident that our government's current political constraints made inadvisable. She set the coordinates on the table. Your situation is different. You are not a government. You do not have the diplomatic constraints we have. And you have something we do not have. A system that generates fortification and threat management capability that our own military research has been attempting to replicate without success for 11 years. Ethan looked at the coordinates. They were in the Czech Mountains, a remote industrial region where Umbrella had operated a research facility under the cover of a pharmaceutical manufacturing operation. He had seen the region on maps during the compound's intelligence work. He had not connected it to any specific operational objective. He looked at Petrov with the measuring attention he gave every new intelligence source, assessing what she knew, how she knew it, and what her organization's interests were in directing him toward Genesis. How long has Umbrella been hardening the site? He asked. Since the Ashford arrest, she said. Our surveillance has observed a professional security contractor force arriving at the facility over the 48 hours following the arrest. Current estimate, 30 to 40 personnel. They are building defensive perimeter architecture consistent with preparation against a ground assault. She paused. They know someone will come for it. The question they cannot answer is who and when. What is Genesis? He asked. It is Umbrella's archive facility, Petrov said. The full operational record of every bioweapons program they have run since 1984. Every formulation, every field test, every client negotiation, every casualty record. If you can reach Genesis and extract its archive, you will have the evidence to legally dismantle Umbrella in every jurisdiction simultaneously. Not provisional arrests. Not congressional hearings. Permanent, global, legal dismantlement. She waited for him to respond. He looked at the coordinates, the outpost command center, the 12-city threat map on the display beside Petrov's head. The distance between where he was and where Genesis was. The gap between what the outpost currently was and what reaching Genesis would require. We'll need resources that are not currently at this outpost, he said. I am authorized to provide them, Petrov said. She held his gaze steadily, the expression of someone delivering a commitment that her organization had been working toward for 14 months and was not offering lightly. 30 to 40 professional contractors. Whatever was inside Genesis, it was worth defending at that level, which meant reaching it was going to require the full capability of the impregnable Citadel tier and whatever lay beyond it. Petrov had not elaborated on what the facility contained. She had given him the location, the defensive profile, and the offer of contractor support, but she had been specifically careful about the facility's contents. That careful silence told Ethan more than any direct statement would have. She knew what was inside. She had decided that he needed to find out for himself rather than be briefed, which meant whatever Genesis held was the kind of information that changed what a person was willing to do. And she wanted him walking in with capability rather than foreknowledge shaping his choices. He accepted that. He had learned, over 55 days of building and defending, that the useful thing was not to know everything in advance, but to build the structure capable of responding to whatever emerged. The system had been architecting toward Genesis for reasons he did not fully understand. Petrov had been building toward it for 14 months for reasons she was not fully disclosing. The question was not what they would find. The question was whether the impregnable Citadel tier gave them the operational capability to do something about it once they knew. He believed it did. He had believed in every tier before it, and every tier had proved sufficient for what it faced. That track record was not certainty, but it was the closest thing to certainty available. He extended his hand. Petrov took it with the grip of an intelligence officer who had spent 14 months working toward this moment. Measured, professional, carrying the specific weight of an intelligence officer finalizing an arrangement that had required 14 months of preparation and patience. The handshake lasted 2 seconds. When it ended, the Arkley Outpost's operational mandate had expanded beyond any geographic boundary Ethan had originally set for it. She left the command center, and he stood at the window, watching her vehicle clear the outpost's perimeter. The next phase had begun, and Genesis was no longer a facility on a foreign intelligence map. It was a target. Chapter 115. The new directive. Ethan presented the Genesis information to his inner circle at 1,400 on day 10. The meeting included Vera, Leon, Mia, Darius, Juno, and Voss, the 6 people who had been with him from the compound's functional period, who had contributed specific capabilities to everything the compound and the outpost had built, who had the operational history and the established trust that made them the right counsel for a decision of this scale. He laid out the full picture. Umbrella's global deployment plan. The Genesis facility. Petrov's offer. The system's new construction directive, which had arrived at dawn. A blueprint for a structure in the Czech mountain terrain, at coordinates that matched Petrov's exactly, generated without any input from Ethan beyond the system's own processing of the threat information. The system generated a fortress schematic for the Genesis site before I made any decision about going there, he said. It's been doing this since week 1, generating blueprints for places before I've decided to go to them, positioning the construction architecture for where the next threat is before the threat is fully visible. It knew about Genesis, Mia said. It knew about a location that requires a fortress, he said. Whether it knew specifically about Genesis or whether it identified the site based on threat proximity analysis, I don't know. What I know is that the blueprint it generated is specific to the Czech mountain terrain and the specific threat profile that Petrov's briefing describes. He looked around the table. The mission has changed, he said. This isn't about surviving Raccoon City anymore. This isn't about protecting the compound. This is about whether the 12 cities on that map become 12 more Raccoon cities, or whether we reach them first. He paused. Genesis is the key. The archive in that facility is the evidence that stops Umbrella's global deployment program permanently and legally. Everything else we've done, the broadcasts, the evidence distribution, the congressional hearing, is the foundation for what Genesis makes possible. The room was quiet for a moment. Vera spoke first. Then we build something that can fight back. The phrasing was exactly what she had said to herself. He had heard her say it in the command center 2 days earlier, under her breath, reviewing the 12-city map. She had been building toward this sentence since the moment she understood the program's scale. He looked at each person in turn. The retired RPD officer who had stayed in Raccoon City because he had nothing left to leave for. The virologist who had been building a countermeasure since week 2. The engineer who built things to last. The scout who had run a 22% contact corridor with a healing knee. The former USS commander who had come through the compound gate with a white flag. These were the people who had built the compound, defended it, documented it, evacuated it, and built the outpost in its place. They had done it without knowing the full picture, without knowing Umbrella's 12-city deployment directive, without knowing Genesis, without knowing what the board had been planning before the first person walked through the warehouse door on Ennerdale Street. They knew it now. He thought about what each of them brought to what was coming. Leon brought 30 years of tactical experience and the hard-won instincts of a man who had spent a career doing difficult things in difficult conditions and had survived by reading the situation rather than the script. Mia brought the biological intelligence capability that the Genesis archive would feed directly into, the capacity to make the evidence useful rather than just collect it. Darius brought the construction capability that was the system's primary expression. Without Darius, the impregnable citadel was a schematic rather than a structure. Juno brought the environmental reading capability that the compound had relied on since week 3, the instinct for threat in terrain that no sensor network fully replaced. Voss brought the operational knowledge of an enemy force that none of the others had, and the specific credibility of a defected insider whose testimony was already on the congressional record. Vera brought what she had always brought, the tactical clarity to see what needed to be done and the specific capability to execute it without waste. He had built a team that could reach Genesis. The question was whether what they found there was worth what reaching it would cost. Are you asking if we're going? Leon said. I'm telling you where we're going. Ethan said. I'm asking if you're coming with me. Every person at the table confirmed. The vote was not by show of hands. It was by the specific silence of people who had already made their decision and were waiting for the meeting to formally recognize it. The system's construction directive for the Genesis site was active. The builder was building, and the umbrella contingency force at Genesis was building too, which meant whatever was waiting in the Czech Mountains would be more prepared than anything the compound had faced in Raccoon City. Ethan looked at the construction schematic the system had generated and understood that the impregnable citadel tier was not just the system's highest level. It was the system's recognition that what waited at Genesis required a different kind of fortress entirely. Not a defensive structure, an operational platform. The system had been building toward this since Raccoon City, and Genesis was the destination it had been architecting toward all along. The question was whether they would reach it before the board activated the next city on the list. Chapter 116. The surveillance network, the Iron Dominion's surveillance network, came fully online on day 12. Darius had been building it since the command center hardening was complete, working from the system's specification with the focused efficiency of someone who understood that the surveillance network was not a separate project from the fortress, but an integral element of it, as important to the Iron Dominion's defensive capability as the perimeter wall or the hardened command center. The network integrated 4 components that the outpost's previous surveillance had not combined. The long-range monitoring capability from a series of elevated sensor posts that Darius had built into the old-growth canopy at 15 points around the outpost's perimeter. The satellite uplink management that the broadcast relay infrastructure provided. The biological threat detection sensors that the Iron Dominion tier had added to the containment wing's environmental monitoring. And the communication listening posts that Leon and Voss had been running manually since day 2. When all 4 components ran through the command center's unified interface, the result was a real-time operational picture that covered a 60-mile radius around the outpost with the specific granularity that the threat environment required. It was not perfect. The satellite uplink had blind spots from orbital positioning. The canopy sensors had weather-dependent reliability, but it was orders of magnitude better than what the compound on Ennerdale Street had ever had, and what it revealed was significant. The first significant finding came at 1,400 on day 12. Umbrella was mobilizing assets toward 3 of the 12 cities simultaneously. Not the full deployment program, a preparatory movement. Supply logistics, personnel positioning, the kind of pre-operational movement that preceded an active deployment by days or weeks. But it was movement in 3 cities at once, which meant Umbrella was accelerating its timeline. The congressional hearing, the arrest at Ashford, the public broadcasts, the evidence distribution. The pressure was working, but the pressure was also prompting Umbrella to move faster before the legal process could reach the cities on its deployment list. This was the pattern Ethan had been cataloging since the Raccoon City program began. Umbrella operated through redundancy and acceleration. Remove one vector and another activated. Apply pressure to the legal process and the operational timeline compressed. The board had been building the deployment program for years. It did not need Ashford to complete it. It needed a window before the legal process closed around it. 3 cities moving simultaneously meant 3 windows the board was trying to open before the congressional hearing could generate the political momentum to close them. Ethan documented all 3 in the operational log and began building the response. 3 cities simultaneously, Vera said, reviewing the surveillance data. Different continents. Different operational timelines. They're not coordinated deployments. They're independent accelerations, each city's preparation moving on its own timeline. Which means we can't reach all three through direct action, Ethan said. We don't have the presence. We need the people in those cities to respond to the warning. Carter's network has contacts in 2 of the 3, Mia said. The third is in a jurisdiction where Carter has no established relationships. Petrov's organization has that jurisdiction, Vera said. She had been reviewing Petrov's briefing materials since the meeting. They have field assets in 14 cities. The third accelerating target is one of them. The distribution messages took 3 hours to compose correctly. Not because Ethan was being slow, because the evidence packages for each city required jurisdiction-specific framing. What worked as evidence in an American legal context did not automatically translate to the evidentiary standards of a foreign jurisdiction. What created political urgency for an American congressional audience did not necessarily create the same urgency for a different government's decision-making process. The system helped with the structural framing, generating the relevant jurisdiction's legal context alongside each package. Mia contributed the scientific section tailoring, the same analysis, adjusted in its terminology and documentation format for the scientific and regulatory standards each receiving authority would recognize as credible. Carter reviewed all 3 before distribution. She was the person in the operation with the deepest knowledge of how evidence moved through media and legal systems in different jurisdictions, and her review caught 3 places where the framing would have created friction in the receiving process. He sent the 3 city distributions at 1600. The responses came back within 2 hours. The first city's authorities began emergency evacuation procedures. The second city's intelligence agency acknowledged receipt and requested additional documentation. The third city, through Petrov's contact, confirmed the evidence was in the hands of the appropriate law enforcement authority. 2 of 3. The third was uncertain, and uncertain with a 4 to 6 day window before Umbrella's pre-deployment logistics completed their preparatory phase. If the third city's government failed to act, what would happen? There would not be Carter's broadcast's fault, or Mia's evidence, or Ethan's warning. It would be the consequence of a compromised political official choosing protection over population, and Ethan would not let that happen without exhausting every other option first. He drafted the third city communication himself, a direct brief to the city's independent health authority, bypassing the political structure entirely. The health authority had the legal standing to trigger containment protocols without waiting for political authorization. It was a longer path than working through the official channels, but the official channels had already been compromised, and a longer path that worked was worth more than a direct path that led into a wall. Chapter 117. 3 cities. The third city did not move. Its government had received the evidence. Its law enforcement authority had acknowledged receipt. But 48 hours after Ethan's distribution, the pre-operational umbrella logistics movement in that city was still active. No evacuation. No law enforcement interdiction. No public warning. The system updated. City 3, PRA deployment logistics active. Warning unactioned. Risk high. Someone with authority is blocking the response, Vera said. She was reviewing the intelligence from Petrov's organization, which had been providing real-time monitoring of the third city's situation. The evidence reached the law enforcement authority. The law enforcement authority briefed the appropriate political official. The political official has not authorized action. Is the political official in contact with Umbrella? Ethan asked. We don't know yet, she said. Petrov's organization is running that assessment now. He looked at the surveillance map. The third city's logistics movement was at the same stage as the Raccoon City pre-deployment had been at day 6, 4 to 6 days from active deployment, based on the timeline Red Queen's data had established for the Raccoon City program's operational sequence. 4 to 6 days. Against a political official who might be compromised, in a jurisdiction Ethan had no direct relationship with, in a city whose name he had learned 10 days ago. We broadcast the specific city's situation, Ethan said. Not just Umbrella's global program in general. The specific pre-deployment logistics in that city, now, for that city's public to see. He looked at Carter. Your relay network has coverage in that jurisdiction? One affiliate, Carter said. A regional broadcast operation. They've been running my material since day 3 of the Raccoon City broadcasts. Work with them directly, Ethan said. Not a general broadcast. A specific public warning to that city's population, in their language, with the pre-deployment logistics documentation. Carter looked at him with the measuring assessment of a journalist evaluating a source's judgment. If I name the city publicly, Umbrella's lawyers will seek an injunction within hours. I might have 12 hours of broadcast before the signal is suppressed. 12 hours is enough, Ethan said. 12 hours of public warning in a city that's been briefed on Raccoon City produces enough public pressure to override a compromised official's inaction. The political equation changes when the population is watching. Carter went to work on the broadcast. Ethan went back to the command center and thought about the other 2 cities, the 2 that were responding, and the 4 to 6 days remaining before the 3rd city's window closed. Umbrella was accelerating its timeline in response to the compound's pressure. That acceleration was proof that the pressure was working. It was also a new threat that required a response the outpost had not yet fully built. He thought about the 12 cities on the map. 3 had accelerated. 9 were in various stages of pre-operational preparation. Of the 9, 4 had already received evidence packages through the secondary distribution. 2 of those 4 had confirmed that appropriate authorities were aware of the situation. 2 had not responded. The information gap was the enemy. Everywhere the board's program could operate in information gaps, where local authorities did not know what was coming, where the evidence had not reached the right people, where the political official with blocking authority was not aware of what the warning meant. The program had a window. The compound's 41 days had been an effort to close the information gap in one city. The Genesis archive would close it globally. But Genesis was weeks away, and the information gaps in 12 cities were closing and opening on a timeline that did not wait. The system pulsed. Acceleration response detected. Timeline compressed. Warning: 3 cities moving simultaneously. The compression was Umbrella's response to pressure, not defeat, acceleration. And acceleration before the congressional hearing meant the board was trying to produce irreversible outcomes before the legal process could close the windows. The system pulsed again. Imminent threat assessment. 2 cities, 72-hour window. Ethan read it and understood what it meant. The board had read the congressional timeline, identified the hearing date, and calculated backward. 72 hours. If they could produce a second event before the hearing, not a full outbreak, just enough destabilization to demonstrate capability and create panic, the hearing would shift from prosecution to crisis management. He could not let that happen, which meant the next 72 hours were the most critical window since Raccoon City itself. He moved the Genesis operation planning from contingency to active preparation. The congressional hearing provided deadline pressure, but deadline pressure worked in both directions. If the board was accelerating, Ethan needed to accelerate too. The impregnable Citadel tier was not yet complete, but the core operational capability was available. Petrov's contractors were confirmed. The Genesis site coordinates were locked. 72 hours to stop an umbrella activation. 72 hours to reach Genesis before the board sent a signal that would be impossible to intercept. He had worked with less time than this before, and those windows had been survivable. This one needed to produce more than survival. He called Leon into the command center at 2200 and asked for a threat assessment on the 2 cities in the 72-hour window. Leon had the answer in 8 minutes, a specific operational summary drawn from Petrov's intelligence feeds and the compound's own threat analysis. The 2 cities were in different continents, different jurisdictions, different stages of pre-operational preparation, which meant 2 simultaneous responses, managed from the same outpost, over the same 72 hours. Chapter 118. The Umbrella board member arrived at the Arkley outpost on day 13. Not Ashford. Ashford was in federal custody, running legal processes through his retained counsel. This was someone different, a man named Roland Vance, identified by his own credentials as a member of Umbrella Corporation's executive board, accompanied by a single aide and no visible security. He came to the outpost perimeter at 1100 and announced himself on the external communication frequency in a tone that suggested the announcement was a courtesy rather than a request. Ethan met him at the perimeter with the recording equipment running. The meeting was on the record from the first second: Vance's arrival, his credentials, his first words. He did not tell Vance the recording was running, because he did not need to in a perimeter meeting, and because the likelihood that Vance had prepared his approach with the specific expectation that he would be recorded informed how Ethan planned to conduct the conversation. Mr. Cross, Vance said. He was in his 60s, the bearing of corporate leadership that expressed itself as the assumption that the environment conformed to his requirements rather than the other way around. I represent the majority of Umbrella's executive board. We are here to discuss an arrangement. I'm listening, Ethan said. The ongoing public and legal pressure your group has generated has created a business environment that is untenable for Umbrella's operations, Vance said. Our stock has declined 40%. 3 of our regulatory relationships have been suspended. The board is concerned about the long-term viability of the company. A pause. We are prepared to offer the following: full immunity from any corporate legal action for you, your group, and every person who participated in the Raccoon City Safe Zone operation. Full recognition of your Fortress Builder system as proprietary intellectual property with a licensing arrangement that provides financial compensation for its use in any Umbrella-affiliated program. In exchange for what? Ethan said. Cessation of all broadcast activity. Transfer of the sealed bioweapon samples and documentation to Umbrella's legal custody. Public statement acknowledging that the Raccoon City event was the result of unauthorized actions by specific employees, specifically Dr. Elena Marsh and Director Ashford, without the knowledge or approval of the board. He said it. All of it, clearly on the record. And the 12-city program? Ethan asked. A fraction of a second pause. The pre-deployment activities in those locations were preliminary assessments, not approved operational programs. They would be discontinued as part of any arrangement. The recording captured everything. Ethan looked at Vance with the specific attention he had been developing since September 24th, the attention that saw past the surface of what someone was saying to what the saying revealed about what they were afraid of. "Thank you for your time," Ethan said. Vance's expression shifted at that, the first genuine reaction he had produced in the 12 minutes of the conversation. He had expected a longer negotiation. He had prepared for the negotiation, which was why he had come to the perimeter alone with one aide rather than with a legal team. The solo approach was designed to suggest good faith, to make the conversation feel like a personal arrangement rather than a corporate transaction. The recording captured that shift too. He walked Vance back to the perimeter, maintained the professional distance of someone conducting a business interaction, watched the aide follow Vance to their vehicle. He stood at the perimeter as the vehicle drove back toward the forest road and thought about what the recording would do when Carter released it. The board member had admitted knowledge of the 12-city program. He had characterized the 12 cities as preliminary assessments, a characterization that, when placed next to the operational documentation of what the preliminary assessment in Raccoon City had produced, would not survive legal scrutiny. He had offered to trade Ashford and Marsh as scapegoats. He had offered to recognize the Fortress Builder system as proprietary intellectual property, acknowledging, implicitly, that it existed, that it was significant, and that Umbrella had a prior claim on it. Every admission was in the recording, and in 4 hours, 40 million people would hear every word. He released the recording to Carter's network at 1400, and by midnight, a board member of Umbrella Corporation had become the most recognizable face of a criminal conspiracy that 40 million people now had on video. Vance had made the calculation that a quiet arrangement was worth more than the legal exposure. He had been wrong, and the recording proved exactly how wrong, in his own voice, with the specific admissions that a criminal defense lawyer would spend years trying to suppress. Ethan had not deceived him. He had simply asked direct questions and let Vance's instinct for negotiation do the rest. Carter's distribution network had the recording within 40 minutes of transmission. By the time the board's crisis communications team identified the release and attempted a response, it had already been downloaded 3 million times and republished on 47 independent platforms. The board's PR machine was fast, but it was not faster than 40 million people who had already been watching the compound broadcasts for 6 days and had built the habit of sharing. The recording did not require interpretation. A board member of Umbrella Corporation, on video, admitting knowledge of 12 preliminary deployment assessments and offering to trade Ashford for legal immunity, was a statement that translated itself. Chapter 119. The congressional hearing. Ashford was rearrested under federal charges at 0900 on day 14. The recording of Vance's offer had aired on 6 stations within 2 hours of Carter's transmission and had reached 40 million viewers before sunset. The congressional hearing chair, Senator Marks, had contacted Ethan directly during the broadcast to confirm receipt and to state that the recording constituted material evidence for the hearing proceedings. By midnight, the recorded offer had been analyzed by 3 separate legal commentators who identified the specific admissions within it, the board's awareness of the pre-deployment activities, the willingness to trade Ashford and Marsh as scapegoats for board-level protection, the implicit acknowledgement that the bioweapon samples were indeed Umbrellas, and that their documentary value was significant enough to warrant offering immunity in exchange for their return. Ashford's rearrest was under charges that reflected the full scope of what the evidence now supported: conspiracy to commit mass casualty events, obstruction of a federal investigation, deployment of biological weapons against a civilian population. The charges were not provisional. They were permanent. His lawyers filed for release on bail. The bail application was denied on the basis of flight risk, citing the attempt to flee to the 3rd Deployment Systems facility before the original arrest. Vera received the message about the inside contact at 1600 that same day. The message came through the same encrypted channel that had provided the Arkley Cleaner intelligence, one of the 3 USS operatives still in the field who had been providing information since week 1 of the compound. The contact was now inside Umbrella's research division, not the field operations side. She had been there since the nuclear event, watching the board's response and feeding information to Vera through the channel. The message said, "There is a weapon the board has not disclosed. It is not a virus. It is not a BOW deployment. It is a standing capability in a Central European facility that has been operational since 1994 and that the board has never documented in any filing that has ever entered the public record." The coordinates at the end of the message were the same coordinates Petrov had provided. Genesis. Vera came to Ethan with the message at 16:20. He read it. He read it a second time, checking the coordinates against Petrov's briefing. They matched to the meter. "Petrov's organization has been working toward Genesis for 14 months, he said. Your contact has been inside Umbrella's research division since the nuclear event. They came to the same location through different information channels." "Which means the location is real," Vera said. "Which means the location is the target," he said. He was already thinking about the congressional hearing, 6 days away, and the transition that would follow it, and what it would take to move the Inner Circle team from the Arkley Forest to the Czech Mountains. The board members' visit today was a last-ditch attempt to stop us through negotiation. The fact that they sent a board member personally, without legal counsel, to a forest outpost, that is the behavior of a board that knows the next threat is coming and is trying to prevent it. He looked at the Genesis coordinates on the command center's display, at the system's fortress schematic for that site, at the information that had arrived today from 2 independent sources, both pointing to the same location. Genesis, and whatever it held was worth more to the board than Ashford, worth more than the cleaner, worth more than anything they had tried to use against the compound. Which meant it was also the most heavily defended thing Umbrella still possessed. He understood, for the first time, what this entire arc had been building toward since the first night in the warehouse on Ennerdale Street. Not just survival, not just a safe zone in a dying city. It had been working toward this, toward a structure capable of reaching Genesis and doing whatever needed to be done inside it. Every tier, every upgrade, every defensive architecture that had kept 238 people alive had been preparation for a facility that could end this, or extend it beyond anything Raccoon City had shown. The congressional hearing was in 72 hours. After that, the windows the board needed would start closing, which meant Genesis needed to happen before the board decided that acceleration was the only option they had left. Vera stood beside him and looked at the same display. She had been reading the compound's threat assessments since week 3 in Raccoon City, and she could see the same convergence he could see. 2 independent intelligence sources identifying the same target on the same day that the board had sent a personal representative in a last-ditch attempt to stop the investigation through negotiation. That was not coincidence. That was the pattern of an organization that had read the timeline and understood that the legal windows were closing, that the evidence was accumulating faster than their suppression capability could handle, and that the only asset they still held with sufficient value to change the outcome was Genesis. The board believed Genesis was their final defense. They were right about its value. They were wrong about its invulnerability, because the builder had been advancing toward this for 55 days, and the system was ready. Chapter 120. The Genesis directive. The system's notification arrived at 2,200 on day 14. Ethan was reviewing the congressional hearing preparation materials with Vera. His testimony was structured, the evidence submissions organized through Judge Calloway's coordination, the chain of custody documentation complete. The hearing was in 6 days. In legal terms, the Raccoon City case was as fully prepared as it could be before the testimony itself. He had spent the full day moving between the congressional preparation and the Genesis planning, 2 parallel tracks that required different kinds of attention, but that were fundamentally connected. The hearing was the legal foundation for what Genesis made possible. Genesis was the evidence that made the hearing's outcomes permanent. Neither one was sufficient without the other. The congressional preparation was Ethan's testimony, Mia's scientific documentation, the survivor statements from the 14 compound members who had agreed to testify, and the operational logs evidence submissions. Every piece was in order. Every chain of custody was documented. Every witness had been briefed by Judge Calloway's liaison on the hearing process and had confirmed their availability. The Genesis planning was different. It required the logistics of moving 7 people from a forest outpost in the Arkley Mountains to a facility in the Czech Republic, establishing an operational presence in terrain that Umbrella had spent months fortifying, and building the impregnable Citadel tier in a location that Umbrella's contingency force was already hardening against them. The system's final fortress directive had been active for 14 hours. It had been generating the Czech mountain terrain schematic in the background the entire time, adding detail as the surveillance network and Petrov's intelligence provided more data about the site's current state. Final fortress directive issued. The builder is ready. He read it once. He had been expecting it. not the specific notification text, but the transition it marked. The system had been tracking the operational arc since September 24th, advancing through tiers that corresponded to the threats the compound had faced and overcome. The Sovereign Fortress tier had arrived in a forest after the evacuation. The Iron Dominion tier had arrived at the Arkley outpost. The next tier was waiting at coordinates in the Czech Mountains, in a facility whose archive held the evidence that could end Umbrella globally. He showed the notification to Vera. She read it. She looked at the Genesis coordinates on the command center's display, which had been there since Petrov's briefing and had been developing into an operational picture over the 4 days since. The system had been building the Czech Mountain Fortress schematic in the background of everything else, adding detail, refining the structural approach, incorporating the specific terrain and threat data that the surveillance network and Petrov's intelligence had been providing. How long to reach it? She asked. Petrov estimates 7 days to move the inner circle team to the site, depending on the logistics route. He pulled up the transit plan on the command center's display. The testimony is in 6 days. I testify, we transition the legal process to Judge Calloway's coordination, and we move. She looked at the schematic. The Umbrella Contingency Force at Genesis. Petrov's intelligence says they've been building defenses since the arrest. They know we're coming. They know someone is coming, he said. They don't know the system. He paused. That's the same position they were in at every stage since the first week in Raccoon City. She held his gaze for a moment with the measuring assessment that he had come to understand meant she was evaluating not the plan, but the person presenting it, checking whether the confidence was calibrated or excessive. He met the assessment with the same stillness he had developed over 55 days of building and defending and keeping count. The stillness of someone who had built their confidence from specific evidence rather than abstract belief, who could point to exactly what the system had produced and what the people around him had done and why the next step was the correct one. Then let's go find it, she said. She folded the Genesis briefing materials and set them on the command center table. The motion was definitive, not the end of a conversation, but the beginning of a preparation. She moved with the same operational efficiency she had brought to every transition since the night she had come through the compound gate on Ennerdale Street. From assessment to action, from decision to execution, with the specific minimum of time spent between the two. He looked at the command center. The hardened structure Darius had built in 12 hours, the surveillance network running its 60-mile coverage, the biological intelligence station where Mia had been working since the Iron Dominion tier came online. He thought about what it had taken to build this much in 14 days. The Czech Mountain facility would take longer. The threat there was more sophisticated. The Umbrella Contingency Force was professional and already positioned. But the system had the schematic and the builder had the inner circle team, and every piece of the final battle had been prepared by the 55 days that preceded it. The builder was ready. The final fortress was waiting, and whatever Umbrella had built at Genesis to protect the evidence that could end them, it would not be enough. It was never enough, because the system kept building and the system's builder had learned everything it needed to know since the first warehouse on Ennerdale Street. And he was not done building yet. Chapter 121, The Final Site. The Genesis facility was visible from the tree line at first light, an industrial complex built into the Czech Mountain terrain, its outer perimeter constructed with the specific attention of architects who had expected it to be defended. Ethan studied it from the elevated observation position that Juno had identified during the 4-hour approach march through the mountain forest. The Arkley forest had been dense and familiar. This terrain was different, steeper, colder, the air carrying a mineral sharpness that told him the mountain had been here long enough to accumulate its own specific gravity. The complex below occupied a cleared plateau at the end of a mountain road, surrounded on 3 sides by forested ridgeline and backed against a sheer granite face. The fourth side, the approach road, was the only viable vehicle access, and Umbrella's contingency force had understood this from the beginning. The defensive architecture was visible from the tree line. 3 perimeter rings, vehicle barriers at the road access, guard positions at each ring with overlapping fields of view. The Umbrella force had been building since Ashford's arrest. 3 weeks of preparation had produced something that would have been formidable against a conventional assault, which was exactly why the system had generated the impregnable Citadel schematic rather than a conventional assault plan. 43 personnel, Vera said, her binoculars tracking each guard position. Petrov's estimate was accurate. They're well positioned. The outer 2 rings have overlapping fire coverage. Getting through both under direct assault would be expensive. We're not assaulting the rings, Ethan said. He pulled up the system's tactical display on the handheld unit. The schematic overlay was specific: build points, construction sequence, material positioning. a fortress layout that turned the approach road into a kill corridor and positioned the impregnable citadel's outer ring at a location that the Umbrella Force's current positions could not cover without redeployment. We build first. Their positions assume an attacking force. They don't have a doctrine for a force that arrives and starts constructing. Leon studied the display over Ethan's shoulder. You're going to build a fortress on their doorstep. Not on their doorstep, Ethan said. At the position the system has identified. Look at where the outer ring goes. He traced the schematic's outer boundary. Here, this ridgeline position gives the citadel overlapping fields of view on every approach vector, including the mountain road. Once the outer ring is up, their vehicle access is compromised. They can't resupply or evacuate through the road without our permission. Boss looked at the terrain map. They'll attack before the ring is finished. Yes, Ethan said. The system accounts for that. He had explained the impregnable citadel tier's adaptive architecture to the inner circle during the transit. The way the previous tier had self-reinforced under load. The way the system's defensive schematics had consistently produced structures that performed beyond their material specifications when the threat matched the tier's design parameters. The team had heard this explanation before, across 6 previous tiers. They had seen it work before, across 41 days in Raccoon City and 14 days at the Arkley outpost. The specific uncertainty about the Czech Mountain facility was not whether the system's architecture would hold. It was whether the holding would happen at the cost of people the team could not afford to lose. We move at 0600, Ethan said. Petrov's contractors cover the approach. We go in behind them, begin construction on the outer ring's primary anchor points, and work until the ring reaches defensive coverage. After that, their attack options narrow to a breach attempt rather than a sweep, and the system's breach countermeasures are better than its open field engagement protocols. He looked at each member of the inner circle in turn. The system has the schematic, he said. The builder has the team. Everything that's happened since the first night on Ennerdale Street was preparation for this. Let's go build the final fortress. The system pulsed in agreement. Impregnable citadel, build sequence initiated. The final fortress begins here. He felt the weight of that notification differently than he had felt any of the 9 before it. Every previous tier had been a response, an answer to an immediate threat, a population that needed shelter, a timeline pressing against available materials. This one was different. This one was the destination that 9 previous destinations had been building toward. He had known, from the first blueprint on the Ennerdale warehouse floor, that the system's 10-tier architecture was not random. The system progressed because the threats progressed. What was below him now was the threat at its full expression, and the schematic in his hand was the system's answer to that expression. He folded the handheld unit and looked at the mountain air between him and the facility. 55 days. He had been building for 55 days against everything that had tried to stop it. The outbreak, the USS, the tyrant, the G-mutant, the information war, the cleaner, the mercenary force, the evacuation with 14 minutes to spare. Every structure he had raised had been dismantled by the nuke or abandoned by necessity or left standing as a marker of how far the work had come. The safe zone had not been a place. Vera had understood that long before she said it. It was a direction, and the direction was always forward, and the direction had always been here. 0600, he said, standing. Around him, the inner circle checked equipment and adjusted packs with the quiet efficiency of people who had been moving through hard terrain together long enough to share a rhythm. He started down the slope toward the construction staging area. The system's build sequence was already paginating through the outer ring's first 3 anchor points. He would begin there, first foundation, then structure, then whatever the Umbrella Force sent at him in between. The final fortress begins here. He believed it. Chapter 122. The first ring rises. The first outer ring anchor point was completed in 2 hours. Darius worked with 3 of Petrov's contractors, the ones with construction backgrounds rather than combat backgrounds, and the system's blueprint was specific enough that the language barrier became manageable. The schematic showed exactly where each structural element went, in what sequence, with what material specifications. Darius translated the system's architectural logic into physical action with the focused efficiency of an engineer who had been doing this since September 24th and had stopped being surprised by the system's accuracy somewhere around Tier 4. The Umbrella Contingency Force watched from their positions. Ethan had expected an immediate attack when the construction began. What he got instead was observation. A professional military force that had been briefed on the compound's capabilities and was taking its time to assess what they were building before committing to a response. That assessment period was the window the system's construction sequence had been designed to exploit. Every minute the Umbrella Force spent observing was a minute the outer ring's primary structure advanced. The ring was adaptive architecture. That was the specific difference between the impregnable citadel tier and every previous tier. Not the scale, not the material specifications, but the architectural logic that allowed the structure to respond to load in real time rather than maintaining fixed rigidity. The system had been generating this design for 14 days since the Czech Mountain schematic first appeared. Every piece of the impregnable citadel's outer ring had been prefabricated during the transit, loaded onto the vehicles, moved through the mountain road under Petrov's contractor escort. What Darius was doing now was assembly rather than construction, a distinction that made the 2-hour completion of the first anchor point possible. By hour 4, the outer ring was 40% complete. By hour 6, the umbrella force's observation had shifted to something that was not observation anymore. Ethan read it in the movement patterns of the guard positions, the specific kind of internal communication that preceded a decision to act, the way guard positions began to consolidate rather than maintain their distributed coverage. A distributed force observing was different from a consolidated force preparing. The umbrella contingency commander had made the assessment and arrived at the same conclusion the system had predicted. The outer ring needed to be stopped before it reached defensive coverage. "They're going to move," Vera said. She was positioned at the outer ring's eastern anchor, the one with the broadest field of view on the umbrella force's consolidated positions. When Ethan asked, "Within the hour." He looked at the ring's completion percentage on the system display, 63%. The structural coverage threshold for defensive utility was 75%, not complete, but sufficient to redirect an assault into the kill corridors the system had designed into the ring's architecture. 12%, 1 hour or less. "Darius," he said through the encrypted channel, "I need the northeast quadrant prioritized. We need to hit 75% before they move." "Give me 40 minutes, Darius said. He was already moving. The system pulsed. Outer ring, adaptive architecture nominal. Structural resilience projections confirmed. And then, 6 minutes later, as the umbrella force's consolidation began to resolve into movement, threat assessment, assault imminent, defense protocol activating. The outer ring had 38 minutes left. The umbrella assault had arrived. He watched them advance from his position at the ring's eastern anchor. The umbrella contingency force moved in field formation, 2-man pairs, staggered intervals, the specific tactical spacing of professionals who had been trained to minimize simultaneous casualties from area weapons. They were good. They had good equipment, good formation discipline, and a direct approach vector that their reconnaissance had identified as the ring's most vulnerable section. What they did not have was a framework for what they were approaching. Every training scenario they had run had been against static fortifications, positions that defended from fixed geometry and could be overwhelmed by superior numbers if the approach was disciplined. They were applying that framework now, moving toward a structure that was going to do something their framework had no category for. Ethan moved through the outer ring's construction corridor toward the northeast quadrant, not to Darius's position, which was under control, but to the section of the ring where the assault's vehicle element would make first contact. He needed to see the approach from inside the structure rather than from the system's overlay. He needed to feel the ring's integrity the way he had always needed to feel it, through his hands and his feet, and the specific knowledge of what Darius had built versus what the system had specified. The approach corridor's east face was complete to the roof line. The northeast quadrant's connection point, the gap the assault was headed for, was at 63%, which meant it had walls, but not the full-height integration that distributed load into the completed sections. The gap would look like a weakness from outside. It was a weakness, but the adaptive architecture was running its load distribution already, the completed ring sections absorbing and redirecting, and the geometry of the gap itself was the geometry Ethan had designed, not a straight breach point, but an angular approach that compressed incoming force against the ring's strongest section. He pressed one hand against the northeast quadrant's incomplete wall and felt the structure absorb the vibration of Darius's installation work above him. "Corner," he said into the channel. "Leon, vehicle approach. Where are you?" "West position. I have both SUVs and visual. Channel geometry is your work. The angle does the rest." "Copy." He moved to his own position. 42 minutes since the assault started. Darius somewhere above him still driving anchors, the ring growing upward by millimeters per minute, while armed professionals tried to find the gap he'd left open and walk into the kill zone he'd built around it. The first SUV hit the channel at 67 seconds. Chapter 123. The unfinished ring holds the umbrella contingency force attacked in a 2-element formation, a direct assault on the outer ring's incomplete northeast quadrant and a flanking element attempting the eastern ridgeline above the Citadel's planned position. Ethan had positioned Voss on the eastern ridgeline specifically for this. Voss had spent 6 weeks understanding how USS assault formations moved and had identified the eastern ridgeline as the primary flanking approach during the approach march. He had positioned himself there with 2 of Petrov's combat contractors before the construction began, and when the flanking element moved up the ridge, they were moving into a prepared position rather than undefended terrain. The direct assault hit the northeast quadrant of the outer ring at 71% completion. Ethan watched the system's structural display as the assault hit the ring's unfinished section. The adaptive architecture did something he had seen it do once before during the mercenary assault on the Arkley outpost. It self-reinforced under load. Not dramatically, not visibly, but measurably. The structural integrity readout at the assault point held at 94% rather than the 68% that incomplete construction would have suggested. The system's architecture distributed the load across the finished sections, using the ring's completed portions to compensate for the unfinished ones. "The ring is holding," Darius said from his construction position. He had not stopped building. The northeast quadrant was at 73% while the assault was happening against the outer wall 5 meters away. Leon was on the ring's western segment with 2 RPG positions that Petrov's contractors had established. The direct assault's vehicle element, 2 hardened SUVs attempting to breach the ring's northeast gap, reached the incomplete section and encountered the kill corridor the system had designed into that specific approach angle. The corridor was not a wall. It was a geometry, a combination of the ring's completed sections that channeled the vehicles into an angle where their momentum worked against them rather than for them. The first SUV hit the channel's edge at speed and lost steering. The second vehicle braked when the first went sideways. Leon's position engaged both. Vera led the perimeter response on the north face, covering the direct assault's infantry element with 2 of Petrov's contractors. The system's breach detection activated at the assault's first contact point and began routing her response to the specific positions where the assault was attempting to find the ring's weakest point. 40 minutes into the assault, the flanking element on the eastern ridgeline had been repelled by Voss's position. The direct assault's vehicle element was neutralized. The infantry element was pinned behind the terrain 50 meters short of the ring's incomplete section. Darius completed the northeast quadrant's final anchor point at 43 minutes into the assault. 75%, then 80, then 87. The outer ring reached full coverage at the 92-minute mark, while the assault was still active, while the Umbrella Force's infantry element was still pinned, while Vera's position was still returning fire on the north face. But the assault had a second element that the flanking approach had been covering for. Ethan had expected this. The operation had been too well organized, the timing of the flanking element and the vehicle approach too precisely coordinated for a force that was genuinely relying on those 2 elements as its full commitment. Coordinated flanks with vehicle support were the outer structure of an assault, not its core. The core was whatever the flanks and vehicles were designed to make possible, the thing that moved into the opening while the perimeter element was occupied with the flanking and vehicle threats. He checked the system's rear access surveillance. The facility's granite face side, the one backed against the mountain, the side that the Defensive Architecture Review had identified as the direction from which no vehicle threat was possible and from which a standard assault force would not approach because the terrain was too difficult. The direction from which whatever Umbrella had staged in that facility's deepest level would be released. The thermal signature was already moving. "Nemesis unit," Voss transmitted from the eastern ridgeline. His voice carried the specific flatness of a tactical professional reporting information that he did not want to be reporting. Moving from the facility's rear access. It's not the Raccoon City prototype. This is a full variant. It's larger. Ethan was already reading the system's biological threat alert as Voss's transmission finished. The heat signature at the facility's rear access exceeded any standard reading by a factor of 4. The movement signature was non-ambulatory in the way that production model BOWS moved. Not walking, not running, but the specific mechanical cadence of something that had been built to move through obstacles rather than around them. The system's classification resolved in under 2 seconds. Production model Tyrant unit, Nemesis class. Fully operational. Threat rating, maximum. He moved toward the Citadel's inner fallback position at a controlled run, not because running was faster than the situation required, but because the 92 minutes it had taken to reach full outer ring coverage had also been 92 minutes of conditioning time in the facility's rear access. Whatever Umbrella had sent was not impulsive. It had been timed. "All positions," he said into the channel. "Biological weapon active from facility rear. Full Nemesis variant. The outer ring holds against the infantry. The Nemesis is your new priority. Leon, fuel air trap, detonation at maximum approach confinement. Vera, inner fallback, northwest corridor. Voss, stay on the ridgeline. Do not engage the nemesis directly. How different from the Raccoon City unit? Leon asked. The question was operational, not fearful. Ethan looked at the thermal profile on the handheld unit. 3 meters of heat mass moving at the facility's eastern corner, turning toward the ring's outer perimeter with the unhurried certainty of something that had not yet been given a reason to hurry. Different enough, Ethan said. We find out when it hits the trap. Chapter 124. Nemesis. The full Nemesis variant was 3 meters tall. Ethan had known it was coming. The system had flagged a biological threat signature moving from the facility's rear access 10 minutes before Voss's transmission, and the signature's thermal profile matched nothing in the standard BOW database. He had understood what it meant when he saw the thermal reading. Umbrella's contingency force had brought a production model Tyrant, not the modified prototype that had been deployed against the compound in Raccoon City. The production model moved differently. The Raccoon City prototype had been aggressive but directional. It targeted the primary threat signature and pursued until neutralized or destroyed. The production model's movement pattern was something else. It moved with deliberate assessment. It scanned the outer ring's structure before approaching, identified the structural load points, and selected an approach angle that compressed the ring's finished sections against the geometry of the incomplete northeast section's repaired structure. It had been briefed on the system's architecture. He had prepared for this possibility, had discussed it with Vera during the transit, when she had walked him through the USS operational briefing procedures for BOW deployments, and had described how field-deployed Tyrant-class units were conditioned with targeting data that included not just the primary signature, but the physical geometry of the target environment. The production model had been given a map of what it was attacking. Not the current map, the map the Umbrella Force's surveillance had produced before the Citadel's construction began, but close enough that the production model understood the terrain it was entering rather than moving through it blind. Which meant the detonation trap geometries that had worked against the Raccoon City prototype, which had moved on pure targeting instinct, were partially compromised here because the production model had a spatial reference. It would not simply move toward heat. It would move toward heat while interpreting the physical space between itself and the heat. Ethan adjusted his position in the kill corridor. He moved 2 meters left, to the position the system's countermeasure guidance had specified for a scenario where the primary heat tracking approach was partially overridden by spatial intelligence. It knows about the ring's adaptive design, Vera said from the north face. She had repositioned when Voss transmitted the Nemesis warning. She was now at the inner defensive position, the one the system had placed at the outer ring's interior, designed for exactly this scenario, a breach event after the ring's coverage was established. Concentrate fire on the joint assemblies, Ethan said. The fuel air traps were positioned at the ring's 3 primary breach points, the locations the system had calculated as Nemesis's most likely entry angles. The production model was approaching from the northwest breach point, which was the one with the lowest kill corridor geometry but the most direct path to the Citadel's construction core. If it learns from the trap, we lose the northwest corridor, Leon said. He was already moving to the trap's secondary trigger position, the one Ethan had established specifically because Nemesis learning from the first trap was a scenario the compound's experience had flagged as likely. The production model hit the fuel air trap at the northwest breach point. The explosion was larger than anything the Raccoon City prototype had produced in the compound. The production variant was built to different specifications, which meant the targeting solution that had worked against the prototype's biology needed to be modified for this variant's mass and structure. Nemesis staggered. It did not fall. It looked at the trap mechanism's detonation point with the biological assessment behavior of a system that was processing what had just happened and incorporating the information into its approach strategy. Then it moved to the northeast approach angle, the one that avoided the northwest corridor's trap geometry. It adapted, Vera said. I know, Ethan said. The system had predicted this. The secondary trap at the northeast approach was designed for the adapted approach, but the kill geometry was different, less certain, designed with the understanding that Nemesis arriving at the northeast position would be moving with more caution than the first approach. Leon, he said. Northeast trap. Wait for my signal. Confirmed, Leon said. Nemesis moved toward the northeast approach at the measured pace of a Tyrant unit that had learned from one trap and was approaching the next with the institutional wariness of a biological weapon designed to survive contact rather than simply survive initial deployment. Every lesson the compound had learned about fighting Tyrant-class BOWs was in the northeast trap's design. The question was whether the production model's adaptive capability extended to anticipating countermeasures it had not yet encountered, or whether the trap only needed to be different enough that Nemesis's first trap experience did not apply. Ethan held his position at the inner ring's approach. On the system's overlay, the production model's thermal signature moved steadily toward the northeast trap geometry, not at the northwest corridor's pace, which had been the initial approach, but at a different angle, slightly west of the northeast trap's optimal detonation zone. Not fully outside it, but enough west that the trap's primary overpressure geometry would be partially compromised. It was learning the traps as it experienced them, not before, after. Each trap taught it the geometry of the next one. He thought about this. The Raccoon City prototype had been aggressive but linear. Point at target, move toward target, destroy whatever intervened. This production variant was doing something different. It was incorporating information into its approach, not because it had higher intelligence, but because it had been engineered with a biological feedback system that compressed the learning cycle to near zero. Each trap became the input for the next movement decision, which meant the detonation window for the northeast trap was narrowing. Leon, he said, don't wait for the optimal position. Trigger when it's inside the geometry. Any part of the geometry. A pause. I wanted the full approach angle. We don't have it. Trigger on entry. Copy. The thermal signature entered the northeast trap's outer boundary at the slightly west angle that wasn't quite optimal and was still inside the geometry, and the question resolved itself in the detonation. Chapter 125. The EMP solution. The northeast trap slowed Nemesis. It did not stop it. Ethan watched the thermal signature stagger in the display, the production model's forward movement arresting for 4 seconds, the heat bloom spreading from the detonation point, and then the signature reconsolidating and the movement resuming toward the Citadel's inner perimeter. For seconds of arrest for a fuel air trap that had taken Leon and a full day of preparation to prime. The Raccoon City prototype had been stopped for 48 seconds by a comparable trap. The production model's structural architecture and redundant biological systems had reduced the effect by 92%. He filed this for the debrief he would write if they survived. The specific information about production versus prototype tolerance to fuel air overpressure would be the most valuable tactical data the compound's experience had yet generated, and it needed to be in the written record where someone doing this after him could find it. The trap's kill corridor geometry had been designed to redirect the tyrant's mass rather than halt it. A physics-based approach that used the structure's angles to compress Nemesis into a smaller engagement zone where concentrated fire could target the joint assemblies Leon had identified as the unit's primary structural vulnerabilities. The trap worked as designed. Nemesis took concentrated fire from 3 positions for 40 seconds. Its advance stalled, its outer plating scoring with damage that the system's targeting guidance had identified as significant but not decisive. Then it pushed through. Not with the coordinated tactical decision of a human assault, with the biological persistence of a unit designed to complete its objective regardless of intermediate damage, a unit that had been built with enough redundancy in its vital systems that 40 seconds of concentrated fire was a cost it could absorb and continue. The Raccoon City protocols are not sufficient, Vera said. She was moving through the Citadel's interior corridors toward the system's designated fallback position, the one Ethan had placed at the power core because the power core was where the system's most direct access to the Citadel's architectural control systems was located. We need a different approach. The system had already generated one. Threat assessment, Nemesis unit, adaptive resistance to conventional engagement protocols confirmed. Electromagnetic disruption countermeasure available. Power core access required. Warning, EMP discharge requires full Citadel power shutdown. Dark period, 90 seconds. Ethan read it twice. The EMP approach was not the standard BOW countermeasure for a production tyrant. It was the system's adaptive response to an adaptive threat. The electromagnetic pulse would disrupt the tyrant's biological interface systems, the specific enhancement hardware that distinguished a production model Nemesis from a standard tyrant, and that was also the reason the production model could adapt. Kill the enhancement systems, and what remained was a standard tyrant without the adaptive intelligence. But 90 seconds of darkness meant 90 seconds without the system's real-time structural guidance, without the thermal surveillance network, without the breach detection that was currently tracking Nemesis's position to within 2 meters throughout the Citadel's corridors. 90 seconds, he said through the channel. Nemesis is at the inner rings approach. When the power goes down, everyone holds their current position and does not engage until power is restored. Nemesis will lose its enhancement systems. It will still be a tyrant, but it will be one we can fight with the protocols we know. Leon's position? Vera asked. Leon, Ethan said. Hold your position. Do not engage during the blackout. A 3-second silence. Then, copy, Leon said. Vera, Ethan said. I need you at the power core. The EMP requires a manual trigger. The system can't automate it from the handheld unit. Someone needs to be physically at the power core's discharge interface. Already moving, she said. She had understood this before he said it. She had been moving toward the power core since the system's countermeasure notification appeared on her unit. The same way she had been moving toward every tactical solution since the night she came through the compound gate. The system pulsed. Vera Solis. Power core position confirmed. EMP discharge ready on operator command. He tracked Nemesis's thermal signature on the handheld unit. The production model was moving through the inner ring's corridor at the deliberate pace of a unit that had learned the outer ring's geometry and was applying that learning to the inner ring's layout. 40 meters from the power core access corridor. 30. 20. He watched the thermal signature advance along the inner ring's approach. The corridor that was the same corridor the EMP discharge geometry was designed for. The same corridor that the system had built with a specific architectural angle at the 17-meter mark that would compress Nemesis into its smallest possible lateral dimension at the moment the pulse hit. The thermal signature reached 30 meters. Its movement was slower than it had been in the outer ring. 18 seconds between the northwest trap and the northeast trap, then 42 seconds between the northeast trap and the inner ring's entry point. The production model was applying a pace calibrated to information gathering rather than speed, and the information it was gathering was the geometry of each new section of the Citadel's interior before committing its full mass to the approach angle. 20 meters. The corridor's 17-meter compression angle was ahead of it. 15 meters. Still moving at the measured pace. Ethan counted the seconds between the thermal signature's position updates on the handheld display. The system was refreshing the overlay every 3 seconds, and the signature was advancing approximately 1 meter per refresh cycle. The production model entered the 17-meter compression angle. Vera, he said. Now. Chapter 126. Dark seconds. The impregnable citadel went dark. Not gradually, instantly. The power core's full discharge was not a dimming. It was a state change, active to inactive in the same moment that a human hand at a physical switch produced, with none of the fractional delay that automated systems introduced between command and execution. The system went offline in the same eye blink that the lights went. Not gradually, instantly. The system's power output dropped to 0. The thermal surveillance network went offline. The breach detection went silent. Every display, every monitoring system, every automated protocol that had been running since the outer ring's completion cut out simultaneously. The Citadel became a structure rather than a system, walls and corridors and stored materials, without the intelligence layer that had made it more than the sum of its physical components. Nemesis stopped. Ethan could not see it. He was at the inner ring's command position, 7 meters from where the thermal display had last confirmed the production model's location, and without the thermal network, he was working from the last known position and his own hearing and the specific instincts that 41 days in a zombie-overrun city had developed to the point where they were as reliable as any sensor. He heard Nemesis process the darkness. Not a sound from the unit itself, a shift in the corridor's air pressure, the specific absence of the production model's enhancement system cycling, a stillness that was different from the stillness of a unit that was stopped versus a unit that was recalibrating. 7 meters away. He knew the distance from the last known position on the handheld display's freeze frame. 7 meters in a dark corridor, with no active guidance, no thermal overlay, no breach detection routing. Just the distance and the direction and the specific quality of the air in a corridor where a 3-meter biological weapon was doing something it had not been designed to do, standing still without active targeting data to move toward. The enhancement systems were the production model's adaptive intelligence. Without them, Nemesis was running on the base-level Tyrant programming that had been present since the original Tyrant prototype. The heat-seeking aggression, the structural mass, the biological persistence. Powerful, lethal, and predictable in the way that a simple system was always predictable once you understood its logic. The production model was still now. It was waiting for the enhancement systems to restore. The enhancement systems were not going to restore. They had been fried by a pulse specifically calibrated for their frequency range, and the biological interface hardware that ran them was not regenerating tissue. It was circuitry embedded in biological substrate, and circuitry fried by an EMP did not regenerate. Somewhere in the Citadel's west corridor, a wall hit something structural. Leon. He had heard the silence the same way Ethan had, and had moved to a better position rather than holding still. 3 seconds later, the sound that would have been Leon's position was in a different location. Nemesis moved toward the new sound. Hold, Ethan said, though he had told them all to maintain silence during the blackout. The word came out anyway, not a command, a reflex, the specific communication between people who had been defending together long enough that the channel was as natural as breath. Silence. 30 seconds of darkness. 40, 50. The corridor's air pressure shifted again as Nemesis's thermal output, which he could feel rather than see at this proximity, moved toward the west wall. The power came back at 93 seconds. The thermal display resolved the corridor's heat signatures in the same instant. Nemesis at the west corridor, stationary, its enhancement system signatures absent from the thermal profile. A Tyrant unit without the adaptive hardware, standing in the corridor where the darkness had left it. Leon engaged from the corner position he had moved to during the blackout. The production variant without enhancement systems responded to the fire with the straightforward biological aggression of a standard Tyrant. Direct, powerful, non-adaptive. The corner geometry the system had built into the inner ring's corridor channeled Nemesis into the kill corridor's effective range. Vera's voice on the channel. EMP confirmed. Unit is compromised. And then the sound from the west corridor that told Ethan the kill corridor's geometry had functioned as designed. The specific impact of a Tyrant unit that had reached the end of its forward movement and would not move again. Nemesis was down. Ethan stood in the dark for 3 seconds after the sound from the west corridor stopped. Not because 3 seconds changed anything, but because the human nervous system required a brief interval to process the gap between sustained high-stakes threat and its absence. He had learned this in the compound. The interval was not weakness, it was calibration, and skipping it produced the tunnel vision decisions that cost people their lives in the moments after a crisis resolved. 3 seconds. Then he ran the count on the blackout timer, 93 seconds, which was 3 over the system's projected duration. He noted it for the post-engagement review. The 3-second overage was in the power core's physical reconnection cycle. Vera had triggered the discharge and immediately moved to restore the connection, and the restoration sequence ran 3 seconds longer than the automated protocol would have managed. 3 seconds of additional darkness with Nemesis mobile in the inner ring corridor. He breathed. Leon's voice came through the channel in the same moment the corridor's ambient light returned from the powered-down emergency strips. West corridor. It's done. The Citadel's full power came back a second later, and the thermal display resolved every heat signature in the inner ring simultaneously. Leon at the corner position he had repositioned to during the blackout. Vera at the power core's access. Nemesis stationary at the west corridor's kill zone. The enhancement system signatures absent from its thermal profile for the first time since the engagement began. A Tyrant, not a Nemesis. Down and not rising. He released a breath through his teeth. All positions, he said into the channel. Nemesis unit neutralized. Infantry element, status. Vera's voice, pinned. They know the unit is down. Their movement has stopped. 43 Umbrella personnel outside the Citadel. Their production Tyrant neutralized. Their assault's 3 elements all failed or contained. The engagement was over. The decision about what came next belonged to the field commander, and Ethan already knew what that decision was going to be. Chapter 127. The Citadel completes power fully restored at 4 seconds past the 93-second mark. The lighting grid came up first. The emergency strips in every corridor, followed within a half-second by the full lighting system as the backup power sequence completed. The thermal surveillance network followed, the corridor overlays resolving heat signatures from nothing to precise within the same 2-second startup sequence that the system ran every time it came online from cold. It was the same sequence Ethan had watched in the Raccoon City compound when the second generator had brought the whole building to life. He had counted the startup sequence then, standing in the main floor with 31 people watching the lights come on. He counted it now. 2 seconds. 3. The command center display lit. The outer ring's adaptive architecture had held through the 2-minute blackout with 0 structural loss. The system's pre-blackout reinforcement protocols had distributed load across the completed sections, maintaining structural integrity without active system guidance. When the power came back, the ring's structural readout showed 98% integrity. The one section that had taken additional load during the darkness had self-reinforced to above its pre-blackout specification. Ethan stood in the inner ring's command corridor and read the system display. Impregnable Citadel, Tier 10 achieved. Outer ring adaptive architecture, nominal. Inner ring, nominal. Biological containment wing, operational. Command center, fully active. Then, at the bottom of the notification, in the same typeface but a different weight that he had never seen before in 9 previous tier completions, Fortress recognized. Builder recognized. This structure will not fall. He had not expected that. He stood with the display for a moment, not reading it again, having already understood it on the first pass, but simply holding the specific weight of a system acknowledgement that was different from any previous tier notification. Every previous tier notification had been transactional. Confirmation of completed work, list of new blueprints, updated threat assessment, current population count. The notifications were useful in the way that a completed inspection was useful. They closed one phase and opened the next, and the useful thing about them was the new information they produced rather than the acknowledgement of what had been done. Fortress recognized. Builder recognized. This structure will not fall. The system was not telling him what had been completed. It was telling him something about the completion itself, the quality of it, the relationship between the structure and the person who had built it. He had spent 55 days operating with a system that treated him as an executor of its blueprints, and the system had just looked at the entirety of that execution and returned a verdict that had nothing to do with structural specifications. He stood with it. Then he looked at Leon against the adaptive wall and decided the specific kind of acknowledgement this notification deserved was the same thing the notification had given him: recognition, directly offered, without editorial reduction. The previous tiers had confirmed completion. This one recognized something beyond completion, a tier that acknowledged not just what had been built, but who had built it, and through what. Leon was at the inner ring's west corridor junction, leaning against the adaptive wall with one hand pressed to his ribs. He had taken a hit during the blackout, not from Nemesis, but from the corridor's wall impact when he had moved his position and the wall had come to meet him. 3, possibly 4 fractured ribs. He had not said anything until the Citadel's power came back, and he had seen his own thermal signature in the display's reflection and understood that what he was feeling was confirmed damage rather than possible damage. The ring rebuilt itself, he said. He was watching the outer ring's structural display through the corridor window. The specific section of the adaptive architecture that had taken additional load during the blackout was visibly redistributing the load back to its original distribution pattern as the system's active guidance came back online. I've seen it do this before. It's still impressive. Every time, Vera said. She was standing at the power core's access corridor. The EMP had required her to be physically at the discharge interface, which was 12 meters from the main corridor, in the section of the inner ring that was closest to Nemesis's final approach. She had triggered the discharge from a position where the production model's thermal signature had been 6 meters from her and moving. He looked at her. She met his look with the calm of someone who had made a tactical decision in the correct direction and was not interested in discussing the alternatives. The Umbrella Force's commander will have heard the blackout, Voss said from the eastern ridgeline position. They'll know the EMP deployed. A production Nemesis unit going down will produce a broadcast signal to the deployment authority. The unit's operational termination sends an automatic status report. The field commander's already receiving it, Ethan said. He pulled up the communications surveillance on the system's restored display. The Umbrella Contingency Force's radio traffic had spiked in the 90 seconds after power restoration, a pattern consistent with the command staff receiving an unexpected status report and attempting to assess what it meant for their remaining operational options. What their remaining operational options were, limited. Ethan moved through the Citadel's inner ring corridor toward the command center. The system's restored display was running post-engagement analysis, structural integrity across the outer and inner rings, personnel positions, biological threat status, and he was reading it while he moved because reading while moving was a habit acquired on the first night in the compound and never broken since. The outer ring was at 98% structural integrity. The inner ring's west corridor showed the impact geometry of a Nemesis unit's terminal engagement, which the system was already assessing for repair requirements. 3 hours, it estimated. 2 if Darius ran the crew at full shift. He looked at the display. 43 heat signatures in the Umbrella Force's consolidated position. 1 neutralized Tyrant unit in the west corridor. 6 of his own people accounted for on the surveillance network, all operational, 1 with ribs that Mia had been watching for the past 2 hours. He reached the command center and stopped at the map table. The mountain terrain outside the Citadel's perimeter showed no movement. The force had consolidated. The field commander was making the calculation that all tactical professionals made when their engagement's decisive element had failed, and the objective was a Tier 10 fortress with a team inside it that had spent 55 days failing to be destroyed. The calculation did not have many outputs. He sat down, opened the log to the post-engagement entry, and wrote the time, the Nemesis unit's neutralization, and the structure's current status. Then he waited for the surrender transmission. He did not wait long. Chapter 128. 43 The Umbrella Contingency Commander's surrender request came at 11:47. The transmission was on the standard emergency frequency, not the encrypted channel the Umbrella Force had been using for internal communications, but the open civilian emergency band, which meant it was a public surrender, and the commander knew exactly what that meant for the legal record it was generating. This is Field Commander Randolph Weber of Umbrella Special Projects Security Division. We are requesting terms. Our engagement is concluded. We have wounded personnel and request medical access. Ethan received the transmission in the Citadel's command center, the restored thermal network showing 43 heat signatures in the Umbrella Force's consolidated position. Every personnel from the initial contingency deployment, plus the support staff from the facility's interior who had joined the consolidation when the Nemesis deployment failed. He had been monitoring the Umbrella Force's radio traffic in the 20 minutes between Nemesis going down and Weber's surrender transmission. The traffic had gone through 3 distinct phases. The burst of internal communication immediately after power restoration, when the field commander had received the Nemesis unit's automatic termination signal and had been assessing what the signal meant for the engagement's viability. Then a period of near silence, which was the field commander making the calculation alone and not wanting the traffic to tell the compound what he was thinking. Then 4 transmissions in sequence, 1 to each element of the assault force, confirming their status, and then the open frequency surrender. The open frequency choice was the field commander's professional signal to whatever authority was listening, not to Ethan, but to the institutional record, that the decision had been made correctly under the circumstances. Weber understood that whatever happened after the surrender was going to be examined by people with legal authority, and he wanted the record to show a surrender on the open frequency rather than a private channel negotiation. That was the decision of a professional who was thinking past the engagement to the accountability that followed it. Ethan respected the decision. It didn't change what came next, but he respected it. 43. Petrov's estimate had been exactly right. He looked at the inner circle. Accept, Vera said. Agree, Voss said. He had more complicated feelings about accepting the surrender of a force he had formerly commanded under comparable operational conditions, but those feelings were organized enough that his position was clear. Leon said nothing. His ribs were being evaluated by Mia, who had moved to the Inner Rings medical station as soon as the power restoration confirmed the engagement was over. He gave a single nod. Ethan transmitted on the open emergency frequency. Field Commander Weber, this is Ethan Cross. Your terms are accepted. Disarm in place. We are sending a medical team to your position. He paused, then added, the facility access codes. When we send the medical team, the commander provides the facility access codes in full. That is the condition. A 10-second silence. Then, confirmed. He sent Juno with 2 of Petrov's contractors. Juno, because she was the fastest and the most accurate judge of whether a surrendering force was genuinely surrendering or setting up a secondary action, and because she had been inside more hostile situations in the past 3 weeks than most trained soldiers. She had objected to being kept from the Nemesis engagement. He had assigned her to the Citadel's perimeter surveillance specifically because the inner ring engagement was not a scenario where her mobility advantage offset the production tyrant's threat profile. She had accepted this with the specific grace of someone who understood the tactical logic and disagreed with it personally. She came back with Weber's access codes 40 minutes later. 43 personnel disarmed and in the consolidated position, she said. Weber is cooperative. His medical request was genuine. He has 5 people with significant injuries. None of them are the Nemesis deployment team. The deployment team was 3 technical personnel from the facility's interior. She paused. They're requesting asylum. The Genesis facility's access codes were in his hand. The biological weapons archive that the codes unlocked was 90 meters away, inside a mountain facility that Umbrella had built to house the most comprehensive record of its criminal operations in the organization's history. It was enough to end Umbrella, legally, permanently. He had understood that from Petrov's first briefing, and Weber's surrendered access codes made the understanding real rather than theoretical. He looked at the codes on the piece of paper Juno had handed him. A 13-digit alphanumeric sequence for each of 3 levels, handwritten by Weber in the rounded script of someone who had been trained to record codes legibly under stress. The facility had 3 levels of access: the access corridor, the laboratory archive, and the secure vault where the board-level documentation was maintained separately from the general research archive. All 3 levels on this paper. He had been building toward this moment since October 2nd, when Vera had described Ashford's classification system and the secondary USS objective that had been excluded from Alpha Team's briefing. He had known, from that conversation, that the endpoint of the outbreak and the USS operation and everything Umbrella had constructed for 30 years was documentation. They had documented everything, the way all large organizations documented their operations, with the institutional assumption that documentation served the organization rather than its future accusers. The archive was the product of that assumption meeting its logical consequence. 43 personnel disarmed, 5 with medical injuries, 3 Genesis technical staff requesting asylum. The compound had started with 31 people behind a fence on Ennerdale Street. It had arrived here, at the facility the world would eventually call the turning point, with 7 members of an inner circle and 43 prisoners, and the access codes to everything. He folded the paper. He looked at Juno, who was already pulling her jacket on. "I need Mia," he said. "Right now." Chapter 129. The archive. The Genesis facility's interior was colder than the mountain air outside. Ethan moved through the access corridor with Mia beside him. She was the reason he had asked for the access codes, and she was the reason he had made accessing the archive the first priority after the surrender rather than securing the perimeter or managing the detained personnel. The archive was the mission. Everything else was logistics. The facility's main archive room was on the 3rd level, accessible through an elevator system that the access codes unlocked at each stage. The first level's code produced a standard umbrella facility interior, climate control, laboratory access corridors, security checkpoints with inactive workstations. Exactly what the Hive had looked like from the access shaft before Red Queen had come online. The same institutional architecture, the same design vocabulary, the same indifference to aesthetics in service of function. Umbrella built the same everywhere. The second level required a separate code and opened onto a section that was clearly research rather than logistics, the specific equipment layout of a working laboratory, not the staging layout of a distribution facility. Biological storage units with the temperature indicators Mia had been looking for. Sample catalogs on workstation screens that had been running on automated maintenance protocols since the facility's last human occupant had left. The abandonment was recent, within the week, based on the temperature variance in 2 storage units that had gone slightly above their set point when the facility's backup power cycle ran long. The elevator felt like the compound's freight elevator in reverse. Instead of descending toward threat, ascending toward evidence. The same specific quality of institutional engineering, the same umbrella design aesthetic that he had seen in the Hive schematics and the USS's vehicle design. A corporation that had built the same way everywhere, with the same attention to functional efficiency and the same indifference to the human cost of what the efficiency was serving. The archive room was climate-controlled at 12 degrees Celsius. It held 48 physical storage units and a digital archive server array that Mia assessed in the first 60 seconds with the focused attention of a scientist encountering a dataset she had been trying to access for 3 weeks. "It's everything," she said. She was not speaking to Ethan. She was speaking to the archive itself, the specific communication of a researcher recognizing a source that exceeded expectation. Every formulation, every field test, every casualty record, the Raccoon City program documentation, the pre-deployment logistics for the 12 cities, the development timeline for the contact transmission variant. She paused. "The therapeutic pathway data I've been trying to reverse engineer from the Raccoon City samples. It's here. The complete sequence." Umbrella documented their own countermeasure development. "Why would they document a countermeasure?" Ethan asked. "Because the countermeasure was intended for board-level protection," Mia said. "If a deployment event went wrong, the way Raccoon City went wrong, they needed a therapeutic that worked for specific people, not a general treatment, a proprietary one." She looked at him. "They built the weapon and the cure. They never intended to release either one." He stood in the climate-controlled archive room and thought about what this meant, not for the legal case, which was already clear, but for the people who had survived Raccoon City, and the people who were still at risk in 11 cities, and the 17 months of work that Mia had been doing to develop a therapeutic from incomplete data. The complete data was in this room. He transmitted to the 6 foreign intelligence partners simultaneously. The coordination protocol that Petrov had established during the transit, the one that would ensure the archive's transmission hit every jurisdiction simultaneously rather than in sequence, making suppression impossible. The upload began at 1623. By 1640, the archive's contents were distributed across legal jurisdictions in 6 countries, simultaneously, with digital authentication confirming receipt in each one. Umbrella's corporate accounts began freezing at 1703. Corporate attorneys began filing injunctions at 1708. The injunctions were denied by 1715 in 4 of the 6 jurisdictions. In the remaining 2, they were still being evaluated. The board of directors began issuing public statements at 1720, statements that confirmed, by their specific denials, that the Genesis Archive's transmission had reached its targets and that the board understood what the archive contained. 2 board members fled the country by midnight. Their departure was documented. Ethan stood at the archive room's exit door at 1802 and watched the upload progress on the system's distribution panel. The 6 foreign intelligence partners' receipt confirmations had come in over the 47-minute upload window, each one a digital acknowledgement that carried, embedded in its authentication structure, a timestamp and a jurisdiction code, and a legal intake sequence that Petrov's contact at the International Criminal Tribunals had spent 6 hours the previous week preparing. The archive's contents were not just transmitted. They were evidence of record in 6 independent legal systems simultaneously, with authenticated chain of custody from the Genesis facility's access log, through Weber's handwritten codes, through the upload sequence to each receiving jurisdiction. Umbrella could not suppress what was now in 6 independent evidentiary archives. He had known, from the first day he sent Mia's preliminary analysis through the journalist's relay truck, that the endpoint of the work was not the compound or the evacuation or the Arkley outpost, or even the impregnable citadel. The endpoint was this, an archive that belonged to the world's legal systems rather than to Umbrella's information management apparatus. Everything he had built since Ennerdale Street had been preparation for this 47-minute upload. The last receipt confirmation arrived at 1803. He looked at the system's notification. Archive distribution complete. 6 jurisdictions confirmed. Then, a pause, and below it, documentation objective achieved. He had never seen that notification before. The system recorded operational achievements, structural milestones, tier progressions. This was the first time it had recorded a purpose. He went to find Leon. Chapter 130. What Leon said. Leon's ribs were 3 fractured, 1 cracked, and a separated cartilage at the 5th rib that Mia said would require rest and specific positioning for 6 weeks and would feel worse before it felt better. He had taken the hit during the blackout. The 93-second interval when the Citadel had been dark and Nemesis had been mobile in the inner ring corridor, and everyone had held their positions while counting seconds. Leon had not held his position exactly as specified. He had held it for 48 of the 93 seconds, and then he had moved, carefully, not urgently, to a corner position that offered him a better engagement angle for the moment the power came back. Moving in the dark, without the system's guidance, in a corridor where a production tyrant unit was recalibrating somewhere to his northeast, he had misjudged a wall protrusion that the system's layout map showed, but that Leon had not fully memorized in the time available. The protrusion had met his left side at a speed that, in better lighting, he would have avoided. He received this assessment in the Citadel's medical station, a hardened room in the inner ring's southwest section, equipped with the biological intelligence capability that the Iron Dominion tier had added and the specific medical inventory that Mia had been building since the Arkley outpost. He lay on the examination surface and let Mia do what she needed to do, and when she was done, he sat up slowly and looked at Ethan, who was in the chair beside the examination surface that had not been in the original station design, and that had been there specifically for the last 11 days, because Leon had been injured enough times in the past 3 weeks that the chair beside the medical station had become a specific piece of infrastructure. "You know, the safe zone never really moved," Leon said. Ethan looked at him. "Ennerdale Street. The forest camp. The Arkley outpost. Here." Leon gestured at the Citadel's walls around them. "It's the same structure. You just kept adding rings." He had said it earlier. Ethan had heard a version of this sentence before, on the night of the nuclear event, when Leon had stood at the forest camp's perimeter and said something about having spent 30 years trying to build something that held. This version was different because it had the Genesis archive in it, and 43 detained Umbrella contractors outside, and a tyrant unit that was not getting up, and a Tier 10 completion notification that the system had issued with a different weight than any previous tier. "The first night on Ennerdale Street," Ethan said. "You came through the door at 3 in the morning and said you'd heard about the construction." "I'd heard about you," Leon said. Darius was talking to his neighbor. His neighbor was talking to the family on Flower Street. Word moves in a city that's 6 days from a zombie outbreak. He shifted carefully. The fractured ribs made shifting a specific project. "I came because I wanted to see if you knew what you were doing. I decided you did when I saw the blueprint." "Which one?" "The first one. Tier 1 blueprint. Crude shelter." Leon looked at the ceiling for a moment. "It was specific. Everything after it has been specific. You never built anything you didn't have a blueprint for." "The system provides the blueprints," Ethan said. "You choose which ones to use," Leon said. "And when?" He looked at Ethan with the specific directness of someone who had been alive long enough to distinguish between credit that was assigned and credit that was earned. "The system is a tool. You've been building with it for 55 days. Whatever happens next, the congressional hearing, the Genesis evidence, the 12 cities, that's the record of what a person with the right tools and the right people can build when everything is trying to stop them." He extended his hand. Ethan took it. The grip was Leon's, firm, direct, no performance. The hands of a man who had been making structural decisions in Raccoon City when Ethan was still a structural engineering student, who had come through the South Gate at 3 in the morning with utility maps and a working knowledge of every underground access point in the Ennerdale neighborhood, who had never once in 55 days given a directive he couldn't back up with either reasoning or physical demonstration. The fractured ribs shifted under Leon's breath as they held the grip. He didn't react to it. He released, and looked at the ceiling of the medical station. The adaptive architecture visible even in this interior room. The structural integration of the impregnable citadel evident in the way the load paths distributed above the wall panels. You know what I was doing in the 6 months before you knocked on Darius's door, Leon said. Walking the neighborhood. Watching the neighborhood. The RPD retirement is a paper exercise. I don't know how to stop watching. He looked at the medical station's wall. Rosa died in March. I spent 6 months watching the neighborhood she grew up in because I didn't have anything else to do with the watching. He paused. When the umbrella SUV went down your access road, I went home and got the utility maps and came to your gate at 3 in the morning because I finally had something worth watching for again. He met Ethan's eyes. I'm saying you gave me that. I'm saying it clearly so you understand the weight of it. Ethan held the man's gaze for the moment it required. I know, he said. Leon nodded once, the specific nod of someone filing a matter as settled and moving to the next item. He lay back carefully with the ribs. Chapter 131. What Vera said. Vera found him at the impregnable citadel's completed outer ring 3 hours after Leon's words, standing at the ring's eastern segment, looking at the mountain terrain that extended outward from the citadel's perimeter. She had the specific way of arriving at positions that she had been arriving at positions since the night she came through the compound gate, without announcement, without precursor, simply present. He had cataloged this quality early in the compound's life and had filed it under the same category he filed all assets, something the system would call personnel attribute, tactical positioning instinct, exceptional. The system's category was accurate. It missed the thing beneath the tactical attribute, the specific alertness of someone who had spent years in environments where awareness of exits and cover was the difference between functioning and not functioning, and had internalized the habit so thoroughly that it preceded conscious decision. He had learned her the way he had learned the compound's load paths, by watching what she did under sustained pressure until the pattern was clear enough to build from. He had learned, over 55 days, that this was not an operational habit carried over from USS training. It was something older, a specific quality of attention that meant she was always aware of where the threat was and moved accordingly, and the threat was not always external. You've been standing here for 20 minutes, she said. 40, he said. He had been watching the mountain terrain for the same reason he had walked the compound's perimeter in Raccoon City on the night before the outbreak, not assessing the threat, but understanding the space. The impregnable citadel's outer ring enclosed a plateau that was now, by the system's specific definition, the most defensible structure ever built against a biohazard threat. The system had said this. The tier notification had confirmed it. The Nemesis production unit had tested it and not found a way through. Vera stood beside him and looked at the same terrain. I was running, she said. He waited. When I came through your gate on Ennerdale Street, I told you I had left the USS because I recognized the program was wrong. That was accurate, but it was the formal version. The version I would give in testimony. She paused. I was running from what I had already done. The decisions I had made as part of Alpha Team before I understood what the program was. The specific people I had seen hurt because I had been following orders I had not yet examined. He understood this. He had understood a version of it for a long time. The way she moved through every engagement with a specific calibration that looked like tactics, but was also, underneath, accountability. The way she had positioned herself at the power core during the EMP discharge rather than at a safer position. The way she had been first to volunteer for every high-risk assignment since Raccoon City. Not out of recklessness, but out of something that looked, from the inside, like it needed to keep paying. You were building too, he said. I was, she said. She turned to look at him with the same measuring assessment that had been in her face the first time she looked at him across the compound's threshold. But different now, because 55 days of accumulated evidence had changed what the assessment was evaluating. Not whether he was trustworthy. He had proven that. Not whether the system was real. That needed no further proof. Something else. Build me something that lasts longer than the crisis, she said. He understood what she was asking for. I've been building it since week 3, he said. You've been in it. She held his gaze for a moment with the stillness of someone receiving something they had been waiting for long enough that receiving it required calibration rather than immediate response. Then she looked at the Citadel's completed outer ring, the adaptive architecture, the overlapping defensive fields, the structure that had held a production Nemesis unit and self-repaired in 93 seconds of darkness. Then let's make sure it holds, she said. He looked at her, the woman who had come through his gate at dawn with a medkit and a USS termination order following her, who had spent 55 days building from a defector into something that had no clean category, who had held the power core's discharge interface, while a production model Nemesis stood 6 meters from her in a darkened corridor. He didn't say any of this. She knew all of it. What she was waiting for was the thing that came after the knowledge, the thing that mattered more than the accounting. I've been building structures, he said. Every one of them has been an answer to a threat, something that was trying to destroy something worth preserving. He paused, choosing the words with the same care he brought to load calculations, because precision mattered here in a way that was different from precision in structural work, but not less important. I want to build something that isn't an answer to a threat, something that starts from what we're building toward rather than what we're building against. He held her gaze. That's what I've been working on since the third week in the compound, when I stopped thinking about survival and started thinking about what survival was for. He paused. I don't have a blueprint for it. The system doesn't generate blueprints for what people build together on purpose. Vera looked at him with the same measuring attention she had brought to every assessment that mattered. She was deciding whether this was the formal version of something or the complete version. She decided. Then we figure out the blueprint as we go, she said, and turned back to the Citadel's completed outer ring with the expression of someone who had just accepted a long-term project with full understanding of its scope. Chapter 132. What Mia found. Mia's final biological intelligence assessment came 4 days after the Genesis Archives transmission. He had checked on her twice, once at the 40-hour mark, when Juno had delivered the meal she had refused to stop for, and once at the 72-hour mark, when he had come down personally, not because she needed supervision, but because the people in your inner circle required contact at intervals, even when they were doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing and did not require management. She had looked at him both times with the focused absence of someone whose primary cognitive bandwidth was occupied elsewhere, had acknowledged the contact with a nod and a brief verbal status update, and had returned immediately to the archive display. He had understood this quality in Mia since the first morning she had stood at the warehouse gate with a tablet and a microscopy image, and had declined the social lubricant of an introduction in favor of getting directly to the information that had brought her there. She processed information with the same kind of committed, complete attention that Ethan brought to construction work, the orientation of her full self toward the task, not because she was incapable of interruption, but because interruption cost something she was not willing to spend when the work was this important. She had been in the archive facility continuously for those 4 days, sleeping in the climate-controlled room in 3-hour intervals, working through the documentation with the focused urgency of a scientist who had been building a therapeutic from incomplete data for 3 weeks, and now had everything she needed. She had emerged twice, once to eat the meal Juno had carried down, and once to tell Ethan that she needed 2 more days. On day 4, she came to the command center at 0600 with a 30-page summary document and a specific expression that Ethan recognized from the compound's medical station on the nights when Mia had finished an analysis that changed the threat assessment significantly. The therapeutic pathway is complete, she said. With the archive data, I can develop a broad-spectrum T-virus countermeasure. It works against every variant in the archive, including the contact transmission variant. My estimate for a therapeutic from the point of resource access, 18 months. Ethan received this. 18 months from now, 12 months earlier than the best estimate she had given at the Arkley outpost from the incomplete Raccoon City data. The Genesis archive had compressed the development timeline by a year. And the contact variant, he asked. That's the other part of the assessment. She set the summary document on the command center table and opened it to the section with the red notation in the margin, the color she had been using since week 2 in the compound for threat information that required immediate discussion rather than routine review. Umbrella's research division developed a T-virus variant that transmits through proximity rather than direct contact. Airborne, with a 48-hour incubation period. They tested it in 3 isolated environments. It worked. She paused. They never deployed it. The board decided it was too unpredictable for the controlled demonstration model. They couldn't guarantee containment after deployment, which meant they couldn't guarantee that the outbreak would stay in the designated area. But the research exists, Ethan said. The research exists, Mia said. The formulation is documented. The manufacture process is in the archive. The board chose not to use it, but the knowledge is there, and knowledge like that doesn't disappear with the organization that developed it. It propagates. She looked at him with the specific attention of a scientist who had been working in biological threat management long enough to understand that the elimination of a threat organization was not the same as the elimination of the threat. Umbrella's legal dismantlement is necessary. It is not sufficient. The contact variant's existence means the next 18 months are not consolidation. They're preparation. He understood what she was telling him. The Genesis archive had given them the evidence to end Umbrella. It had also given them the documentation of a next-generation weapon whose knowledge had now been transmitted to 6 foreign intelligence partners, 3 of whom had their own biological weapons research programs. The information that could help contained information that could harm. That was the archive's full weight. not just a legal weapon, but a liability that would need management for as long as the knowledge existed. Document everything, he said. The therapeutic pathway, the contact variant, the archive's full contents. Every piece of information needs the same chain of custody documentation we used for the Raccoon City evidence. He paused. The Citadel's biological containment wing becomes the research facility for the countermeasure project. We don't transmit the contact variance formulation through any channel that isn't hardened. Mia, you are the only person who reviews that specific documentation. She nodded. I've already restricted the access in the archive. Good. He looked at the summary document's red notation. Start the therapeutic. We have 18 months. He picked up the 30-page summary from the table and read the first page again. Not the red notation, the first page, the one that described the therapeutic pathway's basis in the archive's own countermeasure documentation. The irony of it was not lost on him. Umbrella had built the cure alongside the weapon, had documented both with the same institutional thoroughness, had stored them in the same archive in the same mountain facility because they expected only authorized personnel would ever access either. The authorized personnel who had built the weapon had also built the cure. Now the unauthorized builder from Raccoon City had both. Mia was already pulling the archive's countermeasure documentation onto her station's display. The specific sections, flagged during her 4 days in the archive room, that mapped most directly to the cellular mechanism she had been trying to reverse engineer from incomplete Raccoon City samples for 3 weeks. She looked at the screen with the focused attention of a scientist who had found the piece she had been missing. 18 months, she said. Possibly 16 if the early synthesis trials run clean. She did not look up from the screen. The people in the 12 cities don't have 18 months. Start with City 12, Darius said. 4 days. Yes, Ethan said. The therapeutic is the long game. City 12 is tomorrow. He set the summary down. Tell me what you need for travel. Chapter 133. The broadcast from the impregnable Citadel went live at 1900 on day 6. Carter had established the relay through 6 independent broadcast networks, 3 foreign affiliates, and the same distribution infrastructure that had carried the compound's transmissions from the first day of the Raccoon City outbreak. The cumulative audience across all channels, 42 million viewers. 3 times the compound's peak broadcast audience. Twice the audience that had watched the Vance recording. Ethan spoke directly to camera. He had prepared for this broadcast for 3 days, not the content, which he had been living for 55 days and could deliver without notes, but the specific sequencing. What came first shaped how people received what came after, and the content he was about to deliver was content that a significant portion of the audience would find either incomprehensible or threatening to their existing frameworks. The sequencing needed to give them the structure before the specific facts, the way a blueprint showed the load paths before the material specifications. He had talked through the sequencing with Carter and with Leon and, on the final evening before the broadcast, with Vera, who had the USS operational background to identify which elements of the story required the most careful framing and which elements could carry themselves if they were simply stated accurately. She had identified 3 places where his planned sequence lost coherence and had suggested adjustments that he had made without argument, because she was right each time. He told them everything. He told them about September 24, 1998, the warehouse on Ennerdale Street, the Fortress Builder System's first notification, the choice to build rather than run. He told them about the 41 days in the compound, the USS assault teams, the Tyrant deployment, the Red Queen AI, the bioweapon room in the Hive that had been waiting to be destroyed since 1994. He told them about the evacuation, the nuclear event, the forest camp, the federal investigation, the Arkley outpost. He told them about the 12-city deployment directive, the Genesis facility, the congressional hearing, and the Nemesis production variant that was now neutralized in the impregnable Citadel's outer ring corridor. He told them about the archive, not the contact variance formulation, that was not in the broadcast, would not be in any broadcast, was secured in the Citadel's restricted access with Mia's documentation protocols. But everything else, the scope of Umbrella's bioweapons program since 1984, the casualty records from every field test, the board's pre-deployment authorization for 12 cities whose populations had been unknowing research subjects, the countermeasure that the board had developed for their own protection and had never distributed. He was still speaking when his phone received an incoming call. He had been speaking for 41 minutes. In those 41 minutes, 42 million people had watched a man in a Czech mountain fortress describe the deliberate engineering of a zombie outbreak in a mid-sized American city, the cover-up that followed it, the corporate bioweapons program that had been building toward 12 additional deployments, and the evidence archive that documented all of it in Umbrella's own language. He had done it without notes, and without the kind of careful hedging that public testimony in institutional settings required, because institutional settings were designed to manage information rather than transmit it, and this was a transmission. He had known there would be a moment during the broadcast when the audience's attention shifted from information receiving to decision-making. The moment when 42 million people stopped processing what they were hearing and started processing what they were going to do with it. He had felt the shift in the live monitoring data Carter's team was running. The social engagement spike at minute 28, when he had described the food supply salting data. The second spike at minute 35, when he had given the 12-city deployment timeline. By minute 41, 42 million people had moved from hearing to acting, which was the state Carter had told him was irreversible once achieved. The broadcast had done what it needed to do. Carter's assistant held up the call information without speaking. Federal Communication, Congressional, tagged with the hearing chair's office identifier. The same system that had been tracking his communications since day one in the forest camp had flagged this call as priority. Senator Marks was calling during the broadcast, while 42 million people were watching. He did not pause. He finished the sentence he was in the middle of, the one about the 12 cities and the board's authorization capability, and then he said to the camera, "I need to take this call. Stand by." He answered it on the broadcast feed. Around him, Carter's technical team had gone completely still. 42 million people were watching a broadcast that had just paused to take a live phone call from a congressional office. And the silence in the Citadel's command center was the silence of people who understood that the next 30 seconds were going to produce something that couldn't be staged or edited or retransmitted without its original context. Senator Marks's voice was clear through the broadcast's open audio feed. Deliberately clear, Ethan noted, because she had taken the call on a channel she knew he would put on speaker, which meant she had made the same decision he was making. She wanted 42 million witnesses to what she was about to say. The call took 4 minutes. When it was done, when the senator's agreement was on the record, when the condition about survivor protection had been stated and accepted and acknowledged by both parties in front of 42 million people, he set the phone down and looked at the camera. He looked at it for 3 seconds. Not for drama. Because he needed to be certain that what he was about to say next was exactly what needed to be said rather than what the moment made feel like the right thing to say. "We'll be there," he said. "We have more to tell." He reached toward Carter's assistant, and the broadcast ended. He sat in the command center for the 40 seconds it took before his phone produced the first call. Petrov, who had watched the broadcast from the Arkley Outpost communications station and had 2 words for him. Then Carter, who had 6. Then the Congressional Hearing Office, confirming the date. Chapter 134. The hearing Senator Marks's voice was the voice of someone who had been watching the broadcast and had made a decision before the broadcast finished. He had known the congressional hearing chair would call. He had not known she would call during the broadcast. The during was the part that changed the weight of everything that followed, because a commitment made on an open broadcast to 42 million witnesses was a different category of commitment than a commitment made in a congressional office with a scheduled follow-up agenda. The open broadcast commitment had a constituency that didn't need to wait for a press release or a legislative record to know it had been made. Senator Marks understood this. She had made the call during the broadcast deliberately, not because it was more efficient than a private call, but because the audience was the mechanism that would enforce the commitment. She was a politician who understood that the most binding agreements were the ones made in public rather than the ones written in committee rooms, and she had chosen to make this one in front of 42 million people. Ethan respected the operational thinking. He also noted it for future reference. This was a senator who worked the same way he worked, using visibility and documentation as tools rather than incidental byproducts. That was useful to know. "Mr. Cross," she said, "I'm watching. The committee is watching. I need your full testimony under oath. This is the largest congressional hearing I will have convened in 2 decades of public service, and I need the man who has been on every broadcast for 3 weeks sitting in front of the committee and telling them exactly what you just told 42 million people." 42 million people heard the request. "Yes," Ethan said. "One condition." He had told Leon the condition before the broadcast. Leon had been sitting in the command center's medical station with his ribs wrapped, watching the broadcast on the display, and he had said nothing when Ethan had previewed the condition because he had already known what it would be. Full protection for every survivor from the Raccoon City compound. 238 people. Medical coverage, legal protection, federal witness designation for every person who wants it. Guaranteed before the hearing, not contingent on testimony. A pause. 42 million people waiting. In the pause, which was perhaps 8 seconds of airtime, Ethan watched the command center. Carter's assistant had both hands flat on the broadcast console. Voss was in the back of the room with his arms folded and his expression doing the specific thing it had done each time he was required to watch an institution he had trusted make a decision that surprised him in either direction. Juno, beside the door, was watching the display with the focused calm of someone who had learned early that the moments that changed things looked exactly like ordinary moments until the change completed. Agreed, Senator Marks said. The committee chair has that authority, and I'm exercising it now. On the record, in the presence of your broadcast audience. He looked at the camera. 42 million people who had been watching a 3-week story about survival, building, and accountability had just watched a congressional committee chair make a binding legal commitment on live broadcast to 238 survivors of a government-covered-up biological weapons event. 238 people. He had known every one of them by name at different points in the compound's operation, had known which bunk they slept in, which rotation they served, what their skills were, and what they were afraid of, and what they could do when the fence was under pressure. 238 people who had walked out of the Raccoon City evacuation shaft into a forest at dawn with the city burning behind them, and had been in legal limbo since. Documented witnesses to a crime that the government's official narrative said had not been a crime. The senator had just changed that with a live broadcast commitment in front of 42 million witnesses. He put the phone down. Voss was in the back of the command center. Ethan had not looked at him during the broadcast. He had known Voss was there, the way he knew where every member of the inner circle was at any given moment, by the specific sense of the team's positions that had developed over 55 days of operating together. He looked at him now. Voss's expression was the specific one of a man who had spent 6 weeks on the wrong side of something and had spent 49 days trying to help fix it and had just heard the commitment that meant the people he had originally been sent to eliminate were going to be protected by the same legal system Umbrella had been corrupting. He looked relieved. Ethan watched him absorb the commitment. The federal protection designation, the witness status, the legal coverage that extended from the compound's smallest child to the RPD officers to the college students to Mrs. Ogawa, who was currently in the forest camp's extended accommodation with the competition pistol she had brought from Raccoon City and the watch rotation she had organized among the camp's civilian residents. 238 people, each one a named person in the federal record the senator had just created in public. He thought about what it had cost to keep 238 people alive from Ennerdale Street to this mountain. He thought about the 7 who hadn't made it through the compound, and the 3 in the quarantine wing on the second day, and the names in the operational log that he had written alongside timestamps and cause of loss notations in the specific clinical shorthand that kept the operational record accurate without requiring him to stop functioning every time he wrote one. The 238 who had made it were alive because every one of those entries had produced a lesson that changed a protocol or strengthened a wall or added a corridor to the evacuation plan. Their survival was made of every loss that had preceded it. He looked back at the camera, which had been switched off. He was glad Vera had been in the command center for the broadcast rather than the mountain perimeter. He was glad the senator had called during the broadcast rather than after. He was glad for 42 million witnesses. Chapter 135. Juno's testimony. Juno gave her congressional testimony on day 12 at 1400. She had not prepared testimony. He had offered her the preparation resources, Carter's media coordinator, the outline structure the congressional office had provided, the briefing documents about procedure and format, and she had reviewed the briefing documents once, asked 2 questions about the format, and declined the rest. He had not pushed her. Juno had been navigating formal situations with adults since she was 12, and she had developed an instinct for which preparation materials helped and which ones imposed a structure that was worse than no structure at all. She had decided the congressional hearing was the second kind. She was 17 years old, globally recognized as the youngest documented T-virus outbreak survivor, and she sat at the testimony table with the specific bearing of someone who had spent 3 weeks surviving things that adults with training and equipment had not survived and had developed her own views about what that meant. Senator Marks asked her 3 questions. Juno answered each one directly, in the plain-spoken manner she used for everything. The same manner she had used the night she told Ethan about the men in biohazard suits in the storm drains. The same manner she had used the morning she reported the cleaner's vehicle position on the Forest Service road. The hearing chamber was silent for all 3 answers. The first question was about the compound. What had it been like to live there? She said it had been structured and specific, and she had known at every point what she was supposed to be doing, which had not been true of the city outside the compound. She said Ethan had given her a job when everyone else was dying. The second question was about the USS. She described the USS personnel she had observed during the outbreak, not with anger, but with the factual accuracy of someone who had been watching people for survival reasons rather than evaluation reasons and had developed a specific and reliable read of behavior. She described what she had seen them do. She described it in detail. The third question was about what she would want the committee to understand. She thought about it for 4 seconds, a longer pause than her previous answers had taken, and then she said that being useful was the most important thing. She said that in the compound, every person had been useful and every person had known they were useful, and that this had been different from the city outside, where a lot of people had died not because there wasn't enough defense, but because there wasn't enough structure. She said that a structure that gave people something to do and told them it mattered was the most defensive thing available, more than walls or weapons. The hearing chamber was still silent. Senator Marks looked at her for a moment with the expression of an elected official encountering testimony that had redefined something she thought she had already understood. Then she said, "Thank you, Ms. Reyes." She had been looking at her notes during Juno's second answer. She looked at them the way officials looked at notes when the testimony in front of them was producing a recalibration of the framework they had built for the hearing, not for support, but because looking at the notes gave the face something to do while the mind worked. By the third answer, she had stopped looking at the notes entirely. The hearing chamber's silence after the third answer lasted 11 seconds. Ethan had counted. He had been counting since the chamber went quiet after Juno's first answer and had understood that the silence was a form of attention more substantive than applause. 11 seconds. Then a committee member at the far end of the table, who had been silent through the entire hearing until this point, leaned into his microphone and said, "This committee will take a 15-minute recess. Not to extend the hearing, to give the chamber the space to process what it had just received." Juno nodded once and stepped back from the table. She caught Ethan's eye as she returned to her seat. He nodded back. He had been watching her during all 3 answers. Not the committee, Juno. He had watched her give testimony with the same attention he had watched her navigate the police station reconnaissance, or clean the boots she had worn through the Hive evacuation, or sit on the supply crates eating a carefully organized can of peaches the first time he had found her in the compound. She had been 17 when she sat down at that table. She had been 14 and a half when she climbed through the warehouse gate on Ennerdale Street. The 2.5 years had cost her things she would not talk about directly, and they had given her things that could not be given any other way. She had learned, by doing them over and over for 55 days, that her observations were reliable and her judgments were sound, and her instinct for the difference between a manageable risk and an unmanageable one was better than most trained professionals twice her age. She had not needed to be told to be useful. She had arrived already knowing how. The hearing chamber was still quiet. Senator Marks was looking at her notes rather than the witness table, which was the behavioral tell of a lawmaker who had received testimony that required integration time rather than immediate response. In the row behind Ethan's seat, Leon sat with his arms folded and his ribs wrapped under his jacket, watching the chamber with the expression of a man who had spent 30 years watching people navigate the aftermath of things that should never have happened and was watching it happen correctly, for once, in a room with high ceilings and a formal record. Ethan would remember the chamber's silence for a long time. Chapter 136. Dr. Marsh returns. Dr. Elena Marsh appeared at the impregnable Citadel's outer perimeter at 0340 on day 15. He had been in the command center running the overnight system maintenance cycle when the thermal alert came through, the low-priority tone that the surveillance network used for single signature contacts at the outer ring's perimeter, the same tone it used for wildlife or wind-driven thermal anomalies in the mountain terrain. He had learned to distinguish the tone from the critical alerts through repetition, and he had looked at the display before filing it as background because after 55 days, looking first was automatic. The signature was human. Modified, but human. Moving toward the northwest gate at a walking pace that the system's gate analysis classified as deliberate, not cautious, not injured, not fatigued. The specific controlled pace of someone who knew exactly where they were going and had decided on this pace rather than arriving at it. The thermal surveillance network registered her at the outer ring's northwest approach, the same approach angle the Nemesis unit had used, which was either a coincidence or a specific choice by someone who had been watching the Nemesis deployment and understood the Citadel's approach geometry. Ethan read the thermal profile before the guard position's visual confirmation came through and understood immediately that the thermal signature was human, modified, and walking. She had survived the Hive shaft's collapse. She had said she would. He activated the perimeter alert and moved to the northwest observation position with Vera. The thermal display showed a single signature moving at walking pace toward the outer ring's perimeter, no weapons visible, no support elements, alone, which either meant she was genuinely alone or that her approach was designed to appear that way. In 55 days, he had learned to treat both possibilities as real until surveillance confirmed otherwise. The guard position's visual confirmation came through at 0347. Dr. Elena Marsh, modified, walking, unarmed, stopping 3 meters from the outer ring's perimeter gate. She had changed since the Hive. The thermal signature was different, not the standard human profile, not the BOW profile of the infected. Something in between, something that the system's biological threat detection had been designed to flag as unusual, which was why it had appeared on the perimeter alert rather than the standard thermal network feed. She looked at the gate for a moment. Then she looked directly at the surveillance camera above it, the one she had clearly identified in the approach. "I know you're watching," she said. Her voice had changed too. Still Marsh, but with a specific quality of restraint that had not been in her voice in the Hive. "I'm not here as a threat. I know what that sounds like from me. I know what I've done." She paused. "I want the countermeasure." The 3-meter distance between Marsh and the outer ring's gate was visible in the surveillance feed as a specific kind of stillness. Not the stillness of someone who was waiting for a response, but the stillness of someone who had completed a journey and was standing at its end and was not going to move until the gate made a decision about them. He had seen this quality of stillness before, from a different angle, on the morning Vera had come through the compound gate in the compound's 5th hour. That stillness had been the stillness of a person who had crossed a line they couldn't uncross and was presenting themselves clearly rather than apologetically. Marsh's stillness had the same structure. What was different was the specific weight of what had brought her here. Vera had arrived with intelligence and a defection. Marsh had arrived with her own body as evidence. The walking documentation of what her own research had done to a human organism over 3 months of progressive modification. He looked at the display and then at Vera beside him. Vera was watching Marsh on the guard position's visual feed. The woman who had released the G-mutant into the Hive's lower levels with the specific calm of someone who considered the action a logical experiment, who had pursued them through level 3 with escalating mutation and the intelligence of someone who knew exactly what they were doing, who had been buried under a collapsed shaft on the last day of the evacuation and had been absent from everything since. She had survived the collapse. She had modified herself further. She had tracked the Citadel's location, not through any channel the system had flagged, which meant she had been tracking it through the kind of patient, non-electronic observation that the system's surveillance network was not designed to detect. And she had arrived at the perimeter at 0340 on day 15, unarmed, alone, asking for the countermeasure. Everything about her arrival was calculated. He knew this. He did not know whether the calculation was genuine. The calculation of someone who had spent 3 months in a deteriorating body experiencing what the weapon she had helped design actually did to a human being when it had decades rather than days to work, or whether the calculation was strategic. Both calculations would look identical from outside. He keyed the inner perimeter intercom. "Dr. Marsh, stay in the monitored position. We'll have an answer before morning." She looked at the surveillance camera directly, the same way she had looked at it when she arrived, the way she had looked at everything she encountered, with the specific attention of someone who processed the world as data rather than experience. "I'll wait," she said. He already knew he was going to call the Inner Circle. Chapter 137. The decision the Inner Circle assembled in the command center at 0415. He had given them 30 minutes, the time it took to move from the monitoring positions and the medical station and the Eastern Ridgeline, where Voss had been running the overnight surveillance rotation. They came in with the quality of people who had been woken from sleep and had assessed the situation before asking for context, which was the quality that 55 days had produced in everyone who had stayed in the compound's operational chain rather than the support structure. They knew what they were being called for before he told them. He did not delay the briefing. He gave them the surveillance footage, Marsh's statement at the gate, and the biological profile the system had generated from the thermal signature's modified human classification. He gave them 3 minutes to absorb it. Marsh was held outside the perimeter in one of Petrov's contracted monitoring positions, a contained exterior location with surveillance coverage from 4 angles and 2 personnel on direct observation. She had not objected to the monitoring arrangement. She had asked for food and water and had received them, and was sitting in the monitored position with the patient demeanor of someone who understood that the decision about her status was going to take time and was prepared to wait. Ethan presented the options to the Inner Circle without his own position included, deliberately, because this was the kind of decision where his own instinct was less reliable than the collective assessment, and because several members of the Inner Circle had specific relationships with Marsh's history that his own perspective did not include. Leon's position, elimination. She was a war criminal. She had modified herself with T-virus derivatives. She represented a biohazard containment risk that the Citadel's resources were not designed to manage in the long term. The compassionate argument for containment was real, but the compassionate argument had a cost, and the cost would be paid by the people in the Citadel rather than the person it was extended to. He delivered the position with the same flat professional efficiency he brought to every operational assessment. The voice of a man who had spent 30 years in law enforcement distinguishing between what was humane and what was safe, and had learned that the distinction mattered in the specific way it mattered at 3 in the morning when you were making a decision that could not be undone. He also delivered it from a bed in the medical station, which was where he was and which he did not apologize for. His voice through the command center's audio was clear and direct and unaffected by 3 fractured ribs because the fractured ribs were a physical fact that could be compensated for, not a limitation on his reasoning. Ethan had heard this quality of reasoning from Leon since the first night. The man's capacity to separate the cost of a decision from the decision itself, to acknowledge the cost clearly and then set it aside during the analysis phase. It was a valuable quality in a crisis. It was also a quality that could produce the wrong result when the thing it was setting aside was not a cost, but a variable. And this was a decision where Marsh's specific biology and the archive's specific research value were variables rather than costs. Mia's position, controlled containment. She was a biohazard event walking, but she was also the living record of a continuous T-virus modification process that had been running since before the Raccoon City outbreak, and the data that her biology represented was irreplaceable. With the therapeutic pathways work beginning, having direct access to a self-modifying T-virus host was a research asset that could compress the therapeutic timeline by 6 months or more. He looked at Vera. She had not said anything during Mia's assessment or Leon's assessment. She was standing at the back of the command center in the position she used when she was processing rather than contributing, the specific posture that meant she was not going to speak until she had finished thinking. He waited. "Contain her," Vera said. "Make sure she never gets out." She looked at Leon. Not because the compassionate argument outweighs the security concern, because the containment wing of the impregnable citadel is the most sophisticated biological containment facility on Earth, built by a system that has produced structures that have not failed in 55 days. If we can't contain Marsh here, we can't contain anything. She paused. And if we eliminate instead of contain, we lose the data. We never eliminate the knowledge. We only eliminate the accountability. Leon held her gaze for a moment. Then he nodded. "Containment," Ethan said. He said it without hesitation, not because the decision was easy, but because the decision had been made in the moment Vera had stated the tiebreaker clearly and Leon had received it. The inner circle had spoken. The decision had the weight of the people who had made it, and those people had earned the authority to make it through 55 days of being right about the decisions that mattered. He looked at the room, Vera at the rear, the expression of someone who had committed to a position and was holding it. Mia with her hands flat on the table, already thinking about the assessment protocols she would need for the containment wing intake. Leon with the 3 fractured ribs and the nod that had cost him something. Juno, who had not been present for the vote, but would be the one running the perimeter when Marsh was moved in the morning. He thought about the first quarantine decision in the Raccoon City compound. The man named Garrett, who had been a nurse, who had asked for someone to sit with him when it got further along. He thought about the difference between that quarantine and this one. Garrett had been dying and had known it and had asked for the human thing. Marsh was not dying. Marsh was evolving, and had known what she was doing when she introduced the tool of that evolution, and was asking for the thing that would stop the evolution and return her to something closer to the category of person who could be held accountable in a courtroom rather than a containment wing. The countermeasure was 18 months away. The containment was tomorrow. These 2 facts were not in conflict. They were sequential. "Mia," he said. "Intake protocol for a modified T-virus host. What do you need tonight?" Chapter 138. The contained Dr. Marsh was moved to the impregnable Citadel's biological containment wing at 0900. She walked from the monitored exterior position to the containment wing's intake corridor under escort. 2 of Petrov's contractors, Mia on her left side, Ethan at the rear. Not restrained. He had made the specific operational decision not to restrain her, partly because the system's biological threat assessment showed her current modification state as mid-tier rather than full BOW. Partly because restraint would have made the intake process longer and more resistant, and partly because the woman who had arrived at the perimeter gate voluntarily at 0340 had made a clear enough decision that treating her as an unwilling subject in the first hour of the containment process would misrepresent the nature of the arrangement. Mia had agreed with the decision. Leon, through the radio from the medical station, had said he deferred to Mia's clinical judgment on all matters relating to the containment intake. This was not the same as agreement, but it was the specific kind of professional delegation that meant he trusted the people making the call. The containment wing had been designed by the system as part of the Tier 9 Iron Dominion specifications and upgraded at the impregnable Citadel tier to a hardened biological isolation standard that exceeded every known laboratory containment protocol. The wing's interior was a self-contained environment, temperature-regulated, air-filtered, biometrically locked with access codes that existed only on Ethan's handheld unit and Mia's station, audited at 30-minute intervals by the system's containment monitoring. Marsh moved through the wing's intake protocol with the compliance of someone who had calculated, before arriving at the perimeter gate, that compliance was the correct strategy. She understood what the containment wing was. She had been a Hive scientist. She had designed containment facilities before. She could recognize the impregnable Citadel's containment wing as something that she could not exit without authorization. She sat in the intake room and let Mia run the initial biological assessment with the patience of someone managing a long-term situation rather than responding to an immediate crisis. The intake room had been designed with this function in mind, not Marsh specifically, but the general function of receiving an entity whose biological classification required confirmation before movement to the containment area. The intake room's air filtration was independent of the facility's main system. The surfaces were sealed. The door had both interior and exterior locks, and Ethan had confirmed both locks were operational before Marsh was brought in. He watched the intake through the room's surveillance feed from the command center. He had not needed to be in the intake room personally. Mia was handling the assessment, and Mia's assessment capability in a biological intake context was better than his. What he was watching was not the procedure. He was watching Marsh's behavior during the procedure, which was the one variable the system's biological threat assessment could not model in advance. She cooperated with complete consistency. When Mia asked her to extend an arm, she extended the arm. When Mia asked her to hold still for the thermal imaging, she held still without shifting position for 90 seconds. When Mia asked her to describe the progression of her modification since the Hive shaft collapse, she answered in the specific technical language of a scientist describing a process. Not her process. A process she was observing in herself with the same clinical attention she had once applied to subjects in the Hive's research base. This was the part that Mia had noted in her preliminary assessment and that Ethan had filed under containment indicator, cooperative. The cooperation was real. It was also unsettling in the specific way that complete clinical detachment from one's own biological modification was unsettling. Mia worked with the focused attention of a scientist encountering a biological sample that required care, not warmth, not hostility, but the specific professional attention that the sample required. The T-virus variant in your system, Mia said. It's different from the standard T-virus, different from the G-virus hybrid. It's something that the archive partially documents under a project designation I don't recognize. Do you know what it is? I do, Marsh said. I developed it. Mia looked at her for a moment. Will you document it? That's why I came here, Marsh said. The system issued the notification at 11:43, containment wing operational. Biological research function active. And then, in the same different weight typeface it had used for the impregnable Citadel completion, next directive, protect what has been built. He read it in the command center and understood the specific instruction. Not protect the structure, protect everything. The people, the knowledge, the process of building the thing that made the next structure possible. The Citadel was not the end. The directive was the same directive that had been in the system since the first night on Ennerdale Street, scaled to the tier that had been reached. Protect what has been built. Keep building. He thought about Marsh in the containment wing, the way she had let Mia run the initial assessment without resistance, the specific cooperative patience of someone who had arrived at a decision and was implementing it with the same methodical discipline she had applied to everything in her career, including the decisions that had produced the T-virus's deployment. She was not reformed. She was redirected, and redirected in a direction that had a possibility of producing something useful, which was not what elimination had. Vera had been right. Leon had been right to accept Vera's tiebreaker. The decision had the correct shape. He looked at the system's notification again. Protect what has been built. In the containment wing, Mia was explaining the research protocol to a scientist who had spent 30 years building the problem and was now going to spend however long was available to her building toward the solution. In the medical station, Leon was beginning the slow process of letting his ribs heal. In the archive facility, the Genesis documentation was secured and its copies were in 6 legal jurisdictions, and the world was in the process of understanding what Raccoon City had been the beginning of. He had protected it by building it and then building it again. He was going to keep doing exactly that. Chapter 139, The Perimeter Walk. Ethan walked the full perimeter of the impregnable Citadel alone at 2,100 on day 17. He had done this at every compound, walked the perimeter at night, alone, before the day's decisions had fully settled, to understand the structure as a structure rather than as the sum of its current operational status. The first time had been on Ennerdale Street, on the night the outbreak began, when 31 people had been sleeping on the right side of a fence he had built in 6 days. He had walked that perimeter with one hand on the wire mesh, feeling the tension in the anchor posts, counting what had been built against what was coming. The impregnable citadel's outer ring was not wire mesh. It was adaptive architecture, the Tier 10 system's apex construction, material, and engineering, and the specific intelligence of a system that had been learning what defense required for 55 days and had produced, in the Czech Mountains, the result of everything it had learned. The ring's eastern segment felt different under his hand than the Ennerdale fence had felt. Denser, more certain of itself, the way a thing felt when it had been tested and had held and knew it had held. He had done this at every compound, walked the perimeter at night, alone, before the day's decisions had fully settled, to understand the structure as a structure rather than as the sum of its current operational status. In Raccoon City, he had done this on the night before the outbreak, watching the city's lights from the compound's watchtower. At the Arkley outpost, he had done it the second night, when the forest was new terrain and the perimeter's coverage had not yet been fully verified. Now, at the impregnable citadel, he walked the outer ring's eastern segment and thought about what it had taken to build from the crude shelter to this. The system's interface was running in the handheld unit. He had looked at it during every perimeter walk since the Raccoon City compound. It gave the structural status, the defensive coverage, the threat assessment. Tonight it gave those, and also something else, a cumulative display of every tier, in sequence, with the specific event that had triggered each upgrade. Tier 1, Crude Shelter. September 24, 1998. Warehouse on Ennerdale Street. Tier 2, Reinforced Outpost. September 27th. The perimeter fence and the generator. Tier 3, Tactical Stronghold. 3 days before the outbreak. The watchtower and the grid. Tier 4, Fortified Compound. October 2nd. The concrete barriers from the RPD impound lot. Tier 5, Secured Enclave. October 8th. The underground tunnel network. Tier 6, Defensive Bastion. October 14th. The anti-vehicle barriers and the comms array. Tier 7, Strategic Citadel. October 20th. The water and food production systems. Tier 8, Sovereign Fortress. After evacuation. The forest camp and the automated protocols. Tier 9, Iron Dominion. Day 7 of the Arkley outpost. The biological containment wing. Tier 10, Impregnable Citadel. The Czech Mountains. The day Nemesis didn't rise. He stood at the eastern segment and looked at the mountain terrain and thought about every person who had contributed to the 11 items on that list. Darius, who had built the watchtower and the tunnel network and the containment wing and the citadel's outer ring. Leon, who had 3 fractured ribs and had been doing this since before Ethan arrived in Raccoon City. Mia, who had been in the archive room for 4 days and had found the therapeutic pathway and the contact variant and had already begun managing both. Juno, who had given testimony that made the hearing chamber silent. Voss, who had defected from the force that had been trying to destroy everything and had used his knowledge of that force to defend against it. Vera, who had said contain her when the tiebreaker mattered and had been right. The system pulsed at 21:43. He read it. It was not a threat assessment. It was not a blueprint. It was a new notification format, something the system had never produced before, in 55 days of tiers and threats and constructions. Builder recognized. Tier beyond, tier detected. The Fortress Builder system has observed a pattern beyond its current parameters. Part 2 awaiting. Coordinates to follow. He stood at the eastern segment of the most defensible structure on Earth and read the notification twice. Then, 12 cities. 12 builders needed. Part 2 begins when the builder decides. He stood at the eastern segment and read it once more. The system had, in 55 days of continuous operation, never generated a notification that acknowledged its own limitations. It processed structural data, threat assessments, population metrics, supply ratios, upgrade triggers. It generated blueprints. It confirmed tier achievements. It had recognized the builder by name at the impregnable citadel's completion in a way that no previous tier notification had, which he had filed under significant and moved on because there was a Nemesis engagement to manage. This notification was different again. Tier beyond, tier detected. The system was reporting that something it had observed exceeded the parameters of its 10-tier architecture. Not a threat, not a construction requirement. Something the system was identifying in the pattern of what had been built and was saying, in the direct language it used for everything. I see something beyond what I was designed to map. The builder needs to go to part 2. He had been given a system on September 24, 1998, in a Raccoon City apartment, with the directive, reinforce or die. The directive had been correct. He had reinforced. He had not died. Everything that followed was the logical extension of the first night's work, tier by tier, structure by structure, the compound on Ennerdale Street to the citadel in the Czech Mountains, the 31 people behind the first fence to the 238 who had come through the evacuation and the forest camp, and 3 more structures after that. The 12 cities were waiting. Darius had said 4 days for City 12. He stood in the mountain night on the perimeter of everything he had built and felt the next structure beginning the way he had felt every structure beginning, as a necessity pressing against available time, with a system ready to generate the first blueprint. He turned from the mountain and walked back to the command center. Chapter 140. The horizon on day 20. The inner circle stood on the impregnable citadel's roof at dawn. Ethan, Vera, Leon, Mia, Darius, Juno, and Voss, the 7 people who had been in every structure since Raccoon City and had built their way from a warehouse on Ennerdale Street to a fortress in the Czech Mountains. The mountain terrain stretched outward from the citadel's perimeter in every direction, still and cold in the early light, the kind of morning that did not have an obvious next thing in it and required waiting for the day to reveal itself. Umbrella Corporation's legal dismantlement was proceeding in 6 jurisdictions simultaneously. 3 board members were in custody. 2 had fled to countries without extradition agreements and were being pursued through diplomatic channels. Ashford was in federal custody with charges that his legal team had been unable to reduce in 3 weeks of attempted negotiation. Marsh was in the containment wing, cooperating with Mia's research, providing documentation of a T-virus variant that would take 3 years to fully understand and another year to build a countermeasure for. The world was changed but not saved. Ethan understood this. He had understood it since the first night on Ennerdale Street. The system had not promised to save the world. It had promised to build what the moment required, and to build it better each time. What the world required now was different from what Raccoon City had required, and different from what the Arkley outpost had required. But the system's directive was the same: builders needed. 12 cities, Vera said. She was reading the system's notification over his shoulder. She had seen it the night he received it, and had not asked him about it until now. The system wants us to go to 12 cities. It wants someone to go, he said. The same way it wanted someone to build the compound. The system generates the opportunity. The builder decides whether to take it. You're going, she said. Not a question. We're going, he said. Leon was leaning against the citadel's parapet with his arms folded, his ribs still wrapped, but the specific, careful stance of someone who was managing pain without letting it manage him. He had been listening. He said nothing for a moment, looking at the mountain horizon with the expression of a man who had spent 30 years in Raccoon City thinking about what he should have built instead of what he had let slide. I'm going, Leon said. Darius had already been running calculations on his handheld unit for the past 12 minutes. Not the Genesis archive or the Citadel's structural status, but something he had pulled up after the system's notification, something with coordinates and terrain assessments. City 12 is in a river basin in Southeast Asia, he said. The T-virus pre-deployment logistics have been active for 6 weeks based on Petrov's intelligence. It's at the same stage as Raccoon City was 4 days before the outbreak. He looked up. 4 days. Mia said nothing. She had come to the roof after a 4-hour sleep interval, her first extended rest since the archive room, and she was holding a coffee with the specific quality of focus that meant she had been thinking since she woke up. The contact variance formulation is secured. The therapeutic pathway documentation is ready. If we're moving to a new operational site, I need Darius's construction timeline to sync with the medical deployment schedule. She looked at Darius. He nodded. Juno was sitting on the parapet's edge with her legs dangling, looking at the mountain terrain below. I found a satellite phone 6 months ago in a parking structure in Raccoon City, she said. It didn't work, but I held on to it because it might work later. She paused. That's everything. That's been the whole point. Things that don't work yet might work when you get to the right place. Voss said, I know someone in the region. Someone with logistics access and no allegiance to the board. He had been silent for most of the morning. Not the silence of someone with nothing to contribute, but the silence of someone who had been reviewing what they knew and determining what was useful. I can establish a contact within 48 hours. Ethan looked at the horizon. The system's coordinates had been running on his handheld unit since the notification. 12 cities, 12 locations, 12 potential outbreaks at various stages of pre-deployment preparation. One of them was 4 days from active event. 11 more behind it. The therapeutic pathway was 18 months away. The contact variance containment was ongoing. The world that Umbrella had been building toward was not dismantled by the Genesis archive. It was redirected, and the redirection required the same thing the compound had required, and the Arkley outpost had required, and the impregnable citadel had required. Someone with the system and the will to build. The system pulsed one final time in the morning light. Builders needed. Will you answer? He looked at the 7 people on the Citadel's roof, the team that had been built in Raccoon City and had not broken in 55 days of everything the world had put against it. "We answer," he said. And so the safe zone endures. If this story kept you on the edge, leave a like and share your thoughts below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await. Until next time, Survivor.